Chapter 51. Just as Hermione was holding Ian, the door of the defense against the dark arts classroom was pushed open. Grindelwald came in and said, "Ian, you said you needed something." So Grindelwald stared blankly at the scene in front of him. Hermione jumped up from Ian like a frightened rabbit and hid behind Ian. Hermione saw that it was Professor Rogier's face that turned red immediately, but she was also very nervous. She wondered if this professor would pursue her night tour. Grindelwald looked at Ian and Hermione with a strange smile and said, Hey, Ian, I have no objection to your affairs. But it's still young, you have to grasp it." Ian looked at Grindelwald with a dark face and said, "I'm just friends with Hermione. She's very talented." "Ah, that's right, it's just friends." Hermione felt very disappointed when she heard Ian say they were just friends, and she didn't know why. But hearing Grindelwald's ridicule, her face became even redder. As someone who has experienced it, Grindelwald knew what was going on by seeing the reactions of the two of them. One has never experienced feelings at all, and the other is still in a state of ignorance. It seems that this matter needs to be discussed with Albus. Then Grindelwald looked at Hermione, smiled, and said, "Don't be nervous, kid. I'm just here to ask Ian something." Hermione breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that she won't be held accountable for violating school rules. But recalling what Ian said just now, maybe the score is really not that important. Seeing Hermione relax, Grindelwald looked at Ian and asked, "Ian, you said you have something to do with me?" Ian nodded and said, "Come on, go to my lounge and say, 'Hermione, do you want to come with me?'" Hermione hesitated for a moment, then nodded, blushing. Now that she couldn't walk back, what if she ran into Filch again? And she was still very curious about what the professor's lounge was like. "Son, don't be too surprised for a while." Grindelwald winked at Hermione. Hermione was very puzzled. What's so surprising about a lounge? Until she walked up to the second floor, Ian pushed open the door of the lounge, and the luxurious light dazzled her eyes. Hermione didn't expect that Professor Ian's room looked very small from the outside, but the space inside was astonishingly large. Hermione stared wide-eyed at the decor and furniture in Ian's room. She had never seen anything more luxurious in a museum in her life. Golden red is the main color of the room, with a very classic carpet and a very large sofa in the middle. There is a very large golden red bed at the back, and there is even a large white jade bath in the innermost part where you can swim. There are still some things cooking on the magic stove on the right. The cursed kitchen utensils are cooking automatically, and the aroma is wafting from the pot. There is also a huge wine cabinet next to the stove, which is full of all kinds of wine. What attracted Hermione most was the large jewel-encrusted bookshelf to the right. Hermione swears it. She had never seen so many books except in the Hogwarts library. It's just that there is a black door next to the bookshelf, and she doesn't know what's inside. Grindelwald laughed at the shocked Hermione and said, "Boy, I was also shocked by Ian when I first came here. How? I can guarantee that there is no more luxurious lounge in Hogwarts than here." After finishing speaking, Grindelwald went directly to Ian's wine cabinet and began to choose wine. Ian patted Hermione on the shoulder and asked, "It's not bad, right?" Hermione, who recovered, grabbed Ian's clothes and said excitedly, "Ian, why didn't you tell me?" Seeing Hermione's excited look, Ian spread his hands and said, "You never asked me." "That's because I thought the professor's dormitory wouldn't be much better than ours." Hermione glared at Ian, then pointed to the bookshelf and asked, "Ian, can I read the books there?" Looking at the expectant Hermione, Ian nodded with a smile and said, "Okay, but don't read black magic books. Your will is too weak now." Hermione pursed her lips. She knew that Ian was doing it for her own good, so she nodded happily. At this time, Grindelwald's voice came, "Ian, what are you doing today? It smells so good." Ian looked at the greedy Grindelwald with a smile and said, "It contains fried lobster and some fried fish pieces. Today's appetizer. How about it? The spices I sent are not very fragrant." Grindelwald nodded quickly. Hermione's attention was also attracted by the scent, and Ian knew she was hungry when he heard her swallowing. Ian smiled and said to the two, "Let's eat first." Ian waved his hand, and the cooked food was automatically loaded and flew towards the table in front of the sofa. The golden and crispy breadcrumb skin of the fish nuggets is decorated with a few slices of green parsley, and the rich cheese is wrapped in the fish. The big lobster has also turned into pieces. The red spices are sprinkled all over the shrimp meat, and the golden milk-flavored French fries are spread on the side to make this dish even more appetizing. Grindelwald and Hermione both swallowed, and Grindelwald sighed. "Sure enough, it's the right choice to come to your place for supper at night." After finishing speaking, Grindelwald waved 2 wine glasses, poured the wine he just took from the wine cabinet into the glasses, and handed Ian a glass. As soon as Ian took it, Hermione glared over and said, "Ian, drinking is not good." Ian saw Hermione, who looked like a lion cub, smiled and said, "It's okay. You will know when your magic power is strong." "Ha ha, Ian is right. You have to listen to Ian, kid." Grindelwald chimed in. Seeing that neither Ian nor Grindelwald was listening, Hermione snorted and turned her head away. Ian smiled and waved, and a glass of chocolate milk flew towards Hermione. Hermione took the milk arrogantly and just took a sip. At this time, the door of the living room opened again. Hermione froze when she saw the person at the door. It was Headmaster Dumbledore. Dumbledore said with a smile, "A new guy? Jack, you and Ian are having supper again." Then Dumbledore looked at Hermione, smiled even wider, and continued, "It seems that we have a new friend today." After Dumbledore finished speaking, he went straight to Grindelwald and sat down next to him. "Give me a drink too, and a pair of gloves, please." Chapter 52. Hermione looked at Dumbledore, who was sitting down, and felt even more anxious. Dumbledore looked at the anxious little witch in front of him and took the glass from Grindelwald. Dumbledore raised his glass to Hermione and said with a smile, "Boy, it's just a party today. Let's relax. Ian's food is better than the food in the auditorium." Hermione relaxed a little, glanced at Ian beside her, and said timidly, "Professor, you." Dumbledore had already seen what Hermione was thinking and interrupted her with a smile. "Gryffindor is adventurous. Who can embarrass a brave man who ventures through the night?" Ian continued, "Hermione, a Gryffindor who doesn't violate the school rules is not a qualified Gryffindor." After listening, Dumbledore nodded to Ian with a smile. 353. Hermione was completely taken aback by Dumbledore's and Ian's attitude. Professor Dumbledore's words and Ian's words have exactly the same meaning. Next, Hermione, who was suspicious, didn't talk about her night tour. Hermione relaxed a bit, but was still a little stiff. After all, there are professors here, as well as the principal. At this moment, Ian looked at Grindelwald and Dumbledore and said, "I want to put a team of saints in Norway and set up a dragon farm." Grindelwald took a sip of his wine, looked at Ian, and said, "There's nothing wrong with that, but why are you in Norway? If you want the flesh and blood of a fire dragon, there are black dragons from the Hebrides in the mainland." Hermione was a little confused listening to the conversation between the two. What is a saint? What is a dragon farm? Can fire dragons be raised? Ian scratched his head and continued, "The Norwegian ridgeback sent by Hallman dug a few days ago is very delicious." Grindelwald, Dumbledore, and Hermione were all stunned. Just listen to Ian go on to say, "Norwegian ridgeback tenderloin delicious. And flesh and soul are also useful. Just treat it as a pigsty." Dumbledore looked at the enthusiastic Ian and said helplessly, "Ian, you mean to go over there and set up a dragon farm just to raise food?" The three saw that Ian nodded and replied, "There is also the storage of soul and flesh and blood. Who believes you?" Grindelwald also said helplessly, "Then who do you want to let go?" Ian thought for a while, looked at Grindelwald, and said, "Let Andy Blake go, and the farm can be handed over to Moss." Dumbledore and Grindelwald nodded after listening. "Anyway, Ian is rich. Let him do whatever he wants." Hermione was at a loss, but she understood one thing. Ian wants to raise a dragon. Hermione nudged Ian with her elbow. Seeing Ian looking at her, she asked, "Ian, are you going to raise a dragon?" Hearing Hermione's question, Ian nodded. Hermione looked at Ian worriedly and said, "Fire dragon. I saw the introduction in the book. It is said to be very dangerous." Ian stroked Hermione's hair and said with a smile, "I'm asking someone to help me raise it. I won't be in danger." Hearing Ian's answer, Hermione's curiosity was also piqued, and she continued to ask, "Then can I go and see the dragon then? I haven't seen a real dragon yet." Ian didn't reply yet. Only Dumbledore said with a smile, "Of course, I don't think Ian will refuse a simple request from a friend." Ian always felt that Dumbledore was planning something, but nodded anyway. "Okay, I'll let you know when the time comes." Hearing Ian's promise, Hermione felt very much looking forward to it. Dumbledore and Grindelwald looked at the two with knowing smiles. Then Grindelwald handed Hermione a lobster claw. This surprised Hermione. She felt that the professors at Hogwarts were like her parents. Before Hermione had time to thank Grindelwald, there was a knock on the door of the lounge. "Please come in." Ian was a little puzzled. Who would come back so late? I saw McGonagall open the door and walked in, saw the three of Ian, and a figure she didn't expect. "Professor Dumbledore, I heard the portrait say that you are here with Ian, and two little wizards were caught on a night tour tonight. I need to teach you to deal with it." Then McGonagall turned to look seriously at the frightened Hermione and asked, "Miss Granger, why are you here?" Hermione turned pale the moment she saw it was Professor McGonagall. When Hermione heard McGonagall's question and was about to explain, she only heard Dumbledore say with a smile, "It was me and Ian who made her stay. After all, Miss Granger has worked so hard to learn." Ian looked at McGonagall, nodded and said, "It's too late to leave Hermione for dinner after all." After speaking, Ian tugged on Hermione's clothes, and at the same time used magic sound transmission to Hermione and said, "Professor McGonagall must have known that you went on night tours with them. Professor McGonagall won't pursue it if we don't tell it now. Professor McGonagall is a Gryffindor, after all. As long as you don't get caught, you haven't violated the school rules." Grindel on the side also nodded with a smile. Seeing this, McGonagall smiled and said, "Granger, I'll call you Hermione here. Since that's the case, remember to go back to the lounge after dinner." After speaking, Professor McGonagall moved away from the figure blocking the door, and Harry and Ronald at the door were staring at the scene in Ian's lounge with dumbfounded eyes. Incomparably luxurious. Ronald couldn't imagine how many galleons were needed for even one piece of furniture. What shocked them the most was seeing Granger next to Ian. At this moment, Hermione is holding the lobster's claws, and there is a cup of hot milk in front of her. It is obviously in stark contrast with the two unlucky ones at 1.9. After they separated from Hermione, they ran all the way to the 4th floor and ran into Peeves. Peeves and the noise they made woke up at least half the castle. Then they were caught on the spot by Filch, who was chasing them in the restricted area on the 4th floor. The reason was that the two failed to open the door in the corridor on the 4th floor. Just like that, Filch brought Harry and Ronald before McGonagall. McGonagall told the story of the future to those present. With the exception of Hermione, who was fidgeting, Ian and Grindelwald looked at Dumbledore playfully. At this moment, Ian teased Dumbledore and said with a smile, "Let me tell you, your door can only block the humanoid monster." Dumbledore's face darkened when he heard Ian's words. Chapter 53. In the end, the matter ended with Dumbledore speaking. Dumbledore put Harry and Ronald in confinement for a fortnight, arranged by McGonagall. Since it was the first time, Dumbledore did not deduct points. But this punishment is not the punishment of night travel, but the punishment of forgetting to unlock the lock. Dumbledore and the others can't wait for little wizards to go on adventures in the levels they set up. Now that Voldemort has become a beating worker, Harry and the others will naturally have no problem with their safety. And after seeing Hermione, Harry and Ronald naturally felt unbalanced. Why should we be locked up? And you have special treatment. Ian, who sensed the emotions of the two, waved his hands behind his back and cast a curse so that the two of them could not talk about it at any time and could only make a woo-woo-woo sound when they wanted to say it. This curse is a prank magic taught to Ian by the saints, but it cannot be lifted by the little wizard. Naturally, the magic fluctuations of Ian's spellcasting could not deceive the professors. Professor McGonagall gave Ian an approving wink. She didn't want Gryffindor to be ashamed. Dumbledore and Grindelwald gave inexplicable smiles, which gave Ian goosebumps. Only Hermione was struggling, and she had just worked up the courage to tell McGonagall what had happened. Before she could open her mouth, McGonagall smiled and said to her, "Hermione, I'll send the two of them back first, and I'll come back later." Then McGonagall knelt down and stroked Hermione's hair, whispering, "I know about your situation. The punishment for them is the punishment of forgetting to unlock the lock. We're Gryffindor. If we haven't been found out, then we haven't violated the school rules. Hermione, don't tell any other little wizards this." Hermione was flabbergasted. Was that from that stern Professor McGonagall? She's been rocked so many times tonight. Ian sent Andy the next day to set up a dragon farm in Norway with the key to the Gringotts vault in Norway. The head of the dark creature farm is now Moth Rogier. Ian, McGonagall, and Dumbledore changed Hermione a lot. Hermione began to gradually change her personality now and began to slowly accept other people's shortcomings. This allowed her to gain a little friendship with her roommate. At night, Hermione will appear in Ian's lounge from time to time, and this place is much more comfortable than the environment in the library. And there are so many delicious things. Every day, Ian and Dumbledore have different suppers, and there are some magical dishes made of magic ingredients. Really delicious. And the professors also take good care of her, and they will answer her questions when she has supper at night. Professor McGonagall escorted her back to the common room every night. It's called a legal night out. The treatment of Harry and Ronald was not so bad. Their confinement was arranged by McGonagall under Snape's hand, to make them remember. These days, Harry and Ronald are in pain. Harry received a letter from Hagrid on the weekend, inviting him to be a guest, but he never had time to go to Hagrid because of the confinement. Snape had borrowed a few ghosts from Ian to keep an eye on Harry and Ronald. This makes it impossible for them to even secretly goof off while living with fear and the endlessly disgusting potion ingredients waiting for them to deal with. In addition, Snape's venom is sprayed from time to time, spurring them on. And whenever Harry and Ronald tried to denounce Hermione, they couldn't speak anymore. Gryffindor's senior students also looked at the two of them bitterly. Ronald also gets laughed at by George and Fred. The professors also avoid talking about it. During the charms class, Professor Flitwick didn't give them two good looks again. Can you forget the lockpicking spell in Chapter 7 of Standard Spells? In order for the little wizards to break through the level, Flitwick, taught this spell in advance in the first class. In this way, it wasn't until the end of the second week of confinement that Harry and Ronald were able to breathe a sigh of relief. At this time, McGonagall found Harry and Ronald and told them seriously, "As a wizard, always remember your magic. Your wand is not a club for beating. I hope you can learn from this lesson." Harry and Ronald didn't quite understand why Professor McGonagall was telling them this. But Harry had a vague guess in his heart. This confinement should be related to casting spells. Ian receives letters from Andy Brack, the manager of the Norwegian Dragon Farm, every day. During the few days when Andy was working in Norway, he found that the people in the Wayway Ministry of Magic had a strange attitude towards them. Although it is welcome on the surface, people from the Norwegian Ministry of Magic seemed to be planning something deeper. Ian didn't have any special plan to let the Saints go to Norway to build a dragon farm this time, so Andy didn't bring the dead with him. Maybe the Norwegian Ministry of Magic thought they were dark wizards when they saw the undead, even though they were. The Minister of Magic of Norway, Meyer Nielsen, was plotting something in the minister's office at this time. A few days ago, he received several wizards from England who came to open a dragon farm. Meyer Nielsen is also the Minister of Magic who just came to power, so he is naturally very happy to receive such a very beneficial performance suddenly. But he still kept an eye out, because his resume does not allow him to make mistakes in the position of Minister of Magic. So he sent people to England to investigate the details of these people. But according to his investigation, the wizard named Andy Blake has been missing for decades. Andy Brack was a saint in his youth. So Meyer Nielsen had an idea. Who doesn't know that Grindelwald is dead, and now there is only one descendant left? And this descendant of the Grindelwald family is just a chess piece introduced by Dumbledore. So whether this Andy Blake is true or not, just grabbing Andy Brack and handing it to the International Federation of Wizards will bring him a lot of prestige. At the same time, the inheritance of these remaining saints, an entire dragon farm, and a large sum of galleons can also be legally collected. Meyer Nielsen looked at the president of the Norwegian branch of the International Federation of Wizards and the director of the Norwegian Auror Office, True, and said, "President Yleisen, it seems that we have received a gift from Merlin this time. Of course, the most important thing is to ask Director True to release the first magic." Yleisen and Norway Otrulu looked at Mayer with a smile and said, "Of course. Regards, Merlin. Regard Malin." Chapter 54. At night, Meyer, True, and Yleisen led people to attack the Saints' camp. At the request of Minister Meyer, all the Norwegian Aurors were dispatched, and they captured Andy Brack and some of the Saints with the help of confusing potions and sneak attacks. Andy and the Saints are held in the courtroom of the Ministry of Magic. At this time, Meyer Nielsen and True were torturing Andy Brack in the courtroom. "You are so tenacious. You have survived both the Veritaserum potion and the Cruciatus curse. Tell me where the rest of you are, and I'll stop torturing you." Truilo slowly put away his wand and said in his mouth. He had already used no less than 2 Cruciatus curse just now, but he didn't expect that Andy, who is already very old, is still a tough guy. The other saints have been tied up at this time, and their mouths have been cursed, and they are guarded by Aurors. The saints looked at the two who were torturing Andy. If eyes could kill, Minister Meyer and True would have died countless times. Andy took a mouthful of blood, looked at Meyer and True with red eyes, and said ferociously, "If you kill me, I won't tell where they are. Give up." The angry Trullo is going to cast the Cruciatus curse on Andy again, so that he can experience the taste of this curse. But Trulu was stopped by Meyer and said, "Stop using this spell. You've tortured him to death and will never know where the vault key is. It is very likely that Grindelwald left in the treasury in Norway, and I don't know how many good things there are. By the way, I've heard of you, Andy Brack. Brack, you are already old, and it is said that you would not be cursed so easily when you were young. But there are so many black magic items on you. 20 people against more than 200 Aurors. 3 or 4 Aurors from our Ministry of Magic have died, and you are only seriously injured. Should I be called a follower of Grindelwald?" Andy stared at Minister Meyer and said, "If you don't kill me now, I will definitely turn you into a P**********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************e You can't get out. You will die in an international court. I think a Dementor's kiss would suit you better. But Andy laughed loudly, glanced at the two of them, and said, "Don't worry, your fate will not be any better than mine. Sir will avenge me." Meyer looked at Andy playfully and said, "Oh, I remember that your master Grindelwald is dead and died tragically in Nurmengard prison. Now there is only one descendant left in Grindelwald's family. Do you still expect him to avenge you? When you go to the International Wizarding Tribunal, I'm afraid he will not be able to protect himself." Andy looked at Secretary Meyer sneeringly and said, "You think Sir is a little wizard? Wait, your end will be worse than mine. You can't even die in peace." Meyer looked at the crazy Andy. His eyes became cold. He turned his head and said to True, "Interrogate him as you like. Let him tell the location of the vault key, but don't kill him." Ian was having supper with the Dumbledores at the moment. Dumbledore and Grindelwald looked at today's supper: butter-baked Norwegian Ridgeback tenderloin, spicy fried tenderloin, and grilled tenderloin, and swallowed their saliva. McGonagall looked at Ian while eating his supper and exclaimed, "I never knew dragon meat could be so delicious." Hermione puffed her cheeks and nodded quickly. It was so delicious that she couldn't stop it. Green Grindelwald looked at Ian at this time, smiled and said, "Ian, I suspect that you asked Andy to set up this farm just because you knew the rarity of the Norwegian Ridgeback. It's not good for such a delicious creature to be eaten." Ian raised his glass and took a sip, nodded and said, "And their fangs are very suitable for making some dangerous potions." Hearing Ian's words, Dumbledore nodded with a smile. "I've given it to Severus to study. He also asked if I had any other Norwegian Ridgeback material. Of course, I can only say no. I don't want him to know that the meat was eaten by us." Just when Grindelwald was about to continue to say something, Newbie appeared in front of everyone. Nubby held a letter in his hand, saluted Ian, and said, "Master," and I'll just drop this letter at the door. Newbie brought it to Master. Looking at the letter in Nubby's hand, Ian smiled and took it. Grindelwald also looked at the letter and said with a smile, "Ian, it seems that you have adapted to the job of a leader." Ian ignored Grindelwald, opened the envelope, and read it. As Ian read the letter, his frown deepened. The professors felt the magic in Ian start to boil. They all looked at Ian seriously. Seeing that the professors were all looking at Ian, Hermione, who was already beside him, stuck her little head over worriedly and curiously. But the words war, injury, and support caught my eye on the letter. Hermione's face suddenly turned pale. Grindelwald hurriedly asked, "Ian, what did the letter say?" With a gloomy face, Ian handed the letter to Grindelwald and said, "The Norwegian Ministry of Magic launched a war against our people, Andy, and they were captured. Jess Anchor, who escaped, wrote me this letter." After Grindelwald took the letter, he saw that it said, "Sir, the Norwegian Ministry of Magic declared us the remnants of the saints and waged war on us. Scumbag Meyer Nelson leads people to put a curse on our people in the good time of night. Mr. Andy Brack and others are now arrested by the Norwegian Ministry of Magic in order to cover us. Most of the people we escaped were also injured. Sir, please send someone to help." Grindelwald read the letter. Dumbledore's face darkened after hearing this and said, "Ian, I'm going. After all, I'm the president of the International Federation of Wizards and the head wizard of the Wizengarda. Meyer Nelson dare not oppose me. I will let him let Andy go." Ian looked at Dumbledore, and the black mist on Ian's body was gradually pouring out of his claws. He controlled his anger and prevented the black mist from reaching everyone in the room. A voice from hell came from Ian's mouth. "They're coming after me. I'll go get them myself. Since they want war, then I will give them war." Chapter 55, Natural Disasters Come. It was finally decided that Dumbledore and Grindelwald would accompany Ian on the trip. McGonagall stayed behind to look after Hermione and handle Hogwarts work. "Ian, don't involve muggles. Now we need to gather strength." Ian looked very calm, looked at Dumbledore and said, "Dumbledore, I know. The Norwegian Ministry of Magic won't stop me this time. Will you?" Dumbledore shook his head with complicated eyes and said, "For the greater good." Grindelwald patted Dumbledore on the shoulder. "That's what you look like. Albus, the young you are the real you. For the greater good." Then Dumbledore recruited Fox, and the Flame of the Phoenix brought the three of them to the Bialoisa forest outside the Norwegian Ministry of Magic. The remaining saints were waiting for Ian's support here, and when they saw the Phoenix Flame, they thought it was Dumbledore coming. But when they saw Ian and Grindelwald step out of the flames, they immediately relaxed. The most powerful god in the hearts of the saints has come. Looking at the wounded saints, Ian frowned. Ian directly took out a soul, crushed it, and transformed it into life energy Emperor Shibai saints. The wounds on the saints are healing visibly. Even wounds caused by black magic are stabilized. Dumbledore and Grindelwald are shocked every time they see Ian's magic. Extend life, heal wounds, and restore magic power. Unfortunately, only Ian can use this spell. Grindelwald also asked Ian at that time, and Ian said that he needed to be proficient in death magic to the extreme. Grindelwald is now also learning death magic. As he became more and more familiar with death magic, he felt that this magic was definitely not as simple as Ian said. Ian looked at the saints who got better and said 2 words coldly. Lead the way. But the simple 2 words made the saints cheer. Andy Brack, they're saved. Sir won't give up on us. This time I can finally see the powerful strength of Mr. Not long after. Ian looked at the building hidden deep underground in front of him and asked without any emotion, Is this here? Yes, sir. This is the entrance to the Norwegian Ministry of Magic. Jess Anchor, who led Ian the way, replied excitedly. Ian nodded, looked back at the crowd, and quietly said a word. Do you know why my title is Natural Disaster? As soon as Ian's voice fell, everyone only felt the surrounding temperature drop suddenly. Countless black space cracks appeared around, and spirits crawled out one by one. Another skeletal dragon has already flown into the air, hovering over Ian's head. In a few seconds, all the plants in and around Bieloisa Forest withered, just by summoning the undead. This place has already become the land of the dead. Then, a huge corpse stretched out its hand from the crack in the space. And when he climbed up, everyone found that this huge corpse was bigger than a bone dragon. The giant undead voluntarily got down on the ground, picked up everyone, and placed them on their heads with their hands. Even knowing that it is Ian's undead, everyone's faces are still pale. Dumbledore and Grindelwald became serious when they saw this terrifying scene, but he quickly waved his wand and cast the muggle-repelling curse. With the full efforts of the 2 of them, this range is ridiculously large. Still, it's good that the Bobby Muggles saw Ian's ghost. Dumbledore thought that the withering of the forest must be hidden, and he could only let the Muggles make up their own minds. The Muggle Prime Minister also needs to send someone to say hello, otherwise things will be difficult to explain. Then Ian turned around and said, Because I am the walking scourge. Secretary Meyer has returned to his ministerial office. He's already at the post-Indy Blake trial. He'll get a lot of galleons, and a dragon farm for the Ministry of Magic, and that huge fee at the International Confederation of Wizards. Hero Meyer Nelson. But when he was still fantasizing, he suddenly felt that the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly to freezing point. President Yulson. Meyer shouted out the door. Meyer could see that he was breathing white air when he spoke. Minister. Yulisen hurried into Meyer's office. President Yulson, what happened outside? Suddenly the temperature dropped to this level. Yulisen was also shivering from the cold and was about to speak. ###. Boom. A loud explosion resounded throughout the Ministry of Magic. The ground was shaken and trembled, and some places that had been in disrepair for a long time collapsed directly. Both Meyer and Yulisen nearly fell to the ground. The 2 heard the noise just now as if it came from the upper floor. At this time, the Aurors of the Norwegian Ministry of Magic on the 1st floor and the staff on night shift were knocked down to the ground by the impact of the huge explosion. If they weren't wizards with relatively strong physiques, they would definitely have been seriously injured by now. Berg is an elite Auror of the Norwegian Ministry of Magic. After completing the task of arresting the saints today, he was assigned to guard on the 1st floor to prevent the saints from reinforcements. When the huge explosion just now gave him a splitting headache, he had never felt such a powerful wave of magic. Barely supporting his body with his hands, he looked into the smoke of the explosion. I saw many strange figures appearing in the smoke. Suppressing the physical pain, Berg thought suspiciously. The support of the saints? Why did you come so soon? But when the smoke dissipated, fear instantly boiled in his heart. I saw that it was a moving skeleton and corpse. The entire entrance of the Ministry of Magic that was blown up. You can see that there are still undead all over the mountains and plains outside. The undead hold all kinds of weapons in their hands, and the eyes of each undead are burning with purple flames. Ka. The footsteps of the undead hit the hearts of everyone in the Ministry of Magic like the death bell. Merlin, what is that? The corpse is alive. The corpse is alive. They are coming for revenge. Don't panic. Quick, attack them. An Auror just raised his wand, but among the undead there are skeletal mages who can cast spells faster than him. A black spell flew out from the tip of the skeleton mage's wand, hitting the Auror who raised the spell directly. Ah! Then, a heart-piercing scream spread throughout the hall of the Norwegian Ministry of Magic. Chapter 56. I saw white maggots gushing out from the body of the wizard who was hit, frantically eating his flesh and blood. Blood spewed out wildly. In a short while, the maggots had been gnawed until only the vital organs and the head remained. Help me. The moment he finished speaking, countless maggots gushed out from his facial features and internal organs. Die instantly. The people around him who saw this scene immediately vomited. Crazy back. What wicked magic is this? But there were also one or two unlucky ones who got too close to that horror and got maggots crawling on them. The hellish way of death just now happened again. Then, the mages among the undead cast spells on the corpse that had been gnawed down to the skeleton. Everyone in the Ministry of Magic, who had been terrified to the extreme, only saw the skeleton of their colleague who had just died standing up again. After picking up his own wand, his eyes lit up with the same soul fire as the undead. This scene directly caused the people on this floor to panic to the point of mental breakdown. Merlin is here. Someone help me. What the hell are those skeletons? I'm going home. Now the gate has been blocked by countless undead. The anti-apparition magic in the Norwegian Ministry of Magic has no escape for them. Some wizards scrambled and ran to the lower level. There are also some wizards who dare not move where they are, praying to Merlin to bless them. And a few wizards who were frightened mad rushed towards the undead army, but they ended up becoming a member of the undead. Just when the mental stress of the people in the Norwegian Ministry of Magic reached its limit, they saw a huge mummified head appearing from the open door. This scene scared the people who stayed in the hall on the first floor to death. Many wizards finally fainted in fear. Ian and the saints sat on the head of the undead titan, looking at the chaotic crowd below. The saints tried their best to swallow their saliva. If they hadn't seen Ian's magic experiment in the breeding farm, they would have vomited like the people who vomited below. Grindelwald watched the skeleton mage's magic with interest. Dumbledore frowned. His perennial habits made him uncomfortable with cruel scenes, but thought it was for the greater good. And this time the Norwegian Ministry of Magic was actually targeting Ian. Dumbledore finally hardened himself. Ian still looked indifferently at the crowd below. Afterwards, Ian pulled out Ian's heart and held it against his cheek with a loud voice. You guys, do you know where my friends are? As Ian spoke, all the undead surrounding the Norsemen knelt down and saluted Ian. This stunned the people who were still alive below. Are these demons controlled by someone? Only then did the people of the Norwegian Ministry of Magic see Ian standing on the head of the undead titan. Behind him is the remnant of saints who fled today. Berg, who was trembling from the temperature and fear below, resisted the fear and asked, Are you a descendant of the Grindelwald family? Ian ignored his thoughts and said directly in a cold tone, I only count to 3. Answer me. Berg shouted anxiously to Ian. Wait, I think we can sit down and talk. Ian glanced at him and continued. 3. Kill them all. Hearing Ian's order, the undead stood up, the death of souls in their eyes beating wildly. The undead screamed and raised their weapons to charge the Norwegian Ministry of Magic. Dark Lord. He's the Dark Lord. The Ministry of Magic is gone. The undead are like wolves in the flock, and the wizards of the Norwegian Ministry of Magic have already been scared out of their wits. Now he was killed by the undead, and then transformed into an undead, and then picked up the wand and killed his former colleagues. Looking at the colleagues who were massacred, Berg's eyes were broken. Now he dare not delay any longer. At the end of the sentence, Ian yelled frantically, Stop! They're in the courtroom. Stop! Stop! Ian glanced at him, but didn't give the order to stop. Then Berg saw Dumbledore, cried out heart-piercingly, Dumbledore, stop him! Aren't you the patron saint of the magic world? Why are you standing with this demon? Dumbledore shook his head and murmured, It's all for the greater good. Seeing that Dumbledore shook his head, Berg seemed to have been drained of strength and asked Ian bitterly, Why are you still killing them? I've told you where the saints are. This person is not crazy yet. He has good talent. He can make a lich with some magic materials. Ian gave him a cold look and said, The moment they hit my friend, that's when they're dead. Ask for flowers. At this time, the saint on the head of the undead titan heard Ian's words and was immediately moved to tears. I swear in my heart that I will be loyal to Ian in this life. Shed the last drop of blood for the Grindelwald family. Berg smiled bitterly. They had no strength to resist Ian. But Berg then pointed his wand at Ian with a grim expression. But before he released the spell, a wraith appeared behind Berg. Puff! Berg lowered his head and saw a bloody hand protruding from his chest. It's his heart that's in his hand. In a state of panic and disbelief, Berg's heart was crushed by the wraith. After Ian saw that the wraith had killed Berg, He took Berg's body into the space ring. Now the two liches lost at Death God can make up for it a little bit. Not long after, the wizard in the hall of the Norwegian Ministry of Magic has been killed by the undead. All wizards at the Norwegian Ministry of Magic have been turned into undead. At this time, Grindelwald on the head of the Titan undead asked Ian, shall we rush down and save Andes now? Ian sensed the soul fluctuation behind the inner door of the hall and replied to Grindelwald lightly, no, they're already here. After hearing the explosion, Minister Meyer and Yulson immediately summoned their staff and led them to the hall on the first floor. He took everyone except Truilo and the 10 elite Aurors who stayed underground to guard Andy Blake and others. But Minister Meyer and Yulson always had a very bad feeling in their hearts. The feeling of heart palpitations and the changes in the environment of the Ministry of Magic made them feel very uneasy. President Yulson, I always feel that something big will happen. Yelizen's face was stiff from the cold, and Mion Sun replied, Minister Meyer, although I also feel this way, I don't think it will be a big deal. After all, no one dares to attack the Ministry of Magic. The saints are not the saints they were back then. Now they are just a bunch of remnants. Meyer nodded after listening, comforted himself in his heart, and said, that's right. No fool would dare attack the Ministry of Magic. But when the two reached the third floor, they heard the screams gradually coming from upstairs. They have never heard such a miserable scream. This made Minister Meyer and Yulson's scalp tingle, and they looked at each other in disbelief. Minister Meyer roared heartbreakingly, quick, speed me up. Someone is attacking the Ministry of Magic 5. Chapter 57. When Minister Meyer and others came to the inner door of the hall, the screams in the hall had all stopped. It was as quiet as a no man's land behind the door. On the way they encountered some Ministry of Magic staff who had escaped and were frightened mad. Their eyes were broken, and they only chanted words like, dead. They are all dead. No matter how much they called them, they still squatted on the ground and talked to themselves as if they couldn't hear them. Once they touch them, they will jump like haze. All these things made Minister Meyer and Yelizen feel more uneasy. They felt as if there were demons waiting for them behind the door. The wizard army they assembled is also more and more frightened at this time. The screams just now were too miserable. Now it's as quiet as a cemetery at night. Coupled with the drastic changes in the environment in the Norwegian Ministry of Magic, including the plants inside, it is July 43. Meyer's trembling hand slowly touched the handle of the door. President Yulson, suppressing his uneasiness, Yelizen reluctantly said, Minister, open the door. Trust my judgment. Minister Meyer nodded reluctantly and pressed down the handle of the gate little by little. The door was slowly pushed open, and everyone in the Norwegian Ministry of Magic saw countless skeletons and corpses looking towards them. The hollow eyes of those skeletons and corpses still burn with fire. The environment in the hall is no longer what they are familiar with. The blood all over the ground was frozen into ice, and the hall has turned bloody at this time, especially with a gigantic head sticking out of the destroyed entrance. Minister Meyer and others felt like their hearts were about to stop beating, especially when Minister Meyer and Ulzen see a mutilated, live corpse. He recognized it. It was one of his Aurors. At this time, this Auror, like those undead, only had burning flames in his eyes. Keep an eye on Minister Meyer and everyone. Merlin's magic. Stell. That's Stell? How did he become like this? Is this the arrival of the god of death? Yulson trembled all over and said to Minister Meyer beside him in fear, Minister, is it Reaper? Before Minister Meyer could speak, he heard an indifferent voice say, Maggots, welcome to hell. Minister Meyer and the others only saw a little silver-haired wizard standing on top of the giant. As soon as Ian's words fell, the undead raised their weapons and roared. Then he rushed towards the Norwegian Ministry of Magic, who had just come up. At this time, as the reporter of the Daily Prophet, Rita Skeeter, she came to Norway. Rita Skeeter received a message from the Minister of Magic of Norway, Meyer Nielsen. Says there's big news for her. There's a message from the saints, and it's about the descendants of the Grindelwalds. Rita Skeeter thought about it and understood that Meyer wanted to put pressure on the Grindelwald family by giving her news. Force the Grindelwald family to compromise with the Norwegian Ministry of Magic, and then eat the Grindelwald family step by step. Even so, she has no reason to refuse such a win-win situation. Rita Skeeter found a way through the night and came to Norway with a port key, and now she is on her way to the Norwegian Ministry of Magic. Rita Skeeter wears a reflective green dress, jeweled glasses, rings on fat fingers, and an alligator bag. Rita Skeeter was on the road, murmuring happily to herself, Meyer, a greedy goblin. How could he have news about the Grindelwald family and the saints? but the Grindelwald family gave the steel to the greedy Meyer. Then I'll accept the news unceremoniously this time. He 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 he. When Rita was about to step over the last hill, she frowned and said doubtfully, "Why is the temperature so low along the way? And the surrounding plants are dead? Feel like black magic." A feeling of uneasiness appeared in Rita's heart, but her years of awareness made her feel that this might be big news. Immediately, Rita took out the magic camera from the crocodile leather bag, took a photo of the surrounding environment, and then walked towards the top of the mountain. Flip over, and you'll be within the scope of the Norwegian Ministry of Magic. When Rita got to the top of the mountain, what she saw made her heart stop. The undead all over the mountains and plains have surrounded the Norwegian Ministry of Magic. This number is at least 100,000. A flaming dragon hovers in the black sky. There is also a huge undead lying on its stomach and sticking its head into the Norwegian Ministry of Magic. Seeing this scene, Rita was so frightened that her legs went limp and she sat on the ground. But then she was so excited. Forcibly suppressing the fear in her heart, Rita tremblingly picked up the camera and took a picture of this horrific scene. Norway, the Ministry of Magic, is destroyed. Did the god of death come to the world? In the Norwegian Ministry of Magic, every corner is already filled with undead. In the courtroom, the terrified ex-minister Meyer, Yelisen and True were kneeling in front of Ian, guarded by the undead. When Meyer and Ullerson saw Dumbledore, they thought that Dumbledore was coming to save them. But in the end they found out in despair that Dumbledore was with the devil. Everyone is dead. And when Ian attacked the courtroom, Trullo thought it was Meyer who came back, but it turned out to be Ian's undead. Before they could react, the Aurors were all killed, and finally turned into undead in front of them. After the left-behind Aurors were killed by none left and turned into undead, the Norwegian Ministry of Magic has since become history. Grindelwald is examining the injuries of the tortured saints. Dumbledore looked at Meyer, Yelisen, and True in front of him, and asked Ian with a complicated expression, "Ian, what about these three people?" From Dumbledore's journey, he felt that Ian's cruelty far exceeded his imagination. But he didn't dare to stop Ian at this time. This is the first time Ian started a war in this world. It's also the first time Ian has waged a war to protect his friends in 1.8. If he stops Ian, he will definitely fight Ian. And this time Grindelwald will definitely not be on his side. His relationship with Ian will definitely drop to freezing point too. If Ian leaves Hogwarts, they can't afford it. The prophecy of the destruction of the world may indeed be born. And for Dumbledore, Ian has been in contact with Ian for so long, and Ian is always thinking of them. They are already family members. He and Grindelwald regard Ian as their friend and at the same time regard Ian as their child. Reasonably speaking, he has no reason to stop Ian from destroying the Norwegian Ministry of Magic. And he knew that if he and Grindelwald and the people at Hogwarts were hurt, Ian's methods could be even more brutal. Chapter 58. Meyer, Ullerson, and True had heard Dumbledore's words and thought that Dumbledore would intercede for them. But what Ian said next scared the three of them out of their wits. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Ian exuded the mist of black magic and said, "I want to take out the souls of the three of them, make them into soul lamps, and burn them until they completely dissipate." The fear of the three exploded completely at this moment. The kneeling trio frantically pleaded with Dumbledore. "President Dumbledore, you have to save us. Please, save us. We dare not again." Dumbledore just shook his head and walked towards Grindelwald. Before the three of them could speak again, the black magic aura emanating from Ian's body overwhelmed the three of them. In the black mist came the violent screams of three people. Don't. Let me go. I'm the Minister of Magic. Demon. You are a demon. But after a while, the screams in the black mist stopped. The black mist was taken back by Ian, only to see that the black mist dissipated, and Ian had 3 more bone lamps with green lights on his hands. The lamps are held together by a chain of bones, and each has a human face in the middle. 25 it is Meyer, Yelisen, and Trio. They are ignited in the soul, and a green flame burns in the soul. The 3 screamed and screamed in the soul lamp, but no sound came out. After doing this, Ian walked towards Grindelwald, and Ian came to Andy Blake's side. At this time, Andy still didn't have a piece of good meat on his body. Andy, who was dying, looked at Ian, with tears in his eyes, choked up and said, "I'm sorry, sir. I didn't complete your task. And I screwed up. I left kids hurt." Ian shook his head and said, "You have worked hard." After speaking, Ian sat down beside Andy, using magic to feel Andy's wound. 7 cruciatus curses, more than a dozen torture curses, and some traces of black magic. Andy watched Ian sit next to him, grabbed Ian's hand, and continued, Sir, Andy is not working hard. Thank you, sir, for avenging me. I don't want to go to death. If you can, please let my body become your undead. I can continue to follow Mr. After speaking, Andy looked at the young saints around him and said loudly, You must follow Mr. Never disappoint Mr. S expectations. At this moment, Ian frowned, interrupted Andy, and said directly, Don't talk now. If you have anything to say, wait for you to recover later. I have enough undead. I don't need one of you. Ian's words stunned Andy and the saints around him. Grindelwald was also surprised. Ian, Andy's soul is about to shatter. Can it be saved like this? The surrounding saints also said excitedly, Please, sir, save Mr. Black. Yes, sir. Mr. Black, he never betrayed you. Please, sir, don't blame Mr. Black. Dumbledore also frowned and said, Ian, don't push yourself too hard. Ian heard the words of the two old men and the surrounding saints and said with a smile, I don't blame Andy. Don't you understand me after all this time? You are my friends, and I am your backing. I'm a necromancer. No one knows black magic and souls better than me. The black magic of these people from the Ministry of Magic can't be stronger than the god of death, right? Hearing Ian's words, the surrounding saints became even more excited. Thank you, sir. I will follow Mr. to the death. Ian rubbed his sore temples and said, Just be quiet. I'll save Andy first. For an instant the saints shut up and just looked at Ian feverishly. Ian patted Dumbledore and Grindelwald on the shoulders and said, Old man, don't worry. I can bring him back even if he dies. Don't forget that the god of death was cut with a scythe by me. Grindelwald and Dumbledore smiled and said, Then leave it to you, and Ian nodded. He still knew the condition of Andy's soul through the magic induction just now. Sir, can I really survive? Andy looked at Ian expectantly. Andy only saw Ian cast a sleeping spell on him. Ian nodded with a smile, took out a few souls, and said, You should take a rest first, sleep and wake up. This was the last thing Andy saw before he fell asleep. Ian shattered the soul in his hand with magic power and transformed it into pure soul power and life force. Ian gently put his hands on Andy's body, mending his broken soul bit by bit. Meanwhile, without looking back, Ian just said, Jess, tell Moth to bring someone. Today the Ministry of Magic in Norway was destroyed by me, but someone still needs to manage it. When Moth arrives, you will go to the homes of the officials of the Norwegian Ministry of Magic and visit them one by one. All those who do not submit will be killed. All the families involved in today's war will be imprisoned. Sai chooses the person who can use it, and can use the Imperius Curse or the Unbreakable Vow, and everything else will be wiped out. None of them are innocent. After Dumbledore listened, he wanted to persuade Ian. I thought about it, but it is true. Ian must have a stable environment. This old man is about to move. Then Ian said to Grindelwald, If there are people related to the Durmstrang School of Magic, old man, I need you to arrange the manpower. 11 Grindelwald laughed and said, Of course, that old guy, Michael Caro, has long wanted to come out and do some activities. At this point Dumbledore said helplessly, Ian, I may have to go first. This incident will set off an earthquake in the wizarding world by the time of day. 1. I need to deal with the 597 side of the International Federation of Wizards, and remember to arrange for someone to take over the position of the Norwegian Ministry of Magic. Give me some saints, and I will characterize this incident as an attack by an unknown group of black wizards. In the end, it was your hands that repelled the dark wizard. Hearing Dumbledore's words, Ian nodded and said, You can discuss this with Grindelwald. I need to treat Andy first now. You know, I hate trouble. Dumbledore nodded with a smile and moved aside to discuss with Grindelwald. Not long after, Andy woke up slowly, and the first thing he looked at was Ian. Gentlemen. Ian looked at Andy with a smile and said, Feel how your body and soul are doing right now. Andy listened to Ian and began to check his body with a spell. I saw Andy sat up excitedly and said, Sir, I feel better now. Seeing Andy who had recovered, the saints immediately cheered. Mr. is not only powerful in magic, he is also the top healing wizard. This injury can't be rescued even if it is carried to St. Mungo's Magical Injury Hospital. Seeing that Andy has recovered, Ian suddenly remembered what happened just now. Ian handed the soul lamp to Andy, then patted Andy on the shoulder and asked with a smile, I gave you the lamp of the soul. You have the final say on how to take revenge. By the way, Andy, how about you come to be Norway's Minister of Magic? Chapter 59. Today's Daily Prophet and the Muggle papers are buzzing. All the plants in Bialoisa forest in Norway withered in one night. The creatures in the forest are basically all dead. There are also many Muggle footprints found on the ground, but no one knows what kind of footprints. Some say it belongs to humans, while others say it belongs to legendary creatures. Norse mythology was also pulled out as evidence, and some people even sent a scientific expedition team over. But they are destined not to get any answers, and this event has been recorded in the world's top 10 unsolved mysteries. And the Daily Prophet, in the Magical World, published Rita's article. Norwegian Ministry of Magic was wiped out by black magic creatures overnight. The reporter risked his life to take pictures of the horrific scene while traveling in Norway. Some sources speculate that this incident may be related to the Grindelwald family. We all know that the Grindelwald family was in the early years. In the end, the dark creatures suddenly disappeared again. This is simply a long-planned conspiracy. The undead captured in the photo are like a sea of undead wandering in Bieloisa forest. The wizards who saw the report were instantly shrouded in fear, and the descendants of Grindelwald were once again pushed to the forefront, especially British wizards. They have seen Ian's bone dragon. In the Great Hall of Hogwarts, today was another day of owls flooding, and countless letters were dropped. The parents of the little wizard are very worried about the situation of the students at school. If you have any questions, please reply immediately and the parents will take them home. Professor McGonagall is also busy with this problem at this time. And when the students saw the photo in the Daily Prophet, they were still in disbelief. The sea of undead in the photo, the undead in it really resembles Professor Grindelwald's undead. So Professor Grindelwald is so powerful. Draco felt more and more his admiration for Professor Grindelwald. He must study the lessons taught by Grindelwald. And Hermione, who has been up all night, just saw the newspaper. She can be sure that Ian did it. Yesterday she knew that Ian and the others were going to fight the Norwegian Ministry of Magic, but she didn't expect that the Ministry of Magic would be destroyed in one night. Ian's strength shocked her again, but Hermione's eyes were full of worry, wondering if Ian was injured. Just when the magic world started to panic, news came from the International Federation of Wizards. The dark wizards at the Norwegian Ministry of Magic last night were wiped out by Dumbledore and the French Rogier family. The news cheered up the wizarding world. Dumbledore is also the patron saint of the wizarding world. But regrettably, all the aurors of the Norwegian Ministry of Magic and the head of the Ylesen branch, Minister Meyer, died in battle. Andy Black has been chosen by Dumbledore and Jack Rosier as the new Norwegian Minister for Magic. At the same time, Andy Blake announced when he took the stage, the bone dragon and some dark creatures in yesterday's photo are the magic of Grindelwald's family. At that time, it was Ian Grindelwald's timely support that successfully killed the dark wizard who controlled the dark creatures. Since the dark wizards were killed, the dark magic creatures were all gone. This news was confirmed by the testimony of Dumbledore and Jack Rosier. With the confirmation of the news, the magic world is boiling again. Many consider Ian to be Dumbledore's successor. There are also some people who think this is a plot by the Grindelwald family. But the speech was suppressed by the International Federation of Wizards. Because the International Federation of Wizards and the Wisengamot decided to award Ian Grindelwald and others the Order of Merlin, First Class. Thank them for saving the Norwegian wizarding world. When word reached the British wizarding world, Ian's claim that he was the terrifying Dark Lord was overturned. The little wizards of Hogwarts cheered. Their professor is a hero in the dark. Only Hermione was relieved to hear that Ian was still safe, and murmured in a voice that only she could hear, "Ian is a big liar." At this time, Ian and Grindelwald are at Zerridge Castle in the Scottish Highlands. The two were sitting and having lunch in the auditorium of the castle. There was an extra lunch on the table. Obviously they were waiting for someone. Grindelwald looked at Ian with a smile and said, "It's really not easy to fool those old guys this time." Ian rubbed his temples and said, "It's really a big mess this time." Grindelwald laughed loudly. "It's okay. I'll take care of it. It's time for him to run errands for you." Just as Grindelwald finished speaking, a ball of fire appeared in the auditorium. Dumbledore's figure stepped out of the firelight, Fox still on his shoulders. "Gale, although I, an old man, have regained my youth. But for me, such errands are still very painful." Grindelwald looked at Dumbledore, who had just arrived, and said, "Why do you come so timely every time?" Dumbledore smiled and said, "Maybe it's my luck." After speaking, Dumbledore looked at Ian and continued, "Ian, this time it's taken care of. With the testimony of me and Gale pretending to be Jack, there will be no problem with the International Federation of Wizards." Ian nodded and said with a smile, "Thanks, Dumbledore. But next time there is such a thing, I will do it again." Dumbledore shook his head helplessly and said, "I can't stop you, Ian. It's understandable to be angry because of a friend." After speaking, Dumbledore came to the table seat and sat down. Fox also flew to the bird stand that Grindelwald had prepared for him and began to enjoy his own lunch. Dumbledore looked up at Ian and said to Ian, "By the way, Ian, the International Federation of Wizards and the Wisingamot are going to award you the Order of Merlin, first class." Ian smiled and joked, "So I've ruined their Ministry of Magic, and they have to thank the Lord for me?" Dumbledore said helplessly, "No way. The credit for killing the Dark Wizard can only be given to you. Your bone dragon is too conspicuous. You can't even cover it up." Ian nodded reluctantly and asked, "Isn't it troublesome to change this ceremony?" Dumbledore looked at Ian's troublesome look. Dumbledore suddenly felt much better and said, "It's not troublesome. It has been decided to hold it at the British Ministry of Magic. I will give you the award." Seeing that he couldn't shirk it, Ian could only nod his head and agree to come down, but asked for an extension. He still has a lot of research to do. Seeing Ian like this, Grindelwald smiled and said, "Ian, that is an honor that many people will never get in their lifetime." Ian glanced at Grindelwald and said, "I just want to destroy a Ministry of Magic a day. Believe it or not, you two old men will run away." Chapter 60. When Rita Skeeter woke up, she found that she had been tied up in a dark basement. Her mouth has been sealed with a spell, and her body is also bound by chains so that she cannot move. A group of dark wizards broke into her house suddenly. She was so scared that she immediately used the Animagus spell to hide. Her Animagus is a beetle, and no one knows her secret, but just saw a wizard stick out his wand and use a magic she had never seen before. She was about to watch the joke, only to hear, "There she is." Then the beetle she turned into was surrounded by this group of dark wizards. A spell was cast directly on the beetle she turned into. Jess Anchor looked at the woman in front of him, then at the photo in his hand, and said, "Very good. I didn't catch the wrong person." Then a saint walked up to Jace and said, "When we found the woman, she was a beetle. I found it with the magic of soul detection taught by my master. Should be an illegal animagus. I haven't seen any information about her in the Ministry of Magic." Jess nodded after hearing that, and then looked at the pale Rita with interest. Said, "It's you who explained what 197 saw in Norway yesterday. Or should I put a curse on you with my wand and ask you to tell me again?" On the other hand, Michael Caro has broken into the Durmstrang School of Witchcraft and Wizardry with the Saints. Igor Karkaroff, who was restrained on the chair, looked at Michael Caro angrily, but the look in his eyes already revealed his fear. Michael Caro is the head of the Caro family in Germany. It is said that he was once a saint. Igor Karkaroff insisted and asked, "Me, Arthur Caro, what are you doing breaking into my school?" Michael Caro first glanced at Victor Crumb, who was tied up in a corner. Victor Crumb's eyes were full of fear at this time. He happened to come to the principal's office today to learn from Karkaroff, and a group of wizards broke into the principal's office just like this and tied him up. Karkaroff was also pointed at with a wand and dared not move on the principal's seat. My Arthur waved his hand and said, "Throw him out. The following things are not for him to hear." A saint beside my Arthur nodded, and the national magic wand used the levitation spell to drive Victor Crumb out of the principal's room. Karkaroff saw his favorite, CFFH, student being treated like this, and he was completely ignored by my Arthur. He became even more angry and immediately wanted to draw out his wand. But just as Karkaroff's hand reached for his wand, a death-defying curse was immediately shot at Karkaroff's office. Immediately the desk was blown to pieces. Karkaroff's body stiffened immediately. Maya and these dark wizards really intend to kill themselves. My Arthur retracted his wand, laughed, and said to Karkaroff, "Death Eater's mouse, can you be obedient now?" Hearing what Michael said, Karkaroff turned pale in shock and hurriedly said, "I'm not a Death Eater. Mr. Caro, is there a misunderstanding today?" My Arthur smiled and said, "Do you know that we all know that a mouse is a mouse?" Karkaroff fell silent, but he dared not speak out. My Arthur looked at the mouse in front of him and knew that now was not the time to play tricks on him, and the husband still had something to tell himself. Then Meyershurst said, "Today, my husband asked me to ask you for help with something, and you know what will happen if you refuse." Karkaroff was stunned for a moment. As if thinking of something, he asked, "Sir, you mean the descendants of Grindelwald?" Michael smiled playfully, looked at Karkaroff contemptuously, and said, "That's not something you can know. I'll just say it once, otherwise if I kill you, I can find another person's background." Cold sweat had soaked Karkaroff's clothes. He knew that if he didn't agree to my Arthur today, those 4 wizards who pulled out their wands and pointed at him would definitely kill him. Karkaroff gritted his teeth, looked at my Arthur angrily, and said, "Then Mr. Caro, tell me what it is." My Arthur ignored Karkaroff's emotions and said, "First of all, Some students in this study are related to the black wizard who attacked Norway that day. Principal Karkaroff, please give me the roster of students from Norway. Karkaroff's anger reached its peak in an instant. Me, Arthur. You broke into my school and wanted to take my students away. Just after he finished speaking, Karkaroff saw that the magic wands of the 4 wizards had already lit up green. Karkaroff was so frightened that he quickly laid down on the ground, not daring to say anything later. Seeing this, my Arthur stepped on Karkaroff's head and asked, Principal Karkaroff, do you agree or not? Karkaroff, who was stepped on by my Arthur, was trembling all over. He remembered the time when he was dominated by Voldemort. I promise. My Arthur raised his foot and said, Very good. My Arthur waves to a saint behind him. The saint walked up to Michael Arthur and took the parchment and quill from his bag. Then my Arthur continued to look at Karkaroff and said, Mouse, get up. You go to find the information, then. You say he remembers. Karkaroff knew that he was powerless to resist, and he was very afraid of death. Karkaroff picked up the student roster on the ground and read, Rag Hammond 7th grade. In Zarage Castle, Jace gave Rita's confession to Grindelwald. Jess saluted and reported to Grindelwald. Lord Grindelwald, the confession and memory of Rita Skeeter of the Daily Prophet have been compiled. After speaking, Jess handed a glass bottle with silver thread to Grindelwald. Then Jess continued, Rita Skeeter did not discover Mr. and Albus Dumbledore. She later sneaked into the Norwegian Ministry of Magic, but found nothing. After reading the confession, Grindelwald said with a smile, Jess, how is our guest doing now? Jess replied, Rita Skeeter wasn't hurt too much. I think she can answer Lord Grindelwald's questions soberly. That's good. After finishing speaking, Grindelwald patted Jess on the shoulder and walked towards the dungeon. At this time, Rita's well-groomed hair has become messy, and there are many wounds caused by black magic on her body. Rita saw Grindelwald coming in. Her eyes were full of fear, and she hurriedly shouted, I told you all I knew. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Grindelwald came to sit in front of her and said jokingly, Is that the backbone of the first person in the Daily Prophet? Before Rita could continue speaking, Grindelwald pointed at Jess and said, You can live if you want. Sign an unbreakable oath with him and pledge allegiance to the Grindelwald family. I'm here to be a witness. Jess, she will be your subordinate from now on. The Daily Prophet is yours. Chapter 61. Ian's commendation of the Order of Merlin, first class, was postponed for some time at his urging. Ian just finds these things troublesome now. He didn't sleep all day yesterday, and now he wants to return to a relaxed state. So Ian left the matter to Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Ian was going to sneak back to Hogwarts by fluing through the fireplace in Zarage Castle to connect to the fireplace in the headmaster's office at Hogwarts. Now Grindelwald is handling the affairs of the saints in Zarage Castle, and Grindelwald will return to Hogwarts after a few days when the international environment stabilizes. Dumbledore had meetings all over the world in a day, and the meetings between the International Federation of Wizards and the Wisengamot were enough for him to worry about. It is mainly to discuss solutions around the countermeasures of dark wizards manipulating dark creatures to attack the Ministry of Magic. The issue of the destruction of the Norwegian Ministry of Magic this time is too involved. What's more, when some people from the Ministry of Magic heard that Ian Grindelwald would also control black magic creatures, they immediately expressed their intention to imprison Ian. But proposals to raise this issue were immediately rejected. The most opposed is the wizards headed by Dumbledore, among whom Andy Brack, Bathilda Bagshot and Gregorovic are the most opposed. And Ian is also the hero of this Norwegian incident. There is no way to deal with it. In the end, I had no choice but to let it go. Having said that, after Dumbledore went out, the affairs of Hogwarts School were handled by Minerva McGonagall. So sitting behind the principal's desk right now is Minerva McGonagall. She and Phileas Flitwick were discussing the impact of Ian's actions on Hogwarts. Ian was spotted by McGonagall and Flitwick the moment Ian emerged from the fireplace in the principal's office. Flitwick looked at Ian, who had just stepped out of the fireplace, and his surprised voice became sharper. Ian, you're back. McGonagall also looked at Ian in surprise, and then said with a smile, Ian, welcome back. Congratulations on your Norwegian victory. Ian laughed too when he saw McGonagall and Flitwick. Ian patted the dust off his body, looked at the two, and said, I'm back. Phileas, Minerva. Flitwick ran over, looked around at Ian, and asked with concern, Ian, you're not hurt? Ian waved his hand and said, How can those bugs hurt me? Hearing this, a trace of worry appeared in McGonagall's eyes. After all, in this war, in her opinion, Ian used extremely powerful black magic. Even the undead all over the mountains and plains are no small burden to the soul. She was terrified that Ian would be corrupted by the dark magic and follow Voldemort's path. Hearing what Ian said, Flitwick smiled and nodded. Your habit of calling enemies bugs still hasn't changed. Ian yawned and said, I'm just stating a fact. Ha ha ha, that's true for you, Flitwick said with a smile. At this moment McGonagall looked at Ian and said to Flitwick worriedly, Phileas, I think maybe Ian needs a break now. After all yesterday's war, Ian didn't rest. Flitwick nodded, patted Ian on the shoulder, and said worriedly, Ian, go back and rest first. We will talk at the banquet later. Ian shook his head and said with a smile, I can sense your emotions. Don't worry, I have not been corrupted by black magic. After all, the black magic I used in that world was even crueler than these. I'm still me, Ian Grindelwald at Hogwarts. Hearing Ian's words, McGonagall and Flitwick breathed a sigh of relief. McGonagall and Flitwick are more worried about Ian being harmed by black magic than they are worried about the negative impact of Ian's war. Professor McGonagall got up and walked to Ian, patted his shoulder, and said, Ian, if you feel any signs of erosion, let us know. After all, none of us understand the soul better than you. But we will help you. Hogwarts is your home no matter what. Hearing McGonagall's words, a warm current flowed through Ian's heart. Ian looked at McGonagall with a smile and said, I know, but is there any trouble at Hogwarts these days? After all, this time my undead appeared in front of others. Hearing Ian's words, McGonagall looked at Ian helplessly and said, You should have thought about that earlier. If it weren't for the timely news from Professor Dumbledore and the International Confederation of Wizards. Seeking Flower 0. I estimate that most of the little wizards have already suspended school and returned home. Ian scratched his head in embarrassment. After all, he caused the incident. McGonagall looked at Ian's expression at this time and found it quite amused. After all, for Ian, his embarrassing expression is usually invisible. McGonagall continued with a laugh. After the news of the International Federation of Wizards came, this situation disappeared. Now your reputation has spread throughout the international magic community. The only 11-year-old winner of the Order of Merlin, first class. Congratulations again. And what's written in the newspaper, Dark Hero Ian. Eminem Flitwick smiled and nodded, agreeing with McGonagall's words. But when I heard this, Ian's face darkened instantly. What be asterisk 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 D called him that. Ian felt as if he had been put together by Dumbledore and the others. Looking at Ian's expression, McGonagall and Flitwick looked even happier. At this time, McGonagall seemed to think of something again, squinting his eyes, and said to Ian, Ian, there is a little witch who has been very concerned about your news. Maybe you should let people know you're back now. Hermione is waiting for you in your classroom. Hermione was waiting for Ian in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. She didn't sleep last night, and now she has fallen asleep lying on the table. There was a little blanket that Nubby had put over her. Ian went back into the classroom and saw a brown, matted-haired figure in the front seat of the classroom. The corner of Ian's mouth could not help but smile. Nubby appeared quietly and was about to salute Ian, but was interrupted by Ian. Sleeping Hermione should not be awakened now. There were also 2 copies of the Daily Prophet under Hermione's hand. At the top is the news that the Norwegian Ministry of Magic has been destroyed and Ian has been awarded the Order of Merlin, first class. Ian quietly went to sit next to Hermione, chuckled, and said to himself, Take a good rest. I made you worry all night. Hermione in the dream seemed to have heard Ian's words and showed a slight smile. Hermione murmured in her sleep, The big liar, Ian 10. Chapter 62. When Hermione woke up, she found a silver-haired figure beside her. Seeing the way Ian fell asleep, she knew that Ian had been by her side since he came back. Thinking of this, Hermione couldn't help but smile, with a blush on her face. Looking at Ian in his sleep, Hermione realized that Ian is quite cute at this moment. So Hermione involuntarily brought her face closer to Ian and tapped Ian's cheek lightly with her hand. Ian felt movement on his face, opened his eyes, and saw Hermione very close for the first time. Seeing Ian wake up, Hermione's little face turned redder, but she didn't dodge. Ian smiled, raised his head, rubbed his eyes with his hands, and said, Hermione, I'm back. Hermione shook her head, pretended to be angry, and said, Do you know that I was worried all night? Ian looked at Hermione's 8-0, who was pretending to be angry, and he could sense that Hermione was very happy now. So Ian smiled and said, Professor McGonagall just told me. Thank you. Hermione. Hearing Ian's words, Hermione couldn't pretend anymore. A deflated Hermione asked Ian worriedly, Ian, did you really kill a lot of people this time? I'm afraid that if your things are exposed this time. Ian looked at Hermione, who hesitated to speak, nodded and said, I killed everyone in the Norwegian Ministry of Magic. They hurt my friend. There's no problem with Dumbledore's cover-up this time. After all, Dumbledore still has a great influence in the international magic circle. Listening to Ian's words, Hermione felt a ripple in her heart. Hermione looked into Ian's eyes and asked, What if it's me who gets hurt? After finishing speaking, Hermione lowered her head. She didn't think that Ian would do such an earth-shattering event for her alone. Hermione just felt that she was being selfish for thinking like that. Hearing Hermione's words, Ian felt an inexplicable emotion in his heart, which was far more uncomfortable than hearing about the accidents of the saints. Ian was silent for a moment, then said, I might be angrier than this time, but for sure I'm going to kill them all. Hearing Ian's answer, Hermione's eyes lit up. Then Hermione seemed to make up her mind. She looked up at Ian seriously and said firmly, Take me with you next time. Ian looked into Hermione's serious eyes and shook his head. Hermione, war is dangerous and brutal. Someone is going to die at any moment. Hermione guessed that Ian would reject her, so she continued, Ian, we're friends. I don't want to be your pawn. I don't want to be like this again. I can only wait for you to come back at Hogwarts. You said it. A wizard's strength is paramount. You can't refuse me after I have strength. Ian felt Hermione's firm emotions, thought for a while, and seriously agreed. Okay, but the premise is that you have a very strong strength. Hermione then smiled, then grabbed Ian's sleeve with her hands, and said with wide eyes, Then you will teach me magic. Of course. You are my student. Ian agreed, of course. Hearing that Ian agreed, but Hermione always felt a sense of loss in Ian's answer. Shaking her head, Hermione pulled Ian up and said with a smile, Let's go. Let's eat with Jean again. On the way, Ian and Hermione were puzzled. They didn't see anyone on the way. Hermione looked at the time on the clock tower outside the window. It was only 7 o'clock, and it was time for dinner. Just when Hermione wondered that even the little wizard didn't see it, Ian suddenly thought of the banquet in Flitwick's mouth. Ian's heart froze. Could it be? With different moods, Hermione and Ian came to the door of the auditorium. Pushing open the door, Ian and Hermione found that the professor and students had already arrived in the auditorium. I saw McGonagall sitting at the head of the teacher's chair, looking at Ian and Hermione outside the door, with a knowing smile on his face. At this time, the little wizards also saw Ian and Hermione, and cheers resounded throughout the auditorium. Oh, Professor Grindelwald is back. Look, it's Professor Grindelwald. Save the heroes of the Norwegian wizarding world. Hermione couldn't think anymore as she watched the scene in front of her. At this point, she was still tugging on Ian's sleeve. But Ian forced a smile on his face, especially when he heard the word hero. This reminds Ian of that dark hero title. Then McGonagall's voice magically entered Ian's ears. Ian, you have to do a full set of acting. This is what Professor Dumbledore asked for. Dumbledore? Ian knew it was Dumbledore's revenge for his sneaking away. McGonagall then waved to Ian, pointing to the open space beside him. Ian sighed and walked into the auditorium under the cheers of the little wizards. Hermione also reacted. She just wanted to shake off Ian's sleeve, but Ian grabbed her hand. At the same time, Ian's voice sounded in my ear. Come with me. I can't leave my friend behind at this time. Hermione blushed instantly, but she feels very happy now. He lowered his head and let Ian hold her hand. Oh, seeing this scene, the voices of the little wizards sounded with deep meaning. It's just that Ian doesn't understand why the little wizards make such noises. And the little wizards have seen from the first day of school that the relationship between Ian and Hermione is definitely not easy. Although Professor Grindelwald is very powerful, but he is still a little wizard. Many of the little witches are jealous of Hermione, but Professor Grindelwald is a powerful dark wizard. The little witches who didn't want to be targeted could only put away their petty thoughts. Not to mention that after the first week of school, who doesn't know how much the professors love Hermione? The deans on the teacher's seat also showed gratified eyes. Even Snape cracked a small, stiff smile. Seeing this, McGonagall took out his wand and conjured a small chair next to Ian's chair. In this way, Ian led Hermione to the teacher's table 2.2. McGonagall smiled and beckoned the two to sit down, and Flitwick also stroked his beard with a smile. After Ian and Hermione sat down, McGonagall stood up. Today, we have a hero at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Hearing these two words, Ian's complexion became even worse, but he still managed to maintain a smile. During the battle of the Norwegian Ministry of Magic, he wiped out the dark wizards who controlled dark creatures. Because he saved the Norwegian magic world, he has now been nominated for the Order of Merlin, First Class. It is the youngest recipient of the Order of Merlin in the history of magic. He's the professor of defense against the dark arts. Also the pride of Ravenclaw. It is the pride of Hogwarts. He's Ian Grindelwald. Let's raise our glasses. Congratulations, Professor Grindelwald. Chapter 63. The day after the banquet, it was Harry and Ronald's first day out of confinement. They've been hearing rumors about Ian Grindelwald since yesterday. The moment they saw the newspaper, Harry and Ronald were shocked. Ronald couldn't believe that the scary Professor Grindelwald saved the Norwegian wizarding world. Harry admired Ian's strength more and more. Harry, yesterday's banquet celebrating Grindelwald's medal was outrageous. He's a dark wizard. He actually saved the Norwegian Ministry of Magic. And it would be great if it were me. You and Grindelwald are famous big shots. Harry didn't know how to answer Ronald's words, since Ronald had been talking about Ian's deeds since he returned to the dormitory yesterday. Harry knew that Ronald was very envious of Ian, who had achieved such great achievements and fame at the same age. Meanwhile, Hermione Granger, whom he hates the most, can sit next to Ian. The person he fears the most and the person he hates the most are in the spotlight. How great it would be if he was Ronald. Because Ronald was the least liked person in the Weasleys. Ronald didn't have the talent of his brothers, and he wasn't as favored as his sister Ginny. His friend is the famous Harry Potter. The situation created Ronald's character, who wanted more attention. Harry shook his head and said, "Ronald, you don't know. I don't even want the fame I have now. Wherever I go, people pay attention to my story and think that I have powerful magic, but in fact I don't know anything. And that reputation only came after my parents died." Ronald felt ashamed when he heard Harry's words and apologized to Harry. "Sorry, Harry." Harry waved his hand to Ronald and said, "It's all right, Ronald. Let's go to Hagrid's. Hagrid was inviting us last week." So Harry and Ronald came to Hagrid's hunter's cabin and knocked on the door. Hagrid was very happy to see it was Harry. He warmly invited the two of them to the hut. "Hey, Yaya, back up." Harry and Ronald were taken aback by the big dog. After Hagrid let go of Fong Fong, Fong Fong immediately threw himself on their faces and licked their cheeks. Obviously, Yaya is a very docile character. Harry introduced Ronald to Hagrid, and Hagrid immediately recognized that Ronald was from the Weasley family. Hagrid also complained to Harry and Ronald about the Weasley twins. They were so naughty. Harry and Ronald nearly knocked out their teeth while eating rock pies served by Hagrid. Then the three chatted about interesting things at school until they talked about Snape, and Ian. Harry looked at Hagrid and said, "I always feel like Snape is trying to kill us. And he hates me." Ronald nodded in agreement. Hagrid frowned and said, "Harry, there's no way Snape could have hurt you." Harry heard Hagrid say this, and he wondered what Hagrid knew. But before he could speak, Hagrid had already changed the subject, saying, "Ian, is your Professor Grindelwald? How is it like taking his class? Yesterday, he did another big thing. It's really him." Harry and Ronald shuddered when they heard Hagrid ask about Ian. Ronald forced a smile and said, "Grindelwald. He's a dark wizard. I don't think he's a good guy." Hagrid was a little annoyed by Ronald's words, so he said, "You should call him the Professor, and Ian is definitely a good guy. Even Professor Dumbledore trusts him." Harry wanted to speak for Ronald, but a newspaper clipping in the corner of the table caught his attention. Harry took the newspaper and looked at the report. The Daily Prophet, the latest report on the Gringotts break-in incident. The investigation into the break-in at Gringotts on the 31st of July is still ongoing. Not a single thing has been stolen, all taken earlier in the day. Harry saw the familiar location and the serial number of the vault. He interrupted Hagrid and Ronald's conversation and asked Hagrid, "Hagrid, isn't this the vault we went to that day?" Hagrid dodged Harry's eyes, and Harry immediately had an answer in his mind. By then Hagrid had taken the contents of Vault 713. It was the little 2-inch cowhide parcel he had seen that day, and Hagrid said it was for Professor Dumbledore. Ronald also read this report. Harry and Ronald's curiosity was instantly aroused. At this time, Ronald thought of Ian's dazzling moment yesterday, and suddenly imagined that he could have such a day, if he can find this thing. With a gleam in Ronald's eyes, he said, "Harry, you said we were going to find." Hagrid hastily interrupted them, saying, "Harry, Ronald, don't look into it. It was loaned to Dumbledore by Nico Flamel." Having said that, Hagrid hastily covered his mouth. It didn't take long for Harry and Ronald to be persuaded away by Hagrid, who was also afraid that he would say more. The two walked slowly on their way back to Hogwarts Castle, discussing the little package and Nico Flamel. At this time, Harry thought of a question. Harry hastily grabbed Ronald and whispered nervously, "Ronald, the stalwarts that didn't send me to London, Hagrid and Ian Grindelwald. He dropped us off in the outskirts of London and left. I suspect he robbed the vault. Only he and Hagrid should know about it. And it was Hagrid who just took the stuff, and that vault was hacked. There can't be such a coincidence. When Ronald heard Harry's words, he immediately regained his spirits. Ronald also said nervously, I have long suspected that Grindelwald had a conspiracy. So Harry, what should we do now? Ronald must, Nollies, expose Grindelwald's plot. Ronald is already fantasizing about himself becoming a hero, the moment everyone is looking forward to. Harry heard Ronald's words, thought for a while, and asked, Ronald, do you know who Hagrid is talking about, Nicholas? Ronald listened to Harry's question with a dazed expression and stammered, I think. Probably modern. Some famous wizard. The two students looked at each other in blank dismay. Harry thought of a way and said to Ronald, How about we ask Granger? She must know more than us. Ronald jumped up in fright and said in horror, Harry, don't you have any meat? Granger is Grindelwald's follower. What if she tells Grindelwald that we've discovered his plot? There is a high probability that the two of them will be killed, right? In this way, the two fell into silence. Chapter 64. Just when Harry and Ronald were at a loss, Ian's life finally returned to peace. But there are still some changes. Over the next week, Ian enjoyed countless adoring glances at school. Many people in the wizarding world wrote to Ian, expressing their desire to make friends, and occasionally some pink letters from owls appeared. Ian rarely reads and doesn't reply to these letters. He doesn't want to waste time on hypocrisy and snakes. Once, when Ian was about to pack the mail, he was seen by Hermione, who had just arrived in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Ian only saw that Hermione's face changed drastically, and she came to the front of the podium very quickly and took Ian's pink letter. This made Ian a little puzzled. How could Hermione have such a big reaction to just a letter? Hermione took the letter and gave Ian a hard look and told him anxiously, Don't read this kind of letter in the future. It's a witch's love letter. Ian laughed when he saw Hermione's anxious reaction. But Ian also understood that it was a love letter, and this was the first time he had received such a thing. In that world, would anyone dare to write a love letter to a powerful necromancer? Not even a demon. It's just that Ian didn't know why Hermione had such a big reaction. As for the chocolate with the love potion, after all, Ian is still a professor at Hogwarts. No one dares to give Ian such a thing. In this way, 720, Ian spent a peaceful week. But on Friday, Ian's Defense Against the Dark Arts class had its first student in need of tutoring. Marcus Flint, a typical Slytherin school scumbag. He is also the Quidditch captain of Slytherin. It never occurred to Marcus Flint that what Ian said was not a joke. In today's ordinary wizarding level examination, OWL, part of the knowledge mock test, his results undoubtedly achieved the bottom 1 position. Ian looked at his test paper and gave him a big T, troll, without hesitation. This is something that Ian did not expect at all, although Ian's course is to speed up the progress. But after his explanation, even students with poor talent can still get a P, fail. At least they won't write the test paper until they don't even know what they are writing. Ian looked indifferently at Marcus Flint, who was left behind by him after class, and said, Mr. Flint, I think I made that clear in the second period. You don't have much time in 5th grade. I can only give you a test once a week. And the content of the test is the knowledge taught in the previous lesson. Please tell me, what are you writing about? Ian picked up Marcus' paper and put it in front of Marcus. At this time, Marcus was already sweating profusely. The Defense Against the Dark Arts professors he met before didn't care about their grades at all. Now it was his own miscalculation. Marcus looked at the indifferent Ian in front of him and said tremblingly, Professor, I promise there will be no next time. Marcus thought to himself, admit it now. Anyway, it will be nothing in the end. This is already his common method. Unbeknownst to Marcus, however, Ian can sense soul emotions. After feeling Marcus in different emotions, Ian is ready to give Marcus a boost. Ian was just going to let the skeleton supervise his homework, but now Ian is going to take out his tutoring parchment. In my spare time this week, Ian did another set. Ian saw Ian pull out his wand and waved it at the desks and chairs in the classroom. Except for the chair and table where Marcus was sitting, everything else was automatically stacked and placed on the other side of the classroom. Marcus began to have an ominous premonition at this time. Marcus saw Ian take out a piece of parchment and a quill from the space ring. Ian waved his hand, and the parchment and quill floated gently onto his desk. Then Marcus just listened to Ian say, Mr. Flint, please take your quill and write on the parchment. The content of this exam will not exceed the scope of knowledge in the previous week. Marcus didn't know what Ian was up to, but he asked anyway. Professor, I haven't reviewed it yet. Can I take the test again tomorrow? He won't come tomorrow, Feg. I saw that Ian's eyes became colder, and Marcus felt as if a fire dragon was staring at him. Sweat instantly wet Marcus's back. Marcus said embarrassingly, "I'll write right away, Professor." Marcus picked up the quill and was about to answer on the parchment, but he found that there were no words on the parchment. "Professor, did you take the wrong one?" Marcus saw that Ian had walked back to the back of the podium and sat down. "Don't worry, Mr. Flint. I think the subject will come up in a moment." At the moment Ian just finished speaking, Marcus saw a question appearing on the parchment in front of him. Question: how to deal with a single werewolf. This parchment is an alchemy item. It seems that Professor Grindelwald is exactly what the rumors say. He is really rich. Then Marcus saw the question, and he knew he couldn't answer it. So he wrote the word, "run," on the parchment. As long as you look stupid, the professor won't make things difficult for you. This is one of the lessons that Marcus summed up. But Marcus forgot. It was Ian Grindelwald in front of him, not any other professor. Just when Marcus sighed for his cleverness, the parchment in front of him suddenly flew up, transformed into a vicious werewolf in front of him. At this moment, the werewolf was drooling and staring at him, and his two hind legs were already gathering strength, waiting to pounce on him. "Ah, Professor, werewolf, help me." Marcus' screams sounded in the classroom, and Marcus ran to Ian frantically. As he got closer to Ian, Marcus felt like he hit a soft pad and bounced him backwards, straight back to where you came face to face with the werewolf. At this moment Marcus heard Ian's voice. "Mr. Flint, you have half a minute to find out what to do with werewolves. If you can't beat it, then your exam starts all over again. The pain is still there, but there will be no injury, Mr. Flint, you can rest assured. Then now, you can start your tutoring." Marcus' tutoring lasted a whole afternoon. According to the little wizard who passed by, Marcus screamed very miserable. And after Marcus came out, although there was no wound on his body, his whole body was trembling with fright. He kept repeating the test knowledge of the defense against the dark arts class in his mouth. The story quickly spread throughout Hogwarts, and after Marcus stabilized, he described Ian's tutoring sessions. Fight werewolves. Fight giant monsters. Walk female ghosts. Although many students didn't believe what Marcus said, because he didn't have any injuries on his body. But Marcus's tragic appearance is also deeply remembered in the little wizard's memory, and Ian's tutoring course is also affectionately called by the students the legendary Hell Tutorial School. Chapter 65. Hermione was very curious after hearing about Ian's tutoring methods. She believes that Ian can definitely do what Marcus said. She ran into Ian's lounge just after class. Hermione looked at the parchment and quill in front of her. She was very amazed. "Ian, what magic was used to make this brush and parchment?" Ian thought for a while and said, "The main ones are necromancy and transfiguration, and some knowledge of alchemy. This is not something that can be learned in the short term." After hearing Ian's words, Hermione felt a little disappointed. After all, neither undead magic nor alchemy knowledge was within her reach now. Just when Hermione was about to continue asking questions, there was a knock on the door of Ian's lounge. Hermione ran to open the door, and Grindelwald stood outside. Hermione said with some surprise, "Professor Rogier, you are back." Grindelwald looked at Hermione, smiled, and said, "It's little Hermione. I just finished my work today, so I rushed back." "Is Ian in the break room now?" Hermione nodded and said, "Ian's here now." After speaking, Hermione turned around and shouted, "Ian, Professor Rogier is back." Hearing Hermione's shout, Ian came out with a dark face and said, "Old man, you are too much trouble for me." Seeing Ian's expression, Grindelwald suddenly laughed and said, "Who told you to sneak away? Leave the matter to us. Too bad, old man. Also, how about the title I gave you? Dark Hero. Do you feel very handsome?" Ian's face turned darker when he heard Grindelwald say, gritted his teeth, and said, "Thank you very much." Grindelwald pretended not to see Ian's expression and said, "You're welcome. This is what I should do." Hermione watched the quarrel between Ian and Grindelwald, burst out laughing, and said to Ian, "Ian, I also think this title is very appropriate." Seeing that Hermione was doing the same, Ian shook his head helplessly and said to Grindelwald, "Come in, and welcome back." Hermione also looked at Grindelwald and said, "Welcome back, Professor." Hearing what Ian and Hermione said, Grindelwald felt warm in his heart and replied with a smile, "I'm back, being Hermione." After Grindelwald entered Ian's lounge, Grindelwald had just sat down and remembered what Dumbledore had asked him to relay to Ian. "Ahem, Ian." Grindelwald coughed twice. "Dumbledore asked me to bring you a few words." Hearing that Grindelwald said it was Dumbledore, Ian instantly became alert. This old man definitely has no good intentions. Sure enough, Grindelwald continued to say, Dumbledore, let me tell you that your Order of Merlin is this weekend. You can no longer shirk. Now the world is asking about the time of your awards ceremony. You can invite your friends to attend. After all, it is one of the highest honors in the wizarding world. Finally, an old friend of Dumbledore's will be coming too, and he's very interested in your knowledge of alchemy from that world. If you want me to say that the immortal Nicole Flamel is showing up now, I must have no good intentions. When Ian heard Grindelwald's words, he immediately looked helpless. He didn't want to go at all. And Hermione became visibly agitated when she heard Grindelwald's words. She'd read about it. It's the biggest honor ceremony in the wizarding world. But Hermione obviously heard a name from Grindelwald. This person seems to have a problem with Professor Rogier. Hermione tugged at Ian's sleeve and asked, Ian, do you know who Nicholas May is? Hermione had not seen this man in the names of recent wizarding records. Ian nodded, stretched out his finger, and pointed to the bookshelf, and a very thick book flew towards Ian. Ian took the book, and Hermione saw the words Records of Great Wizards and Magic written on it. Under Hermione's gaze, Ian opened the book, turned to a page, and replied to Hermione. This is the introduction of Nicole Flamel. Take a look, Hermione. Hermione took the book over and read the introduction carefully. After a while, Hermione looked at Ian in shock and said, Nicole Flamel lived to be 665? The only known maker of the Philosopher's Stone? Ian smiled and nodded, and said, Well, Hermione, he and the old men are old friends too. Hearing Ian say they are friends, Grindelwald snorted coldly. Who's friends with that old D Nicole Flamel? Ask for flowers. If it hadn't been for him, I would have taken Paris in the war. When Hermione heard Grindelwald's words, some thoughts suddenly came to her mind. Because she cared about Ian very much, she went to see the history of the Grindelwald family, as well as a lot of modern history. It was recorded in the book just now that Nicole Flamel also participated in the defense of Paris in the First Wizarding War, and that battle was against Gellert Grindelwald. Professor Rosier was talking about himself just now, not Gellert Grindelwald? Then combined with her own speculation, then there is only one answer. Hermione looked up at Grindelwald suddenly and said in surprise, You are Gellert Grindelwald, the leader of that voodoo party, the legendary dark wizard. Grindelwald looked at the shocked Hermione, laughed loudly, and said, Little Hermione, Albus and I are betting on when you'll find out. I have to admit that you are really a very smart little wizard. However, you still have to call me Rogier outside, so I can't cause too much trouble now. Hermione nodded quickly. This time she discovered a big secret. Then she thought that the Ian next to her was also a Grindelwald. So, Ian always knew Professor Rogier was Gellert Grindelwald. Just never told her. Thinking of this, Hermione looked at Ian fiercely and asked, Why didn't you tell me? Ian spread his hands, intending to blame all the matter on Dumbledore, and said, It's Dumbledore, and here's what he said. Give little wizards room to discover. Hermione heard Ian's explanation, but said angrily, You should have told me. That way I know Professor Grindelwald is your parent. I wouldn't. Having said this, Hermione blushed, lowered her head, and muttered something. Only Grindelwald was very happy. He rubbed Hermione's hair and said to Ian, Ian, look, even little Hermione says I'm your parent. You are not allowed to bully little Hermione, or the old man will say you. Hearing Grindelwald's words, Hermione buried her face in her face, turning even redder now. But on the contrary, Ian's face was almost black as a corpse. Chapter 66. Ever since Hermione guessed that Jack Rogier was Gellert Grindelwald, Hermione was always very reserved around Grindelwald. But Grindelwald likes Hermione more and more. She is smart, talented, and very firm to Ian. Plus, it's very close to the investiture of Ian's Order of Merlin. The professors of Hogwarts must be present, and Ian also invited Hagrid. Ian would definitely invite Hermione, but Hermione would like to invite her parents. Because her parents are muggles, she is very curious about everything about wizards. And Hermione's parents expressed in their correspondence with her that they wanted to see Ian. Grindelwald is also going to meet Hermione's family first. Wendell and Monica Granger are dentists, and they have a daughter. But since a 743 wizard appeared in their own family, his worldview has been completely changed. There are magic and wizards in this world. And their daughter, Hermione Granger, is one of them. That day a witch in a dark green wizard robe came to their house and demonstrated magic to them. Wendell and Monica saw the witch wave the stick in her hand, and the cup on the table turned into an owl. This shocked them, and then they thought about the strange things that often happened around Hermione when they were children. Under Professor McGonagall's explanation, they knew that this was the magic riot of the little wizard. Later, they went down to the Wizards' Commercial Street, Diagon Alley, led by Professor McGonagall. The magic shop and magic items there made them very shocked and yearning. Later, their daughter went to a magic school called Hogwarts to study magic. After that, they communicated frequently with Hermione using the Hogwarts owl letters. The Grangers gradually got a general understanding of the wizarding world through Hermione's letters. And Hermione also made her first friend. His name is Ian Grindelwald. This was a relief to the Grangers, as Hermione hadn't made friends at school. They also worried that their daughter would be bullied if she went to a strange place. In the letters, they discover that Hermione's new friend is actually her professor. Wendell was a little skeptical about the level of education at Hogwarts at first, but Hermione said that the professors at the school were very kind to her. Until recently, Hermione's letters were either studying or Ian Grindelwald. This gave Wendell some indescribable premonition, but he knew from the description of Hermione's letter that his friend Ian Grindelwald had actually won the highest honor in the wizarding world. Wendell looked at his wife with a wry smile and asked, "Monica, are we doing the right thing by sending Hermione to Hogwarts?" Monica rolled her eyes at Wendell and said, "Now that it's a fact, don't worry about it. And read Hermione's letter. She is very happy now. I can't wait to see her new friends." After speaking, Monica took the letter from Wendell's hand, which was the letter from Hermione inviting the two to Ian's award ceremony. Then Monica continued, "I haven't met anyone my age stronger than Hermione. That might be a good thing for Hermione." Wendell said weakly, "It's time to meet this Ian Grindelwald first. I don't know if this child is as powerful as Hermione described." Time soon came to the weekend, and the Grangers were fidgeting at home waiting. Hermione said someone would come and take them to the investiture ceremony. Just when the Grangers couldn't wait, there was an explosion at the door. This frightened the Granger couple. Before they could recover, they heard a knock on the door. Wendell hesitated for a moment, then quickly ran over to open the door. Opening the door, Wendell saw the Hogwarts professor named Minerva McGonagall at the door. McGonagall saw the Grangers, smiled and said, "Mr. and Mrs. Granger, it's a pleasure to see you again." The Grangers also hurriedly greeted McGonagall. Wendell said, "I heard from Hermione that I was taken care of by you at school. Thank you very much." McGonagall shook his head with a smile and said, "It's Hermione who works hard, and we all like her. She's a very clever little witch." Hearing Professor McGonagall's words, the Grangers raised their heads proudly. McGonagall then went on to say, "Hermione should have told Mr. Granger about you. Today I'm going to pick up the two of you to go to Professor Ian Grindelwald's award ceremony. As members of Hogwarts, we will enter the venue early." Hearing McGonagall's words, Wendell hurriedly asked, "Professor McGonagall, please wait a moment. Could you start by telling us about Professor Ian Grindelwald?" McGonagall froze for a moment, then realized that Hermione was still telling her parents about Ian a lot. McGonagall went on to say with great pride, "Professor Ian Grindelwald is the most talented wizard in the history of Hogwarts or in the history of magic, and the youngest member of the Order of Merlin. At the same time, he is also the professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts, the best school in the wizarding world." The Grangers completely believed Hermione's words after hearing McGonagall's explanation. Otherwise, who would have believed that a little wizard who was only 11 years old would have such an achievement? Wendell calmed down and asked McGonagall, "Professor McGonagall, how do we get to the ceremony?" The Grangers then saw McGonagall take a wool sock from his robe and say, "This is called a portkey, and it is a tool used by wizards to travel. Wait, put your hand on the wool sock, and I'll turn it on the count of 3. Today's commendation was held in the Great Hall of the British chapter of the International Confederation of Wizards at the Ministry of Magic." Speaking of which, Professor Bouledoux made this portkey himself. Mrs. and Mrs. Granger 1.1 wife looked at the wool socks very puzzled. Is this what wizards use when traveling? But the Grangers put their hands on the wool socks after McGonagall said after closing the door. After all, they have seen the magic of magic. After seeing the Grangers let go, McGonagall said solemnly, "Never let go in the middle." Seeing the nervous Grangers nodding, McGonagall went on, "Then I count to 3. 11 3. The Grangers saw the wool socks trembling in their hands, emitting a little bit of blue light. Then the Grangers felt a hook in their belly button. Then the feet were pulled off the ground. My body began to fly forward rapidly, so fast that I couldn't see anything clearly in front of me. Chapter 67. The moment the Grangers finally hit the ground, they almost threw up. Wendell asked McGonagall palely, "Professor McGonagall, your wizard's travels. Has it always been this exciting?" Monica was also pale. Professor McGonagall looked at the uncomfortable Granger couple, took out 2 bottles of potion from the wizard robe, and handed them to the Granger couple, and said, Actually, the port key is still a more comfortable way. The most common method we use is apparition. Mr. and Mrs. Granger, this potion will relieve your symptoms. The Granger couple took the potion and looked at the dark blue potion inside. They didn't dare to speak for a while. Seeing this, McGonagall went on to say, "Just take a sip, and the effect will be quick." The Grangers finally mustered up the courage to take a sip of the potion into their mouths. Cough, cough, cough. Wendell and Monica swear. They've never drank anything so nasty in their lives. It's like thick snot mixed with the smell of raw fish. 25, but the two found that after taking the potion, the uncomfortable feeling disappeared soon. Monica said with lingering fear, "Professor McGonagall, I don't think I will ever forget this experience." Wendell also looked at Professor McGonagall and nodded. Professor McGonagall said with a smile, "It's just the beginning, and the rest is today's theme." Only then did the Grangers have time to check their surroundings. At this point they had come to a red telephone booth in an alley, and they had no idea where the Ministry of Magic was. Afterwards, they were led by Suega to the telephone booth in front of them. After McGonagall finished talking on the phone in the booth, 3 badges fell out of the phone's coin slot. McGonagall told the Grangers to put on their badges, and as they stared in disbelief, the space inside the booth began to slowly sink. Not long after, the 3 came to the hall of the Ministry of Magic. Then, they need to take the elevator in the lobby to the British branch of the International Federation of Net Masters on the 5th floor underground. The honor ceremony will be held there. Today's underground 5th floor of the Ministry of Magic is extremely lively, because today is the awarding ceremony of Ian Grindelwald's Order of Merlin, First Class. The reporters came to the Ministry of Magic early to wait. Keating watched this lively scene, and said to Rita Skeeter beside him, "I didn't expect it. People from the Grindelwald family can actually get the Medal of the Order of Merlin now. And it's a first-class medal. Who would have thought of that during the First Wizarding War?" "You're right, Miss Skeeter." Rita smiled and said, "Of course. We are witnessing a legend this time." When Kettingen heard Rita's words, he looked at Rita very surprised and said, "Miss Skeeter, don't you think it's a conspiracy this time?" It's not easy to be sure about the topic. Rita ignored her coworkers, and now she was terrified. She knew part of the truth. Everyone was a saint that day. Now, even Norway's Minister of Magic is a man of saints. She also made an unbreakable oath, and now as long as she dares to speak ill of the Grindelwald family in the newspaper, she will definitely be killed by the oath. The Grindelwald family is now her big boss, the kind that would kill her if she resigned. Now many people are under her arrangement, and there are more and more saints in the Daily Prophet. Sooner or later the saints will control the discourse of the entire British wizarding community. And she, Rita Skeeter, is the accomplice of the saints. Rita no longer knows what will happen to the world. The voodoo party is back, and they are all today's heroes, Ian Grindelwald's subordinates. Everyone in the wizarding world is wrong. Dumbledore is now all-sided with Grindelwald. They have a very big conspiracy, and they can even subvert the entire source of magic. But she, Rita, couldn't speak out. She knew that if she dared to betray, what awaited her was something more painful than death. "Ah," Rita sighed, just as she was about to go out for a smoke. The fireplace at the award ceremony is lit up. Ian Grindelwald has arrived. Ian had just arrived at the venue, and seeing so many people, he rubbed his sore temples. Grindelwald beside him joked, "Ian, today is your debut day? Cheer up." Ian gave Grindelwald a blank look and said, "It's not something you guys did. It's really troublesome." At this time, Hermione, who was on the side, saw so many people and suddenly became nervous. Ian stepped in front of her first. At this moment, those reporters quickly surrounded him. "Mr. Grindelwald, may I ask if you really eliminated the Dark Wizard? Mr. Grindelwald, is it true that you can control dark magic creatures? Mr. Grindelwald, will you inherit Gellert Grindelwald's legacy?" Looking at the reporters who came up and the flashing lights of the cameras that kept flashing, he felt that the little witch was a little too nervous. Ian got a little impatient and drank. Enough. As soon as Ian's voice fell, 2 columns of space cracks appeared on the ground. 2 rows of skeleton guards wearing golden magic armor climbed up. The reporters and the staff of the Ministry of Magic were frightened and backed away when they saw this scene. The rumors that Ian Grindelwald can control dark creatures are true. The skeleton guards surrounded the 3 of them, staring at them with the fire of soul in their eyes. 023, a bone-chilling chill surged into their hearts. No one dared to say a word, looking at Ian in fear. This is the Ministry of Magic. How dare he use such magic? Hermione looked at Ian, who stood in front of her, and was very moved. At this moment, Grindelwald patted Ian on the shoulder and said, "Ian, I'll handle it." Ian nodded, took Hermione's hand beside him, and walked forward. Hermione rested her head, letting Ian hold her. When Ian started walking, the skeleton guards automatically formed two walls of undead. For Ian and Hermione parted ways in the press. Among the reporters, Rita was the most terrified. It reminded her of that night, the endless sea of undead. On the other side, the Granger couple who just came to the venue with McGonagall also saw the scene where Ian summoned the undead. Wendell swallowed and asked McGonagall, "Professor McGonagall, are those armored skeletons real? Is that silver-haired kid really Ian Grindelwald?" He saw the reporters flocking to Ian, but was immediately fooled by the skeletons in gold armor. It even scared a lot of people. McGonagall said resignedly, "Yes, he is Ian Grindelwald. Those are skeletons, Ian's undead magic. Ian is a very good wizard, but when he is angry, he is impulsive." Chapter 68. Hearing what Professor McGonagall said, Wendell felt that this is not a matter of impulsivity. It's a matter of dying at any time. Those big knives with cold light in the hands of those skeletons are real guys. Although seeing the moving skeleton for the first time made Wendell and Monica very scared and curious. But they seemed to see Hermione behind Ian. Monica asked McGonagall worriedly, "Professor McGonagall, Hermione seems to be behind Ian Grindelwald. I'm afraid." The Grangers saw McGonagall laughing and said, "Don't worry, Mrs. Granger, Ian won't hurt Ma." Although McGonagall's words made Wendell and Monica slightly relieved, but they are still very worried. After all, that doesn't look like magic that good people would use. Seeing the concern of the two, McGonagall said, "Mr. Granger, Mrs. Granger, let's advance to the venue. I think in the venue, you can ask them yourself." Hearing McGonagall's words, the Grangers nodded immediately. They can't wait any longer. Just as Ian and Hermione arrived at the venue under the guard of the skeleton guards, the professors and Hagrid had already arrived. After entering the venue, Ian waved his hand and put away the skeleton guards. Then I saw Hagrid greet Ian loudly. "Hey, Ian, here." Seeing Hagrid, Ian led Hermione to the seats at Hogwarts. Ian smiled and said to Hagrid, "Glad you're here, Hagrid." Hagrid also laughed and said, "I'm definitely coming. The magic was so cool just now. Thanks for having me, Ian. I've felt for a long time that you are sure to receive this honor." Ian shook his head and smiled wryly. "Forgive me, this is a hard job." Flitwick also came to Ian with a smile and said, "Ha ha, Ian, don't say that. After all, you are the pride of Hogwarts." "Congratulations, Ian." Sprout also walked over. Snape looked at Ian and Hermione. A flash of memory flashed in his eyes. Just when Ian wanted to continue complaining, Ian heard McGonagall shout, "Ian, Hermione." Ian and Hermione turned around and saw McGonagall just entering the venue. Around McGonagall was a group of middle-aged couples. Wendell and Monica also saw Ian and Hermione. But what made their hearts pound was seeing Ian and Hermione holding hands. Hermione shouted happily to the Grangers, "Dad, Mom." Then she ran to Wendell and Monica, so happy that she forgot to hold Ian at this time. Ian was led by Hermione and ran towards the Grangers. Wendell and Monica looked at Hermione and Ian in front of them and were a little silent. At this moment, Hermione saw her parents staring at her hand, and she realized that she was still holding Ian. Hermione's little face instantly turned into a red apple, but she didn't choose to let go of Ian's hand, which meant that Ian never let her go. Looking at such a daughter, the Granger couple, who have been there before, still don't understand her daughter's mind. Ian was the first to speak, and he thought he should say hello first. "Hello, I'm Ian Grindelwald. You can just call me Ian." Monica sighed, looked at Benin, and said, "Hello, Ian. This is Hermione's mother, Monica Granger. Thank you for taking care of Hermione at school. She often mentions you in her letters." In fact, the Grangers also knew that Hermione was in the magic world, and they would only get farther and farther away from Hermione. But now there is a Hogwarts professor who is extremely respected and has such a good friend with his daughter. They can only be sure if this person puts them at ease. But the final choice lies with his daughter. Ian didn't know why, but he was a little nervous at the moment. Hearing what Monica said, Ian said, "Hermione took good care of me too." Then Ian didn't know what to say. Wendell on the side looked at Ian with scrutiny in his eyes and asked, "Ian, what do you think of Hermione?" It's a question of being a father. Hearing her father's words, Hermione also held her breath at this moment, pricking up her ears to listen to Ian's answer. Ian didn't expect Hermione's father to ask him that question. Ian thought for a while and said, "Hermione is my friend and my favorite student." Hearing Ian's answer, Wendell frowned, and then continued to ask, "Ian, just saw your magic. It's dangerous for Hermione. We don't know much about you wizarding world. boy, and I'm worried about Hermione. After all, Monica and I only have one daughter. Ian froze for a moment. He didn't expect Wendell to say this. My undead can't possibly hurt Hermione. That's my magic, and they can't control it. Then Wendell looked into Ian's eyes and asked seriously, and what if someone wants to hurt Hermione? Ian felt that this was the most important question, so Ian answered seriously, Mr. Granger, if anyone tries to do this, I think I'll kill him first. After Ian finished speaking, everyone around felt a chill. This is coming from Ian. Hermione was very touched when she heard Ian's answer. No matter what time, Ian will not let her go, nor will she put her in danger. Listening to the night chats of the seniors at night, she gradually realized how she felt about Ian. She understood a little bit. She seemed to like Ian. If it wasn't for her parents, Hermione would have given Ian a big hug. Professor McGonagall next to him also looked at Ian with a smile on his face. The Grangers looked at Ian's serious eyes, and they knew that the child was not lying. Then Monica looked at Ian seriously. She has to say, Ian looks really pretty. That's right. How dare she describe a boy as beautiful? In addition, the powerful strength that I just saw made those wizards very scared. Immediately, Monica felt more and more satisfied with Ian. At this moment, McGonagall came over, smiled, and said, You can rest assured, Ian is a professor at Hogwarts. Then McGonagall glanced at the shy Hermione and said, The child of today is really precocious. Ian has a question mark on his face. Isn't it right to protect friends and students? What riddles are you talking about? Grindelwald also finished handling the reporters' questions at this time, and the interview will finally be handed over to the Daily Prophet. Rita knows how to write, so Ian's interception of reporters won't be a problem. Grindelwald came to Ian, looked at the Granger couple in front of him, and said with a smile, Hello, I'm the assistant headmaster of Hogwarts. I'm Ian's guardian at the same time. I thought we could go and talk. Ian's face turned black when he heard Grindelwald's words. Chapter 69. After Grindelwald and the Grangers left, Hermione hugged Ian. Ian asked Hermione with some doubts, Hermione, what's wrong with you? Hermione leaned on Ian now and said, Nothing. I'm a gourd, but what she thought was, Ian the big wooden idiot. The surrounding professors also gave Ian inexplicable smiles. Ian spread his hands. He felt that he and the professors were really weird today. After a while, Grindelwald and the Grangers returned. Dumbledore came back with them, and it seems that Dumbledore went to Grindelwald first after arriving. Beside Dumbledore is an old man with white hair. Although he looks extremely old, he is very energetic. Grindelwald's eyes were not friendly, and he glanced at the white-haired old man from time to time. And Wendell and Monica remembered the conversation with Grindelwald just now. The thing about Ian still deeply shocked the two of them. The strongest wizard in the wizarding world, the richest wizard, and the best healing wizard. What kind of fairy boyfriend did their daughter bring back? Seeing her parents came back, Hermione excitedly said to Ian, Ian, I'm going to stay with my parents first. I have so many things to tell them. Ian nodded with a smile, but he had a strange feeling in his heart. He had never felt the feelings of his parents. After greeting Dumbledore, Hermione went to chat with her parents at 620. She now has to ask her parents what she thinks of Ian and introduce them to the wizarding world. Looking at the excited Hermione, Ian smiled helplessly. At this moment, Dumbledore walked up to Ian and sighed. It's nice to be young. Ian glanced at Dumbledore and said angrily, You gave me so much trouble just to sit by my side. Dumbledore said with a smile, Don't worry, Ian. You can see that Tion's family is very prosperous today, especially little Hermione. Ian followed Dumbledore's words and saw Hermione's face was full of happiness. From time to time, he would blush and secretly look at Ian. Ian rubbed his temples and said ingeniously, Say it first. Don't make trouble for me after this time is over. Dumbledore replied with a smile, Of course. I also want to take a good rest. You know that people don't have much energy after all when they are old. Ian looked at the old man beside Dumbledore, and he felt that although the old man's breath was very old, his magic power was still not exhausted. Combined with Grindelwald's reaction just seen, Ian asked curiously, Dumbledore, is this Nicole Mailer you speak of? Hearing Ian's inquiry, Fedge, the old man beside Dumbledore smiled and said, Hi, Ian Grindelwald. I've heard Dumbledore mention you many times. I'm Nicole Mailer. I think we can discuss alchemy after the ceremony is over. Ian nodded. He was also very interested in the alchemy knowledge Nicole Mailer had mastered. Dumbledore on the side looked at the time and said to Ian, Ian, the award ceremony is about to start, and reporters and officials will come in later. I think you can prepare first. Nick Mailer also laughed and said, Go ahead. Boy, I think we've got plenty of time when it's over. Now it's time for you to enjoy your honor." Then Dumbledore arranged for the helpless Ian and Nicole Mailer to sit in the front row. Watching Ian sit down, everyone in Hogwarts also took their seats. Grindelwald sat down next to the Grangers and introduced them to the visitors. Not long after, the door of the venue was opened again. The one who walked in the front was Cornelius Fudge, Minister of the British Ministry of Magic, and the teachers who were invited to participate in the ceremony followed. Ian saw many acquaintances in the crowd. Bathilda Bagshot and Andy Blake nodded to Ian with a smile. The last ones are the reporters. They have just been frightened, and many of them are still pale. At this moment, someone saw the old man next to Ian and suddenly exclaimed, "Look, that's Nick Mailer." This exclamation immediately caused quite a reaction. How could Nicole Mailer be here? The descendants of Grindelwald are sitting with Nicole Mailer. That's big news. Is the wizarding world really going to change? Nicole Mailer has something to do with that dark wizard. Hearing these words, the excited Secretary Fudge walked over to Ian and Nicole Mailer. What a perfect opportunity for him. Minister Fudge said excitedly to Ian and Nico, "Mr. Grindelwald, Mr. Mailer, nice to meet you." But Ian and Nico obviously have no intention of talking to Fudge. Ian glanced at Fudge and said directly, "Don't waste time. Can the ceremony begin?" The smile on Fudge's face suddenly froze. He didn't expect Ian to still be so disrespectful to him. Just when Fudge felt that he couldn't hold his face, it also spoke. "Minister Fudge, let's start the ceremony. We don't have that much time to waste." Now Fudge couldn't hold back anymore. Just as Fudge was about to have a seizure, he saw Ian's cold eyes. In an instant, he felt that he was being targeted by a terrifying creature. Dumbledore patted Fudge from behind at this moment, and Fudge turned his head stiffly. He only found Dumbledore saying to him equally seriously, "Nico is Ian's guest, my daughter-in-law minister. You should preside over the ceremony now." Okay. Minister Fudge stepped stiffly onto the stage after hearing Dumbledore's words. Rufus Scrimgeour, the director of the Auror office, looked at the sweaty Fudge, frowned and said, "Minister, what's wrong with you?" Minister Fudge said reluctantly, "It's okay. I'm just a little nervous." Rufus Scrimgeour nodded. He already knew the new minister was a jerk. Minister Fudge wiped his sweat, looked at the wizards in the audience and said, "Welcome everyone to Sir Ian Grindelwald's Order of Merlin First Class. Today's honor is awarded to Mr. Ian Grindelwald by the Chief Wizard of the Wisengamot, Mr. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Mr. Grindelwald's honor is the honor of the entire British wizarding community. Mr. Grindelwald and Mr. Dumbledore, please come on stage." After Minister Fudge finished speaking, Ian walked helplessly to the stage accompanied by Dumbledore. Minister Fudge then took out a brass box from under his robes, and Dumbledore took the box over and pulled out a green medallion. Dumbledore looked at Ian and blinked, and said, "Congratulations, fake." With that said, Dumbledore pinned the medal to Ian's wizard robes. At the next moment, there was a huge applause from the venue. Everyone at Hogwarts is cheering for Ian. Hermione stood up excitedly, looking happily at Ian on the stage. The Saints led by Andy Brack are chanting Grindelwald. Fudge's face turned pale with fright at the scene. The sound of Grindelwald is like a demonstration against him. Just when Fudge was considering whether to use means to get rid of Ian, a voice entered his ears. "If you don't want to die, don't put your hand on Ian." Fudge was so scared that he fell to the ground on the spot, and he could hear that it was Dumbledore's voice. Chapter 70. After the award ceremony, Andy and the others also returned to their respective posts. They cannot live up to the trust of Mr. The Norwegian Ministry of Magic will be their first step. Everyone in Hogwarts also returned to school. Their faces were full of joy. Hermione's parents were sent home by Grindelwald, and the Grangers and Grindelwald made an appointment to spend Christmas in the wizarding world. Hermione is the happiest after knowing this. And when Monica said goodbye to her, she whispered something in her ear. "Ian is a very good boy. Mom supports you." After the ceremony, Ian and Nico called Dumbledore and went directly to the Dark Creature farm in Hogwarts. Genius idea. Ian, this is simply a production base for magic alchemy items. After Nico came to Ian's farm, he exclaimed in shock. Ian smiled and said, "It's also thanks to the demon breeding, otherwise I wouldn't have so much flesh and soul." Nico looked fanatically at the big meatball-like demon colonization and continued, "Ian, you said that the refining of the Philosopher's Stone in your world is similar to the Sorcerer's Stone in our world. So from this point of view, the alchemy knowledge of the two worlds is very similar. I can't wait to research." Dumbledore looked at Nicole's reaction and said with a smile, "Old friend, let me just say it. Ian won't let you down." Nico nodded and said, "You know, The moment I saw you grow younger, I was so terrified. I suspected you used those inhumane magic. The Philosopher's Stone can only prolong life, but it cannot resist the erosion of time. Now I really believe what you said is true. When Dumbledore heard Nickel's words, his head was full of black lines. This is exactly what Grindelwald and Ian did while he was sleeping. Before Dumbledore could speak, Nickel said seriously, "Albus, I've decided. I'm going to live." Ian brings new knowledge of alchemy, combined with his undead fighting skills. I saw different possibilities. It turns out that on the day Dumbledore visited Nico made a prophecy at night. He saw the transformation of alchemy and the splendor of magic. Nico now has a new quest too. It's Ian who brought it all together. He can't let Ian go down the dark path. The world of prophesied death makes him feel scared. The crystal ball that kept the prophecy was instantly smashed to pieces by him. He can't let anyone influence Ian. Dumbledore wasn't surprised to hear Nickel's words. Dumbledore knew Nickel very well, and with a new goal, it was impossible for him to choose death. So Dumbledore looked at Ian and asked, "Ian, can Nico stay here?" Hearing Dumbledore's inquiry, Ian nodded and said, "Of course, I also want to know more about the alchemy knowledge of this world. Hogwarts doesn't have many books on alchemy either. It's a win-win for Nico to stay. This is a living treasury. Over 600 years, Nickel's knowledge is destined to be huge." Ian's words made Nicole laugh out loud and said, "Yes, a win-win choice. Ian, can I see your wand?" Grigorovich told me that it is the highest magic masterpiece in the whole magic law. Ian nodded and took out Ian's heart and handed it to Nico. When Nickel saw the heart of Ian for the first time, he knew it was the most powerful wand he had ever seen in his life. Nico took the Ian's heart with trembling hands and took a closer look. The Devil's Handbone, the base of the Philosopher's Stone, a mighty fire dragon never seen before, and the ancient dwarf mithril. This is the highest masterpiece of wizards. Nico returned Ian's heart to Ian, looked into Ian's eyes seriously, and said, "Ian, I own most of the alchemy knowledge in this world. I want to give them to you. It's up to you to allocate and use them." Hearing this, Ian felt that trouble was coming again. Ian said helplessly, "Nicole, I just want to study. It's too troublesome to sort things out." Dumbledore heard Ian's words and said, "Nico, trust me now. Trouble is what Ian fears the most." At this moment, Nico rolled his eyes and continued, "Then, Ian and I will study the combination of alchemy first, and it will take me about a year. Albus, how about giving me a class at Hogwarts?" Now it was Dumbledore's turn to be shocked, asking for flowers. Dumbledore said in surprise, "Nico, you don't mean to?" "That's right. I want to teach alchemy at Hogwarts." Nicole said seriously, "Aren't you going to take your knowledge to the ground?" Hearing Dumbledore's words, he said excitedly, "It's different now. Albus, it turns out that wizards have few channels to learn alchemy, and the threshold of alchemy is extremely high. It is not accessible to ordinary wizards. It's the demand for some magic materials, which is not something ordinary wizards can afford. Now with Ian's undead magic, some material problems can be solved. Even if it's not enough, I can build a few more farms for Ian. At least I'm rich." Nico's words were not bragging. He paid for the construction of the castle of Bosbatten School of Magic. Ian rolled his eyes at the two of them and said, "Whatever you want. Nico, where are you going to live if you stay here?" Nico laughed and said, "I'll just buy a house in Hogsmeade. It's right next to Gregorovich's house. I'll go back to Devon to fetch Perenelle, and then I'll bring my books over. Oh, by the way, Ian, Perenelle is my wife." Dumbledore nodded. "Then it's all right. Nicky must be the happiest person to teach at Hogwarts. After all, Dumbledore is the headmaster of Hogwarts, and now he and Grindelwald need to help Ian raise wizards." Suddenly Dumbledore thought of something, looked at Ian and asked, "Ian, since your knowledge is from your world, I know you gave Pomona the seed, but there are no creatures from your world. Can substitute materials be found in this world?" Nico also looked over at Ian at this moment. Ian thought for a while and said, "I have studied it, and some of it can be replaced." This sentence made Dumbledore and Nicole feel relieved, but they were still a little regretful. After all, it is impossible to make gold without materials. But what Ian said next completely shocked the two of them. "No, I also kept some biological embryos from that world. After all, a necromancer who doesn't know how to reproduce is not a qualified necromancer too." Chapter 71. After Nico said goodbye to Ian and Dumbledore, Ian went back to his lounge. Grindelwald and Hermione were already waiting for him in the waiting room. The two watched Ian come back, and Grindelwald asked Ian directly, "Ian, what did that old Nicole tell you?" Ian took off his wizard robe, flung it casually on the sofa, looked at Grindelwald, and said, Nico plans to come to Hogwarts to teach alchemy after studying alchemy in my world. Hermione on the side exclaimed, Alchemy? Is Mr. Nicole Mailer coming to Hogwarts as a professor? Ian nodded, looked at the unhappy Grindelwald, and said, Old man, don't you still think about those old times? Grindelwald snorted coldly and said, Me? I don't. Ian spread his hands and looked at Grindelwald. 550, it's written all over your face. Hearing what Ian said, Grindelwald became even more upset, so he got up and planned to talk to Dumbledore. Watching Grindelwald leave angrily, Hermione smiled softly, looked at Ian, and said with some embarrassment, Ian, my parents asked me to tell you that I have time to come to our house as a guest. Ian looked at Hermione with a smile and said, Okay, I'll go when I have time. Just as Ian's side just finished, the Gryffindor lounge ushered in a breaking news. It was the Weasley twins who discovered it first. They entered the restricted area on the 4th floor today and saw a huge three-headed dog inside. Fred was announcing aloud what they had seen. I'm telling the truth. And there's a three-headed dog. Then George continued. That's right. We almost never came back. The two then said in unison, That big dog is guarding something. And there's a trap door at its feet. When Harry and Ronald heard their words, they thought of what Hagrid had taken that day. That little brown paper bag. Harry whispered to Ronald, Ronald, I feel that what George said about the three-headed dog guarding is definitely related to that thing. Ronald heard Harry's words and said with a sad face, Harry, that's a three-headed dog. It's dangerous. And we still don't know who Nico Mailer is. Ronald's words made Harry worry too. At this moment, George and Fred quietly came in front of them. What are you thinking? Harry and Ronald were taken aback by the duo. Ronald said with a guilty conscience, I didn't think anything. George and Fred knew it right away. Their little brother must have heard what they just said, and Harry and Ronald seemed to know something. As exceptionally curious Gryffindors, Fred and George won't miss this opportunity. One of them hugged Ronald, the other hugged Harry, and whispered, Stop pretending. We know it. Fred and George took Harry and Ronald into a corner, looked at them, and said, Do you want to go on an adventure with us? But you have to tell us. Things you know. Harry and Ronald were heartbroken when they heard this. At night, the lights in Gryffindor's lounge were turned off. Furtive figures pushed aside the portrait of the fat lady and sneaked out of the Gryffindor common room. Ronald whispered in Harry's ear, Harry, are we really going? Harry nodded and said seriously, Yes, I want to stop Professor Grindelwald's conspiracy. Hagrid and Dumbledore both caring about something means that something is important. Then George interjected, Harry, I don't think it's Ian's conspiracy. I already told you that during the day. Fred went on to say, Yes, Ian is very nice. It's just scary. After hearing what the two said, Ronald retorted, George, Fred, he's a dark wizard. George and Fred looked at each other and said, So what? Seeing that Ronald wanted to continue speaking, Harry quickly grabbed him and said, Ronald, they won't believe it without proof. Ronald heard Harry's words and swallowed what he wanted to say. George and Fred shook their heads and said, Move. The four continued to move towards the restricted area on the 4th floor. Dodging Peeves and Filch along the way, they finally came to the gate of the restricted area. This is where Harry and Ronald were caught by Filch. Just as Harry and Ronald were reminiscing about the bad encounter, George had already drawn his wand. George pointed his wand at the door lock. Allahu hole is open. Harry and Ronald saw that the gate of the restricted area was opened in one fell swoop. The two couldn't help regretting. Why didn't they think of this spell at the time? Obviously taught in the first class. Then George and Fred looked back at the two of them and said, The big dog is behind the door. Be sure to pay attention to safety. You must obey our command. When Harry and Ronald heard what George and Fred said, the remorse just now was replaced by joy in an instant. Fortunately, the door was not opened, but there is a three-headed dog inside. Harry and Ronald nodded hastily. Seeing that the two agreed to come down, George slowly opened the gate of the restricted area. The four of them only heard a snoring sound, and then they saw the huge 3x8. At this time, its three heads are resting on its paws, sleeping. Ronald almost screamed in fright, but fortunately Harry reacted in time and covered Ronald's mouth. George and Fred looked at Ronald with a headache. Does this Ronald look like their family? Then George and Fred made a silent gesture to Harry and Ronald. Creeping into the restricted room, they saw one of the three-headed dog's paws resting squarely on the trapdoor. Fred 1.4 Red waved to Harry and Ronald, signaling them to come quickly. Harry and Ronald's faces were pale now, but seeing the two waving, they still mustered up the courage to walk up. Gryffindor has no cowards. Seeing the two people approaching, George whispered, Harry, Ronald, let's work together to lift this paw for him. Ronald's legs are going weak now, but they still listened to George and lifted the paw of the three-headed dog together with Harry. Seeing the two of them, Fred commanded in a low voice, Come on, let's work together. Gently, we moved its paw to the left. E equals dash. The four worked together to move the paws of the three-headed dog to the left little by little. But they didn't notice that the nose of the three-headed dog moved slightly, and the snoring is gone. Chapter 72. Slow down, slow down. George hurriedly called out to Harry and Ronald that they were too nervous. When the four of them removed the three-headed dog's paw, the trapdoor below was finally revealed. George and Fred wiped sweat from their heads. Harry and Ronald were also slightly relieved. So exciting. George knelt down, opened the trap gently, and looked down. Hey, guys, looks a little deep down there. Fred frowned. They were adventurous, but not fools. It seems that I have to prepare a little bit before coming again. Ronald felt something wet on his shoulder at this moment, and he reached out and touched it. Ronald saw that there was a transparent, thick liquid on his hand, and it also exuded a foul smell. Evil. Harry, what is this? Harry heard Ronald's voice and looked towards him, but the first thing he saw was a huge dog's head behind Ronald, and Harry also felt a puff of heat behind him. This scared Harry almost out of his wits. Harry grabbed Ronald and shouted, Help! George and Fred were also startled by 25 Harry's voice. The two turned their heads and saw three big dog heads staring at them behind them. Too late to think about it. At the critical moment, George pulled Harry and Ronald over, leading Fred to jump under the trapdoor. The four of them felt the feeling of falling. And on top, the three-headed dog's head is so big that it sticks its mouth through the trapdoor and barks at them. Puff, puff, puff. The four of them felt like they were falling on a net. George and Fred breathed a sigh of relief, and Fred asked loudly, Ronald, Harry, are you all right? Harry heard Fred's voice and shouted, I'm fine. Ronald, where are you? Ronald's voice came from Harry's left. Here I am. Harry, George, Fred, I feel like I'm attached to something. Only then did the three of Harry feel that the net under them seemed to be moving. George took a closer look, exclaimed, Oh, damn it, don't move around. It's the devil's net. No, George, it's about to wrap around my neck. Ronald's anxious voice reached the ears of the three. Harry shouted anxiously, Ronald, you relax. Damn it, Ronald is so nervous. George and Fred thought quickly now. Suddenly, their eyes lit up. Professor Sprout said, Devil's Web is afraid of fire. Fred and George looked at each other, and they quickly took out 2 fireworks from their bags. Hey, Fred, our show. That's right, George. I've always wanted to have fireworks at school. The two lit the fireworks in their hands, and violent combustion erupted from the fireworks in their hands. Boom! The light of the fireworks illuminated the entire devil's net, and the flames of the fireworks made the devil's net feel terrified. Fred exclaimed excitedly. Before George could reply, they began to fall. But now they are very close to the ground, and the first thing to touch the ground is their buttocks. Ouch! Hiss! George took a breath, looked at the three and said, Great adventures always have a fall. I think you're absolutely right. Fred replied, rubbing the place where it was in contact with the ground. Harry stood up and quickly ran to Ronald, only to see Ronald grinning in pain. Ronald, are you okay? Ronald looked at Harry in pain and said, Harry, my asterisk hurts. Harry quickly helped Ronald up. Then George and Fred came along. Seeing that the two of them were fine, Fred laughed and said, Let's go. The adventure will continue. Today we're going to find the Hogwarts treasure, George continued, and the secrets that Professor Dumbledore is hiding. Ronald looked at the two and complained, Can't you worry about your little brother first? George and Fred ignored Ronald and said directly to Harry, Let's go. Harry, we're moving on. Harry nodded to the two of them and helped Ronald to walk to the corridor ahead. At this time, Ian's lounge is also very lively. Knowing that someone is starting to break through, the professors gather in Ian's lounge, and the table is covered with skewers. These skewers are made from the meat of the Swedish Brachiosaurus sent by Holm Dug. Spices were also purchased by Holm and Dug from the mysterious East. I have to say that among the saints, Holm and Dug is the most powerful when it comes to things. Looking at the grilled dragon meat in front of him, Snape felt distressed, and Flitwick and Sprout had a blast. McGonagall was discussing some magical knowledge with Hermione. Only the world where Snape was injured was achieved. Dumbledore swallowed a piece of dragon meat, looked at the professors and said, The elf sent me news just now. Harry and the four of them have broken through the devil's net. Sprout is very happy to hear this. She smiled and said, It seems that the children have not forgotten the knowledge of herbal medicine. Dumbledore nodded and continued. Fortunately, the silencing curse was released in advance. Otherwise, the fireworks from those two children might have woken up half of the castle. McGonagall looked up and said proudly, "They are the real Gryffindor. The first batch of little wizards to pass the level are all from Gryffindor, which makes her very proud." At this moment, Hermione asked Ian beside him, "Ian, can they pass the checkpoint you set up?" 970 Hermione, who had supper at Ian's place today, was very surprised to see all the professors gathered together. Later she learned that the restricted area on the 4th floor was a level arranged by Ian and the professors. No wonder Harry and the others were punished last time for forgetting to pick the lock. These professors are waiting for them to break through. Puffy little Hermione didn't let up until Ian was ready to grill. Ian thought for a while. The troll level has been removed by him and Dumbledore. After all, that thing stinks. Thinking of this, Ian said, "I think George and Fred should be fine as long as they're not careless or unlucky. But Harry and Ronald may need a little luck. Their knowledge is too weak." Hermione heard this and continued to ask, "Then can I go in?" Ian nodded with a smile and said, "Of course, but I suggest you go at the end of the semester. Little wizards under the 5th grade who can pass the level alone do not need to take the exam. And the results are all excellent." Hermione was taken aback by Ian's words, but then she saw the professors smiling and nodding at her. Hermione's heart was instantly ignited with fighting spirit. At this point, Dumbledore laughed and said, "Let's see where Harry and the others can go. When they fail or clear the level, I will let the elf bring them over. Give them a big surprise." Chapter 73. The four of Harry walked through the corridor and came to the door of the second room. At the door, they heard a rustling sound coming from the door, like the sound of many creatures flapping their wings. George elbowed Fred and said, "Hey, what do you think will be in there?" Fred says, "I guess a bunch of flying things." "I guess so." After finishing speaking, George and Fred opened the door of the room and walked in, and Harry and Ronald hurriedly followed them. As soon as the four of them entered the room, they saw many keys with wings above the room. "Oh, this is amazing. George, it looks like we'll need a broom to find a big silver key to open the door." While Harry and Ronald were staring dumbfounded at the key above, Fred saw that the opposite door was locked with a silver lock, and there was a broom next to them. After hearing what Fred said, George got the broom first, and Fred said, "This honorable task is of course for Gryffindor's best batsman." Fred grabbed George by the collar before he could take off on the broom. "What did you say? I'm the best batsman in Gryffindor. I should use the broom." The two immediately fought for the right to use the broom. "It's my turn. It's my turn." Ronald looked at the two fighting and whispered to Harry, "Harry, why don't you try it? You're Gryffindor's seeker." Hearing Ronald's words, Harry was a little eager to try. Harry nodded to Ronald, and the two quietly reached for the broom. Harry and Ronald came to the broom. Harry picked up the broom, and under Ronald's encouraging eyes, stepped onto the broom. When George and Fred came back to their senses, they found that Harry had already taken off. George looked at Fred and Harry, who was already looking for the key in the air, and started fighting again. "Look, it's because of you. Obviously you wasted time." At this time, Harry, who was looking for the key, felt very stressed. These keys are enchanted. They are really fast. But Harry did not live up to his reputation as a Quidditch genius. After searching around in the sky, he found a big silver key that was different from other keys. Harry quickly aimed at the target and began to chase, but the speed of the silver key was too fast. Harry was sweating profusely, and at this moment he saw the three people below from the corner of his eye, and Harry had an idea in his mind. "Ronald, George, Fred, I need you to intercept the key." Hearing Harry's words, Fred and George stopped fighting and shouted to Harry, "Harry, what do you need us to do?" Ronald also shouted at the same time, "Harry, speak quickly." Hearing what the three said, Harry shouted, "I need you to help me intercept that big silver key. I feel like that's the right one." Harry's words lifted the spirits of the three, and they also saw the unique key that Harry was chasing. Ronald hurried to a corner. He wanted to help Harry block the key in front of him. "Harry, chase it towards me. I'll stop it." George and Fred looked at each other. They pulled out their wands, waved them, and chanted spells, trying to help Harry clean the keys in front of him as much as possible. Harry is also doing his best to push the key towards Ronald, keeping himself as low as possible. During this chase, the magic on the key sensed Ronald in front of him, and he made a sudden U-turn. Harry felt that it was too late to turn around. He made a bold decision. Harry jumped out of the broom sideways, fell to the ground, and rolled forward a few times. Seeing this scene, the three of Weasley hurried to Harry. "Harry, are you okay?" Ronald, who ran to Harry's side, first hurriedly helped Harry up. George and Fred also quickly approached to see if Harry was injured. Hiss, it hurts. The three of Weasley saw that Harry had just got up, but there was an extra key in his hand. George and Fred checked Harry's injuries first, then cheered. You're a golfer. We are really looking forward to this year's Quidditch Cup. Ronald looked at Harry and asked, Harry, are you in pain now? Harry shook his head, reluctantly said, It's okay, a little scratch. After speaking, Harry handed the key to Ronald. The key was still struggling in Ronald's hand. Ronald held on to the key tightly and looked at Harry worriedly. At this moment, George and Fred patted Ronald on the shoulder, said with a smile, Don't worry, Ronald. We looked at Harry's injuries, a little bruising. Go to Madame Pomfrey tomorrow and order some white moss. Harry is a brave adventure warrior. Hearing what George and Fred said made Ronald feel relieved. The next four people took the key and opened the next room. In this room is a huge chessboard of wizard chess pieces, but the difference is that there are so few chess pieces on this chessboard. And on the other side of the chessboard, there is another gate. It seems that they have to play chess to pass through. Ronald is not sleepy after seeing this. This is his specialty. In a state of extreme reluctance, George and Fred stood on the chessboard and acted as pawns. Harry also stood in a corner of the chessboard. Ronald's wizard chess talent is very strong, plus there are two extremely smart Weasley choices. This time, the real wizard chess made the four of them survive without any danger. You were amazing just now, Ronald. Hearing Harry's words, this was the first time Ronald felt that he was being watched. Ronald raised his head and said, Harry, I have some things I'm good at too. At this moment, Harry's eyes became more determined, and he said, We're one step closer to stopping Grindelwald's conspiracy. George and Fred shook their heads. They felt a little bewildered, but this time they were not persuaded. The four continued to go to the next room. After opening the door, the four saw an empty room. The layout of the room is like an arena. In the middle of the room, there is a table made of bones. On the table was a quill and a piece of parchment. Seeing the bone table, they guessed it was Ian's level. But parchment and quills, a table. The four of them have heard of this scene in their memories. Harry and the others couldn't help shivering when they saw this scene very similar to what Marcus Flint described. That hapless Marcus Flint screamed all afternoon in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Now they just hope that Merlin never does what Marcus Flint said. Chapter 74. While Harry and Ronald were still observing the layout of the room, George and Fred had checked the door opposite this room. They found that they could not open the door from this room to the next room. Even after trying all the spells they could use, they still couldn't open the door at all. Moreover, a row of bright red characters automatically appeared on the door. Everyone has to answer the questions on the parchment, and only those who answer the questions correctly are eligible to pass. This door will open. George and Fred realized that maybe the exam really needs to be done on the parchment on the table. They can only be forced to attend Ian's hell tuition. George and Fred hate exams. But now that they've ventured here, George and Fred won't back down. The pale-faced two walked towards Harry and Ronald. Harry and Ronald wanted to ask about the situation just now, but George and Fred spoke first. Harry, Ronald, this should be the level Ian arranged. We don't know if you've heard the legend of Defense Against the Dark Arts. Hell Cram School. I think next, we will have an exam. 517 if you don't take the test. Then we can't move forward. Hearing what George and Fred said, Harry and Ronald also turned pale. Ronald tremblingly asked the two of them, So do we need to face werewolves and dragons? George and Fred thought about it, had some guesses in their hearts, and said, We overheard someone from Slytherin say that the other day. Ian said that the range of the exam is the range of the little wizard's own grade. As long as you don't answer the wrong exam questions, there will be no danger. Harry and Ronald were relieved by Fred and George's explanation, but still very nervous. They are here to break through. Who would have thought that they would become tutors now? And it was a tutoring arranged by the Dark Lord. Try a remedial class of Defense Against the Dark Arts for free. Harry asked the Weasley three. Then who should we send to answer the question? Ronald looked at the two brothers with full expectation. Don't let him lose. I saw George and Fred still shook their heads and said, Harry, it's us. Everyone has to answer the questions. If you fail the exam, then you have to stay here. And that door is Ian's magic. That's not something we can unravel. Me and Fred are definitely going on. That's right. We've all gotten here. Impossible to give up. Hearing this, Harry and Ronald became even more nervous. But Harry thought he could find the treasure that Professor Dumbledore had hidden, and having that would help him expose Grindelwald's plot. Harry immediately became firm again. It was just an exam. After a moment of silence, Harry spoke first. Fred, George, I'm going to go on. Ronald saw that his good friend Harry had already made up his mind. Ronald also forced himself to muster up his courage and said, "Then me. I'm with Harry too." George and Fred looked at Harry and Ronald without flinching, smiled, and patted their shoulders. Then Fred took the lead and sat down on the bone chair. Fred picked up the quill, and after a while it did exactly what Marcus said. Problems are starting to appear on the parchment. The moment Fred started to answer the question, Harry and the three of them were pushed away by a wall of fire. The sudden appearance of the flames startled the four of them. George shouted in horror to Fred in the wall of fire, "Fred, are you all right?" Looking at the three people outside the firewall, Fred shouted to the three, "I'm fine. The fire seems to be just separating us. I don't feel hot inside." When George heard Fred's words, he realized that there was no pain at all where his hand was in contact with the flame. The temperature of the firewall is very low, but they cannot pass through the firewall. There is a great resistance. It seems that this firewall is really just separating them. Harry and Ronald were relieved to hear their conversation. The three watched Fred examine on the bone table. Not long after, the three people outside the circle saw the parchment flying in front of Fred, transformed into a little creature with a red hat that looks very much like a goblin. "Oh, damn, I answered wrong. The red hat hasn't been taught by a professor yet." Fred looked at the red hat in front of him, and a terrified voice came from the circle of fire. The three of Harry instantly remembered what Marcus said in Professor Grindelwald's remedial class. If they answered the wrong question, they would be attacked by the creature that asked the question. Looks like Slytherin's Marcus Flint really didn't lie this time. Fred was very nervous. This was the first time he had such close contact with a dark creature. Even if he and George went to the Forbidden Forest, they wouldn't go too deep. The dark creatures that are generally encountered on the edge of the Forbidden Forest are ghouls and the like that have no combat effectiveness. As third-year little wizards, he and George can still deal with it. But this time the red hat in front of him looked at him very ferociously. The red hat is holding a big stick in his hand. Fred began to frantically remember how to deal with the red hat, but he found desperately that he couldn't remember at all. This parchment Ian wasn't restricted like Marcus's. So now Fred is faced with the complete third-grade knowledge that Ian put together. Fred was unlucky enough to draw the more dangerous red hat. The three of Harry wanted to rush in to help Fred, but it was obviously useless. Without remembering the expulsion spell, the red hat is not something that the little wizard from the second to third grade can calmly face. After all, no matter how you say it, the red hat is also a level 4x dark creature. But they can be easily driven away with the expulsion spell, which is why the red hat is the content of the Year of the King. Outside the circle of fire, the three of Harry shouted loudly to Fred, "Run, Fred! Run! Run!" The moment Fred turned around, the red hat raised his stick and smashed it on Fred's head. Boom! Fred, who was hit in the back of the head, fainted on the spot. Seeing this scene, George and Ronald's eyes widened, and Harry took a step back in fright. The moment Fred fell to the ground, the surrounding walls of fire went out. The red hat Gia laughed a few times, and then turned back into parchment. Fly back to the desktop as if nothing happened. Chapter 75. Fred. Seeing that Fred fell to the ground, George quickly ran towards Fred without the obstruction of the flames. Harry and Ronald also hurried up to check on Fred's situation. Just now that dwarf creature hit Fred's head with a stick. It hurts to watch. Seeing Fred lying down on the ground, George first touched Fred's breath anxiously, and then turned Fred over. George was relieved to see that there was no blood or wound where Fred had just been hit. Ronald also anxiously asked George, "George, how is Fred?" When George heard Ronald's words, he turned to Ronald and said, "Nothing, just passed out, no signs of injury." Only then did Ronald and Harry let go of their hanging hearts. George looked at the parchment on the table, and he understood why that hapless Slytherin had been screaming all afternoon. George knew that there was a magic called the revival spell. The only function was to wake up people who were unconscious or asleep. Although George doesn't know how to use it yet. Think about the pain of being stunned by the dark creature created by the parchment, and then called out by Ian with the resurrection spell to continue answering questions, and then continue beating. There are giant monsters and fire dragons in the 5th grade. George shuddered involuntarily at the thought. Then George looked at Harry and Ronald seriously and said, "Harry, Ronald, I don't know what you think of Ian, but don't fail your defense against the dark arts class." It was the first time for Ronald to see George so serious, and he immediately felt that the matter was not simple. In the next second, Ronald and Harry simultaneously thought about what happened to Fred just now and the recent rumors about Ian's tutoring classes in Hogwarts. Both Harry and Ronald felt their hearts slow down. If you fail this, you will be beaten to death by the dark creature turned into parchment paper. Harry and Ronald nodded quickly. Sweat was already covering their foreheads. Seeing that the two listened, George nodded and picked Fred up. Then George said to Harry and Ronald, "Wait a minute, and I'll try it. You take care of Fred." Harry and Ronald nodded, and Harry said, "Wait, I'm going too. I have to keep exploring to find what Professor Dumbledore has hidden. Professor Grindelwald can't stop me." Ronald heard Harry's words and said the same. "Me too." George looked at the two with a smile and said, "Don't be so serious. This magic item Ian made won't hurt us. According to the Slytherin, only pain is real. Everything else is false. It seems that rumors about Ian sometimes we have to believe." After speaking, George put Fred in the corner, walked to the bone chair, and sat down. The circle of flames just now ignited again, but this time the person in the middle of the flames was replaced by George. Harry and Ronald looked nervously at George, who was answering the question. Just when Harry and Ronald were gradually relaxing, the parchment flew up again. In George's exclamation, the parchment turned into a Grindylow this time. Before George could react, the Grindylow had already swooped towards George. George quickly blocked it with his hands. Grindylow hugged George's arm, and the tentacles on his body kept approaching George. Grindylow's long fingers traced George's arms and face. Feeling the pain, George threw Grindylow down as hard as he could, then raised his foot and kicked Grindylow's head. I saw that Grindylow's head softened instantly after being kicked by George. Grindylow then transforms back into the parchment and flies back onto the bone table. George's eyes lit up in an instant. It turned out that after defeating the dark creature transformed from parchment, he could also pass the parchment test. Harry and Ronald, who were watching from the sidelines, also breathed a sigh of relief. They thought they could still pass this way, but when George returned to his seat, Grindylow's answer automatically appeared on the parchment. Asked George to take a quick note and then write it all over again. George's face darkened immediately. This parchment is literally made for extra lessons. A student's nightmare. It's hard for Ian to remember this knowledge, unless you want to fall into the cycle of being beaten until you are knocked out by dark creatures. Later, George was very lucky. Except for the question of Grindylow, everything else was knowledge from the first and second grades. Asked for flowers. After George finished writing the last question, the surrounding flames automatically extinguished, and Harry and Ronald quickly surrounded him. George was sweating profusely, looked at the two, and said, "This parchment is just horrible. Simply a student's nightmare. I can't imagine how Ian made this thing." Harry and Ronald were also slightly apprehensive, and Ronald asked, "George, is it possible to defeat this parchment and become a creature?" George heard Ronald's words, nodded and shook his head, and said, "You defeated it, but it will turn back into parchment. But the correct answer will appear on it. You must memorize it. 0, otherwise it will continue like this." Harry and Ronald were dumbfounded, and this forced learning. Ronald swallowed, but thought of his friend Harry needing his help. "Harry, I'll be the next one." "Ronald, you." "Harry, I can't run away without you." Harry looked at the persistent Ronald, nodded with determination, and said, "Ronald, we will find Grindelwald's conspiracy." George looked at the two and thought that he had just witnessed a great friendship. But then it didn't take long before something happened that left George dumbfounded. Just as Ronald went up, he was knocked unconscious by the parchment-turned ghoul. Because when he saw the ghoul, he thought it was the same as their family and would not attack him, but he was hit directly on the stomach. And Harry vowed to avenge Ronald. As a result, he met the most powerful dark creature in the first grade, the Little Devil. Now Harry, who doesn't even know much about spells, his results are obvious. Looking at the 3 people who fainted in front of him, George knew that today's exploration failed. Now he has to find a way to wake up the 3 of them and send them back. When George was struggling with how to wake up the 3 of them, a house elf suddenly appeared in front of George. George recognized it. This fancy house elf is Ian's nubby. "Sir, my master asked me to take you and them to the master's lounge too." Chapter 76. When Harry gradually regained consciousness, he first smelled a very fragrant fragrance. This made Harry's mouth start to salivate uncontrollably. "It smells so good. By the way, where am I?" Harry slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was Professor McGonagall directly opposite. Harry was so scared that he immediately sat up straight, and even almost jumped out. How come Professor McGonagall is opposite me? Harry remembered that he should be in the restricted area on the 4th floor. I should be on a night tour with the 3 Weasley brothers. Got caught again this time. Memories of detention with Snape flooded Harry's mind, and now Harry felt like all he could think about was the fat body of the flobberworm. While Harry was still distracted, McGonagall smiled and said to Harry, "Mr. Potter, take a look around. I don't think this is the time to be nervous." It was only when Harry heard 467 McGonagall that he came back to his senses. Harry hadn't paid attention to his surroundings just now. Now Harry saw that this should be the defense against the dark arts professor's lounge. Last time he saw Ronald once. Grindelwald is the only place Harry knows of such a luxurious place in Hogwarts. And the heads at Hogwarts are all here. Granger is also sitting next to Professor McGonagall. Only Snape was absent-minded, as if thinking about something. At this moment, Harry heard a bawling sound coming from beside him, and Harry turned his head to look. It was Ronald, who ate his mouth full of oil and kept stuffing barbecue in his mouth. Seeing Harry turning his head to look, Ronald said to Harry, "Harry, try it quickly. This barbecue is delicious." Seeing Ronald, Harry relaxed a little, then turned to Professor McGonagall. Harry saw that Professor McGonagall was smiling, and he didn't seem to intend to punish them anymore. Just when Harry was about to ask something, the door of the lounge was pushed open. It's Professor Dumbledore. Behind him are George and Fred, and there was a figure beside Dumbledore that made Harry's pupils constrict. That's Ian Grindelwald. Harry just heard George and Fred talking to Ian incessantly. "Ian, your alchemy items are really cool. Ian, you're also a genius at alchemy." Ian went to explain and show some alchemy items to George and Fred. Just after Fred woke up, after knowing that he would not be punished, Fred and George began to ask Ian to teach them alchemy knowledge. George and Fred are aficionados of pranks and alchemy. They are committed to developing new prank products, which is also their goal in life. After George and Fred saw Ian's parchment, their admiration for Ian rose to another level. Instead of agreeing to them now, Ian told George and Fred that next year, as long as they meet the requirements, they might have the opportunity to learn alchemy professionally. Ian's words made George and Fred a little confused, but they were still very excited. But Ian's request made the two of them sigh, and the grades in potions and defense against the dark arts must be, excellent. Defense against the dark arts is fine, but potions, they're Gryffindor. That big bat Snape would let them off so easily. After Dumbledore entered the lounge, seeing Harry woke up, he smiled and said to Harry, "What a nice adventure. Isn't it, Harry?" Harry heard Dumbledore's words. Harry said nervously, "Professor, I failed." It's just that when Harry spoke, his eyes kept sneaking at Ian, who was beside him. Seeing Harry's reaction, Ian spread his hands and said, "Mr. Potter, I have no intention of stealing the treasure that Dumbledore hid. It's just that I can't imagine that one of you loses to a ghoul. The other loses to a little devil. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, you two don't usually read." Hearing Ian's words, Harry and Ronald were a little ashamed, really embarrassing. But Harry still looked at Ian very warily. Harry was very nervous. How could Ian know what he was thinking? Dumbledore looked at Harry's expression, laughed loudly, and said, "Harry, Ian won't steal that thing. It's someone else who wants to steal that thing. Maybe you should listen to Ian and read more books. We are wizards after all." After speaking, Dumbledore winked at the two of them. Harry was stunned by Dumbledore's words. At this moment, Ronald beside Harry said with some guilt, "Harry, we misunderstood Professor Grindelwald." "Professor? George and the professors just told me and Fred. Professor Grindelwald sent the house elves to pick us up, give us back these delicious treats." When Harry heard Ronald's words, he looked at Ian suspiciously. But just now Harry heard Dumbledore say someone else. It made Harry very confused. Just then Hermione snorted coldly. "Told you guys, Ian's not a bad guy. I really don't know what you guys think." Ronald reflexively wanted to refute Hermione, but at this moment Ronald didn't know how to refute. Snape still had that paralyzed face and said mockingly, "Impulsive and reckless, Mr. Potter. Next time please don't let others pick you up when you are unconscious. I think you and Mr. Weasley's troll-like brains should think a little more." Before Harry could get angry, Dumbledore interrupted Snape, laughing and saying, "Severus, the kids are tired today. I think they need to relax now." Dumbledore then looked at Harry and Ronald and continued, "Harry, I have seen your bravery and determination during this adventure. Your courage and friendship will be your biggest help in the future. Ronald, you played the biggest wizard chess game ever. It was a great win. But child, you should also remember that you should calm down and think more when encountering things." Harry and Ronald blushed with excitement when they heard what Dumbledore said. Then Dumbledore continued to look at George and Fred, smiling, and said, "George, Fred, you are one of the most talented little wizards I have ever seen at Hogwarts. But please try not to bother Professor McGonagall if you can." George and Fred were dancing for joy too. That's what Dumbledore said. Their mom would definitely be proud of it. The sentence after Dumbledore was automatically filtered by them. Finally, Dumbledore looked at the foursome and said, "Please don't tell about today's adventure. After all, the unknown will make people move on. Ian will put a sealing spell on you, and it will be lifted automatically at the end of the semester. You must be familiar with Harry and Ronald. This is just to be on the safe side. I hope that before the end of the semester, you can pass the test successfully. Next, let's enjoy the banquet. Chapter 77. Harry and Ronald were restless every day these days. After the banquet that day, Harry and Ronald combined the reactions of the professors and realized that their confinement might not be due to night excursions at all. It's that the two of them forgot the unlocking spell. But thinking of Professor Grindelwald's sealing spell, Harry and Ronald could not help but shudder. During that time, if they wanted to complain, they could only complain in their hearts. There was nothing they could do. But what disturbed Harry and Ronald the most was Professor Dumbledore's statement that someone else was trying to steal. But what they most want to know right now is who Nico Mailer is. In a corner of the library, Ronald glanced at Irma Pants, and seeing that Mrs. Pants was not looking at them, he whispered to Harry, "Harry, we've searched much better. But modern wizards don't have Nicole Mailer at all." Harry also looked at Ronald with a sad face, and said, "I haven't seen 25, nor in a piece of school history at Hogwarts." It seems that Dumbledore made the two of them read more books, and they still remembered a little bit. At this time Ronald suddenly remembered a person. "Harry, how about we ask Hermione? She is Professor Grindelwald's little follower. She may know something." Harry looked at Ronald a little speechlessly. He wanted to do this a long time ago. They would have asked Hermione a long time ago if Ronald hadn't stopped them. Looking into Harry's eyes, Ronald explained with some guilt. "Harry, Professor Dumbledore told us that day, not Professor Grindelwald. And Professor Grindelwald gave us so much delicious food that day, and he was so rich. Maybe he really isn't a bad guy. It's just that Harry heard something sour in Ronald's words." Harry thought about it, and he decided to trust Professor Dumbledore. So he said, "Then let's ask Hermione after charms get out of class this afternoon." At this moment, the two did not notice that Mrs. Pants had come towards them. "Get out of the library if you two want to talk. This is a place to read, not a place for you to chat." Harry and Ronald stayed with Hermione after the afternoon charms get out of class. "Hermione, can we ask you something?" Hermione felt a little strange looking at the two of them. Usually they were too late to hide from her, but now they took the initiative to talk to her. Hermione frowned and said, "If you want to ask about Ian, then you don't need to say more. Ian, he's not a bad guy." Ronald feels a little uncomfortable. "We haven't asked yet. You just insist that we suspect Professor Grindelwald." But Harry went ahead and said, "Hermione, we don't want to ask about Professor Grindelwald. I trust Professor Dumbledore, and Professor Grindelwald took such good care of us that day." Hermione relaxed her brows and asked, "Then what do you want from me?" Seeing that Hermione was no longer aggressive, Harry breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "We want to know who Nico Mailer is. Ronald and I checked many books, but we didn't find any records about him." Hermione was taken aback when she heard Harry's words and said in surprise, "How do you guys know the name Nicole Mailer?" As soon as Harry and Ronald heard Hermione's words, they knew that Hermione must know who Nico Mailer was. Harry hurriedly said, "Hagrid accidentally told us. We're just afraid of someone stealing what Nico Mailer gave to Professor Dumbledore." Hearing this, Hermione understood that it seemed to be the Philosopher's Stone that Nico Mailer lent Dumbledore to, but she wasn't sure whether to tell the two about it. After hesitating for a while, Hermione said to Harry and Ronald, "You guys come with me to find Ian. We'll see if Ian will tell you." Harry and Ronald exchanged glances when they heard Hermione's words and decided to go find Ian together. The three came to the defense against the dark arts professor. Ian saw Harry and Ronald besides Hermione and said with some surprise, "Why are you two here? Don't doubt me this time." Harry and Ronald looked at Ian with some embarrassment, and Harry fell into deep suspicion that Professor Grindelwald might really know what he was thinking. Harry scratched his head and said to Ian with some embarrassment, "Professor Grindelwald, I want to ask if you know Nicole Mailer." When Ian heard what was in the words, he knew immediately. It seemed that Hagrid had slipped his tongue. Ian waved his hand, and a thick book flew over, and Ian handed it to Harry and Ronald. "Find it yourself. The answer is right there." After hearing what Ian said, Harry and Ronald hurriedly opened the book catalog to look for it. It didn't take long before Harry and Ronald opened their mouths to read Nico Mailer's record, the only known refiner of the Sorcerer's Stone, over 600 years old. And the introduction of the Philosopher's Stone deeply shocked the two of them. Ronald was still muttering, "Turn a stone into gold. Immortality." So, what Nico Mailer gave Professor Dumbledore was the Sorcerer's Stone. Harry felt as if he had guessed who wanted the Philosopher's Stone. Hagrid said that Professor Dumbledore said that Voldemort was not completely dead. He 723 will be back again. then there is only one possibility. Thinking of this, Harry's back was instantly wet with cold sweat. Ronald looked at the pale Harry and asked with some puzzlement, "Harry, what's wrong with you?" Harry smiled wryly and said, "Ronald, I might know who is trying to steal the Philosopher's Stone. ? Voldemort." Hearing Voldemort's name, Ronald's face also turned pale. At this moment, Harry suddenly thought of Ian's words, "Strong strength. Yes, I need great strength." Ian, who was teaching Hermione, felt Harry's soul fluctuate violently behind him. Then he looked back at Harry and Ronald, meeting Harry's eyes. Harry looked into Ian's eyes, ran over, and asked Ian, "Professor, can you teach me powerful magic?" Ian felt that Harry had come to his senses and said with a smile, "I can teach you, but I also said that opportunities are earned by yourself. If you want to learn some magic in advance, then you'll need to impress me with your grades in the post-Christmas test." Harry clenched his fists tightly, his eyes full of determination. He wants revenge. Chapter 78. Since talking to Harry that day, Ian felt that Harry had become very hard. Seriously in defense against the dark arts class, it seems that the seeds Ian planted at that time have begun to sprout. But now Ian doesn't have much time to get involved with students. Because Nico Mailer is back, Nico took an old lady and met Ian at the Dark Creature Farm. "Ian, how have you been these days?" Hearing Nicole's question, Ian said helplessly, "It's the same every day, and the research is still on those conjectures." Nico Mailer said with a smile, "It seems that you are also a research fanatic." After finishing speaking, Nico introduced an old woman next to Ian. "Ian, this is my wife Perenelle." Perenelle looked at Ian, smiled, and said, "Hi Ian. You are as young and powerful as Nico said. If it weren't for seeing your age and the powerful magic power flowing in you. I can't believe what Nico and Albus said." Hearing his wife's exclamation, Nico laughed and said, "Right, Perenelle, Ian is the most powerful genius. By the way, Ian, all my magic books are contained in this space ring you gave me. The space of this space ring is really big. It is much larger than the space expanded by the untraceable stretch mantra." After speaking, Nico handed the space ring to Ian. Ian took the ring that Nico handed over, looked at Nico, and said, "The disadvantage is also obvious. Except for undead, living things cannot be stored. The biological embryos I put in the space ring are all frozen. I don't think other living things can withstand such a toss except embryos." Nico looked at Ian and said seriously, "Ian, magic is limited. It is impossible to do everything. Even if Merlin is here." Ian nodded and said to Nico, "I'll go and put your book in the study room of the laboratory first." Nico shook his head, turned to Perenelle, and said, "I'll chat with Ian first. Perenelle, I can't wait for today." Perenelle looked at her excited husband. She hadn't seen Nico showing this expression for decades, and nodded. "Remember to go home tonight." After finishing speaking, Perenelle looked at Ian and said with a smile, "Son, please help me watch him more. Nico is a man who can't walk when he sees magic." Ian spread his hands and said, "It's up to Nico. I can't persuade him." Then, at Nico's urging, Perenelle used apparition to leave, and Nico pulled Ian into the laboratory. "Ian, do you remember what we said in the letter? The undead who combine the magic of this world?" Ian nodded and asked Nico, "I have studied it many times, but many materials in this world cannot meet the requirements for carrying the fire of the soul. Gargoyles, armored ghosts, and other undead are difficult to create in this world." Nico heard what Ian said, thought about it, and asked, "Then have you ever tried to use the silverware made by goblins as the core?" "Silver made by goblins?" "Yes, silverware made by goblins has high magic compatibility." Nico looked at Ian, who was in deep thought, and continued, "And Gryffindor's sword is one of them. As far as I know, the sword has a history of absorbing the creatures it kills." Hearing this, Ian's eyes lit up. "That's right. Why did I forget the goblin's silverware? That's good magic stuff." Ian looked at Nico and asked expectantly, "How much mighty goblin silverware do you have?" Hearing Ian's question, Nico thought for a while. "There should be more than 100 pieces, all of which have been in my collection for hundreds of years." Ian shook his head and said, "Too few. Grindelwald only has a dozen or so here, which is not enough for us to study." At this moment Nico thought of a legend. Ian, when the Goblin and Wizard War broke out, there was a place where the Goblin vaults in Gringotts were not opened. Ian looked up at Nico. He suddenly had an idea. "You mean?" Nico smiled mysteriously. "I thought we could. Gringotts in France is the oldest Gringotts in the world, and goblins did not come to England until the late Middle Ages. In the war between goblins and wizards, goblins transferred most of their wealth to Gringotts in France. Although it was the goblin who was defeated in the end, Gringotts in France was not opened by wizards. The wizards also couldn't bear the consumption of the war with the goblins, so they could only sign an agreement to hand over the finances of the magic world to the goblins. At this time, a huge goblin meeting is going on underground in Gringotts, France. In the deepest underground of Gringotts in France, there is a huge room, and many goblins are sitting around a big round table at this time. There are many goblin-made silverware piled up around the room, and even the door of the room is made of goblin mithril. Elders, we have no one to lead the goblins since the goblin hero Sloppy Lara. An elderly goblin in ornate robes spoke to the goblins at the round table. And now the wizards are going too far. The Norwegian Ministry of Magic has now restricted the business of goblins. Wizards are starting to want to bring goblins under their power. The other goblin heard what the old goblin said, stood up, and said angrily, "Now the Grindelwalds and the Rogiers are back. They started the first wizarding war. But now the descendants of Grindelwald have turned into wizard heroes. Andy Brack of the Norwegian Ministry of Magic is totally Grindelwald. We Gringotts, Norway, are now being eaten away by the Ministry of Magic step by step." Dimo, the red-robed goblin sitting opposite the old goblin, Chanchan is good, took out a copy of Daily Prophet from his clothes and said, "Comer and Slough are right. The wizards are starting to want the goblins completely under their power. You've all read the Daily Prophet. If it's true, those dark magic creature armies are not something we can deal with. But I think wizards are bluffing. How could an 11-year-old wizard be so powerful? They want to use Grindelwald's influence to spread their power. The descendants of Grindelwald are the targets they set out. The Norwegian Ministry of Magic's suppression of Gringotts may be the first signal. Great Elder, I think now is a good time to start a war with wizards. We goblins have been waiting for over a century." After speaking, Timo looked at the goblin elder who was sitting on the main seat, waiting for his decision. Chapter 79. Elder Annie looked around at the surrounding high-ranking goblins and said, "It's not the time yet. We still don't know how much power wizards have. We don't know whether the things about the Grindelwald family are true or not. It's too risky to launch a rebellion now." Hearing the great elder's words, Slough became even more angry. His Norwegian Gringotts is now falling into the hands of wizards step by step, but the great elder still needs them to wait. Slough stared at Elder Auntie, gritted his teeth, and said, Elder, we cannot submit to the power of the wizard. Now Dumbledore is old. Gellert Grindelwald is dead. Scamander in New York. Nicole Merlin is missing. This is when wizards are at their weakest. Europe is the first cadavra we resisted." Andy sighed and said, "I read the letter from Gringotts, England, that the descendants of Grindelwald do have the ability to control black magic creatures. But the one in the newspaper is too false. No one can control so many dark creatures. But we can't be impulsive, just wait." Hearing Elder Auntie's words, Slough turned angrily and left. Many goblins have the same idea as Slough. Grindel's Weishangwo is a cover released by Magic 710. The real wizards are now at their weakest. Auntie sighed, but did not stop those who left. He is the great elder. He needs to consider for the whole clan. After Slough left the room, Dee and Comer, who also left, walked towards Slough. Dimo patted Slough on the shoulder and asked Slough, "SRA, are you all right?" Sela's anger didn't dissipate, and he shouted loudly, "Do I look good? The descendant of Andy Blake and Grindelwald is the wizard's pawn. Maybe the behavior of the Norwegian Ministry of Magic is decided by the International Federation of Wizards." Dimo frowned, but he didn't get angry. Instead, he approached Slough and whispered, "The Grand Elder is old. Gringotts needs a new leader now. Wizards can control dark creatures. This is the last thing we can accept. If we don't take advantage of this now, we will never be able to defeat the wizard." Slough was taken aback by Dimo's words, but Dimo covered his mouth. "Listen to me, Kvedge. First, we have been preparing for a century to get out of the wizard's grasp. Most of the alchemy silverware was sent here. The deepest part of Gringotts in France. Me and Comer snuck in earlier to look at the number of silver weapons. With the addition of the goblins who came to the meeting this time, we can completely fight against tens of thousands of wizards." Hearing this, Slough took Timo's hand away, looked at Comer, and asked, "Comer, do you feel the same way?" Comer nodded and said, "We've been under the wizard for too long." Slough clenched his fists, turned his head to look at Yoji. "If edu." At night, Ian and Nico have arrived in Paris through the portkey. Today, the two of them discussed going to Gringotts in Paris to steal the goblins' silverware. Don't think that Nicole Mailer was a good guy when he studied magic. but he was a master alchemist in the 13th century. But at the same time, a monstrous plague occurred in Europe, and Nickel refined the philosopher's stone. Nico looked at Ian, who was wearing a black robe beside him, and said, "Ian, we sneak here today. We must not be found. You don't want our peaceful life to be interrupted, do you?" Ian looked at Nicole Mailer, who was also in a black robe, nodded and said, "It wouldn't make sense if the two of us could be discovered by those little bugs." Nicole heard Ian's words, shook his head, and said, "Ian, the goblins still have some ancient methods, far more powerful than current magic." This got Ian interested. It seems that Nico knows more than he thought. But now is not the time to ask. I will discuss it slowly when I return to Hogwarts. Ian and Nico cast the disillusionment charm on them, along with Ian's life shield and Nico's breathhold charm. In this way, there is basically no need to consider the problem of being discovered before encountering the anti-curse waterfall. After all, the effect of the spell depends on who is using it. When Ian and Nico came to the interior of Gringotts in France, they found a leprechaun who was guarding the gate. When the goblin entered the gate of the underground vault of Gringotts, he cast the Imperieuse curse on the goblin. After the two caught and took away the goblin, not long after, the goblin on duty was captured by another group of goblins. These goblins hold banners with the words to break a wizard's wand. And Ian and Nico took the goblin to the Underground Express, and Ian used undead magic to summon some bone fragments and put them in the space ring, used to block fast cars when passing the curse-proof waterfall. In this way, Ian and Nico quickly came to the deepest part of the underground. Now they only need to wait for an elder goblin to open the door, and then use the Imperieuse curse to control him, and they can go in. The strange thing is that the two basically didn't see any goblins on the road. The goblin guard who just led the way has been killed by Ian, and the body has received a space ring. Ian wanted to see if the undead made of goblins would be any different. While Ian and Nico were waiting quietly, they heard some fierce spell battles coming from inside the gate. During the goblin banquet at night, Dimo's people suddenly violently hurt people while Elder Annie's people were not paying attention. Under the horrified eyes of the Great Elder, Slaw and others directly controlled and killed many members of the Great Elder Annie. Slaw pointed a finger, and a magic spell flew a goblin out. Then Slaw turned to Elder Auntie and said, "Great Elder, no, Annie, you are already old. Fairies are now ushering in a new era. It's time for you to step aside. Fear of wizards." Elder Auntie looked at Slaw and the others in disbelief, and raised his hand tremblingly. "You guys, are you going to rebel?" At this time, Dimo came out from the goblins, walked towards Elder Auntie, and said, "Slaw is right. Auntie, you are too old. Now I shall take your place. I will bring the goblin back to glory." After speaking, Dimo kicked Auntie off the position of the Great Elder, then sit on it. Suddenly, there was silence in the venue. Chapter 80. Looking at the goblins below, Dimo took a deep breath and said, "My people, wizards have ruled us for far too long. Now, we've gathered the goblins' silver weapons. It's in the treasury at the back of this room." Having said that, Dimo stood up. "My countrymen, let's stand up. Today is the first day of fighting against wizards. We're going to get our wands back from the wizards." The goblins below were so excited that their eyes turned red. There are goblins using magic items to notify the halls of wizards to raise the banner of anti-wizards. And Auntie is desperate on the ground. I saw goblins rushing into the treasury, taking up silver weapons, and putting on silver helmets. Run to the door. The movement Ian and Nico could hear quickly subsided, but the sound of chaotic footsteps began to run towards the gate. Ian felt that many vicious soul waves were starting to approach the gate. Ian whispered, "Nico, there are a lot of goblins coming, and they're up to no good." As soon as Ian finished speaking, the door made of mithril was violently pushed open. The goblins who came out of it were wearing silver armor and holding all kinds of silver weapons in their hands. "Down with the wizard. Take back the power of the goblins. Let the splendor of the goblin reappear." Ian and Nico looked at this scene, and they looked at each other, thinking at the same time that this is the goblins' rebellion. And the Gringotts outside was already brightly lit, and an anti-wizard banner was hung on the very top. French Minister of Magic La Fontaine Dupont was woken up in the middle of the night. This annoyed him immensely, but seeing the letter from Albin, the director of the Auror office, Minister La Fontaine's sleepiness disappeared instantly. The Aurors on patrol today reported that the goblins have rebelled. Minister La Fontaine rushed to the scene at Gringotts in a panic. At this time, Albin has ordered the Aurors to surround Gringotts. When Minister La Fontaine saw Albin, he hurried to Albin and asked anxiously, "Director Albin, what's the situation now?" Albin looked at La Fontaine, who had just arrived, and said, "It's not clear yet, Our Auror who attacked the gate was beaten back by the damn goblin. Damn goblins stole wands. Minister Lafontaine quickly looked at Gringotts, and the gate of Gringotts had been damaged. Inside, several goblins with wands can be seen confronting the Aurors, and the flag at the top of Gringotts made Minister Lafontaine's blood pressure soar. Break the wizard's wand. Minister Lafontaine trembled with anger at this passage. This time the matter is serious. I don't know how many goblins are hiding under Gringotts. If he can't handle it well, he will either die here today or go to the International Wizarding Tribunal tomorrow. Minister Radenfon hurriedly shouted to Lucy, the president of the French branch of the International Federation of Wizards. President Lucy, go get Dumbledore. At this time, Ian and Nico, who were under Gringotts, realized that this time, something big happened. But Ian and Nico seemed very happy. It could only be stolen. Now it can be robbed. Ian, this time we have a big harvest. I'm looking forward to your undead magic. Ian nodded when he heard Nicole's words, and said with some expectation, it seems that we will not have enough material this time. Just as the goblins were about to board the express train and go to the top floor, 2 men in black robes came out from the darkness. This made the goblins who just came out jumped up in shock. Comer, who was at the front, saw 2 people blocking the road ahead, and his first feeling was incredible. In this place, there are wizards who can sneak in. This is the safest Gringotts, and it is their most important place in Gringotts. The next second, Comer felt extremely angry again. He knew the wizards were up to their tricks. This rebellion war is right. Comer looked at Ian and Nico with a hideous expression and said, Wizard bastards, you have the guts to sneak into Gringotts. All right, today is the day of freedom for goblins, and you are the first corpse of a wizard. Ian doesn't want to talk nonsense with goblins. All he needs is goblin corpses and silverware. Ian snapped his fingers, and the goblins saw a cloud of black mist pouring out of Ian. An ominous feeling instantly appeared in every goblin's heart. The goblins saw that the black mist gradually dissipated, and there was a mummy wearing a wizard robe and holding a magic wand inside. Asked for flowers. He felt goosebumps on Comer. He felt as if he had met a natural enemy. The strong uneasiness made the goblins take a step back. Is this the dark creature controlled by Highgang? It should be. I feel terrified. Quick, kill them first. Comer hurriedly said to the goblins behind him. Hearing Cuomo's words, the goblins realized that they should act first. Just when the goblins plucked up their courage and prepared to rush up and kill the 2 of them and the strange corpse first, the mummy raised its head. The red soul fire in its eye sockets was beating wildly. This scares the goblins back again. At this time, a hoarse and deep voice sounded, echoing in the air. Zero Lich, Berg has seen the master. Berg bowed to Ian. This Lich was the elite Auror Berg who was in the Norwegian Ministry of Magic that day. Ian looked at the newborn Lich Berg with satisfaction and said to Nico beside him, Nico, this is a new Lich I created named Berg. Now it needs to practice its own strength, so leave this battle to it. Nico looked at Berg very curiously and asked Ian, is this what Ian you mean by the highest level of the undead? Ian nodded, raised his hand again, and snapped his fingers. The fairies felt that the temperature around them dropped a lot in an instant. Surrounding the entire underground platform near the edge of the express train, many black bones grew, surrounding the entire platform. Then many space cracks opened on the ground, and skeletons crawled out of them. The underground platform was instantly filled with skeletons. The purple soul fire in the skull's eyes stared at the fairies. Many fairies who saw this scene were so frightened that they lost control. He's Ian Grindelwald. Death, please forgive the goblins. I surrender. Damn it. Who said Grindelwald's news is fake? The Daily Prophet is true. The undead all over the mountains and plains are really controlled by someone. Berg, you are in command of this war. Ian's voice sounded like a devil's whisper in the goblin's ears. Berg, obey too. Chapter 81. Some goblins were so frightened that they dropped their weapons. Comer, who was in the front row, was also trembling with fright. But at this moment, he could only hold on. If he dared to take a step back, then there was really no hope of surviving today. Comer thought of this, raised the wand in his hand, and shouted, Compatriots, there are only 2 people on the opposite side. It was just a strange corpse and a bunch of fragile skeletons. We are all wearing the treasures of fairies. We can win this battle. For the freedom of the goblins. The goblins heard Comer's words, especially the word freedom, and they took up their mithril weapons again. Although the goblins are still terrified, they still raise their heads and prepare to face the undead. Berg watched this scene, nodded in satisfaction, and said, It seems that it is useful for me to wait patiently for you to finish speaking. This is my first battle. If you don't dare to 780 resist it, it will be too boring. Master asked me to familiarize myself with abilities, so you must cooperate. Bugs. Resist. In the end, offer your souls in despair. Then, Berg stretched out his wand and pointed at a goblin. Death withers. A black magic wand instantly hit the goblin, who was too late to dodge. Comer watched the goblin beside him age in the blink of an eye. The terrified goblin turned into fly ash within seconds. Bang! In the end, only the mithril armor on his body and the weapon in his hand fell to the ground. Nico asked with great interest, "Is that death wither the magic of your world?" Ian heard Nico's question and said, "Yes, Nico. Undead made into liches can use some very precious magic materials to engrave black magic in their souls. In this way, they can not only use the magic they knew during their lifetime, but also the black magic that I have inscribed." Nicole nodded thoughtfully when he heard Ian's reply. Cuomo, who was terrified on the other side, immediately decided to issue an order. Kill. For the goblin. The soul fire in Berg's eyes accelerated rapidly, and a roar came out of his mouth. At the same time, the soul fires of the undead soared, roaring and raising their weapons to attack the goblin. War is imminent. Dumbledore at Hogwarts was awakened by an emergency call from the International Confederation of Wizards. Dumbledore was wearing his purple pajama suit at this time, holding a letter from Lucy, the president of the French branch, with the words Goblin Rebellion and other words written on it. Dumbledore sighed and said to Grindelwald beside him, "Gale, please help me find Ian and Nico in the Dark Creature Farm." Grindelwald pursed his lips and said angrily, "Won't you go yourself? Seeing Nicole Mailer makes me sick." Grindelwald already had a temper when he was woken up in the middle of the night, but now Dumbledore asked him to find that old Nicole Mailer as soon as he read the letter. Bad luck. Dumbledore looked at Grindelwald helplessly and handed him the letter in his hand. Grindelwald took the letter, and the content on it surprised Grindelwald. Goblin Rebellion? At this hour? Didn't they read the papers? Not to mention other legendary wizards. Even Ian's undead army. Goblins can hardly bear the loss of war. Besides, that's Paris. I hate that place. Dumbledore shook his head when he heard Grindelwald's words, and said, "The goblins are probably too afraid of the power of wizards. Now they are afraid that if they don't rebel, they will always be subject to the wizard. Let's go with Ian and Nico. The Goblin Rebellion will definitely not succeed. If the Goblins' Rebellion succeeds, even if it's only in the French magic world, it will still have some impact on our plan. I still have to reply to the French Ministry of Magic first, so I can only trouble Gale to inform Ian and Nico." Grindelwald snorted coldly. He knew what Bulido said was right. So Grindelwald could only reluctantly walk out of the door of the principal's office and walk towards the Dark Creature Farm. After a while, Dumbledore saw Grindelwald come back, but he was alone. Dumbledore didn't see Ian and Nico and asked Grindelwald suspiciously, "Where's Gale, Ian, and Nico?" Grindelwald said impatiently, "How do I know? The saint on duty at the farm said Ian and Nico Meller were out in the afternoon. No one knows where they went." Dumbledore's face darkened when he heard Grindelwald's words. At the critical moment, where did these two people go? In the underground of Gringotts in France, the goblins have already started hand-to-hand combat with the undead. The goblins' mithril armor effectively helped them block some of the undead's black magic and weapon slashing, but the battle made the goblins more and more frightened. The undead are like endless, and the methods of the undead are extremely cruel. Whenever one of the goblins falls, then the skeleton holding the wand in the undead will turn the fallen goblin into a low-level undead. The undead elves who stand up again will swing their butcher knives at their compatriots. There is also the lich in the wizard robe. The black magic in his hand is magic that the goblins have never seen before. I have never even heard of it. None of the goblins hit by Berg's black magic survived. Some were devoured by maggots that came out of their bodies. Some were blown to pieces when their bodies swelled, and some were directly grabbed by Berg and torn in half. Berg feels his strength is great now. The cruelty of the undead has made many goblins lose their will to resist. At this time, Berg slowly walked towards a goblin, and the goblin saw Berg walking towards him, and he was already scared out of his wits. The goblin threw the weapon directly at Berg's feet, knelt in front of Berg, kowtowed frantically, and shouted in horror, "I surrender. Please let me go." Berg looked at the goblin on the ground and said hoarsely, "Master's order is to kill you bedbugs." After speaking, Berg grabbed the elf by the neck and lifted him up. Please." Before the goblin could finish speaking, Berg's withered hands surged with magic power, the dead touch. This magic catches ghosts, but touches the living and twists them. The goblin's body began to distort, and the screams of incomparable pain spread throughout the entire underground platform. The goblins haven't heard such a miserable scream from 1.3 since the start of the war, so they turned to Berg. When they saw one of their goblin compatriots being held by Berger, their bodies were constantly twisting. At this moment, the last remaining sanity of the goblins was finally covered by fear. They are devils from hell. The Dark Lord. Grindelwald is the Dark Lord. Surrender. We surrender. Only a small number of goblins such as Comer watched this scene with eyes wide open. These black magic creatures simply cannot exist in this world. Berg looked at the distorted corpse of the goblin in his hand contentedly, ignoring the goblins who surrendered. He knew that his master did not give the order to stop. The fire of soul in Berg's eyes became more vigorous, and he said hoarsely, "Some simple magic has been experimented almost. You can't let the owner wait too long. Let's start clearing the field." Chapter 82. Berg's words made the elves feel completely hopeless. Comer raised his wand tremblingly and shouted heartbreakingly, "That demon will not let us go. Wizards are going to kill us all. Compatriots, for the future life and death of the goblin, we will do our best." When the goblins heard what Comer said, they looked at Berg in fear, but there was still a hint of expectation in their hearts that the other party would let them go. But then a huge wave of magic power erupted from Berg. The black mist formed by black magic gushes out from Berg crazily, and the fear in the hearts of the goblins can no longer be restrained. The goblins started to turn around and rush into the mithril gate. They just wanted to survive. Looking at this scene, Comer was completely desperate. "Fairies are finished today. Insects, I hope you will like the next magic. Run, fear, please your master at last." After Berg finished speaking, the black mist on his body spread towards the goblins, and there were still many screaming faces in the black mist. The goblins who were running slowly were the first to be swallowed by the black mist, and they felt that the black mist was swallowing their bodies. Help me! Help me quickly!" A shrill scream resounded throughout the underground of Gringotts. Hearing the screams of the compatriots, the goblins looked back and frightened the souls of the dead. They saw that once the black mist touched the goblin's body, the goblin's flesh and blood began to turn into fly ash. In the end, only the skeleton remained and fell to the ground. And a new face will appear in the black mist, and the owner of that face is the goblin who was just devoured. And the goblin who ran to the mithril gate first wanted to close the gate quickly, but when they used magic to close the door, they found that the magic couldn't be triggered. Even if you pull the door hard with your hands, it won't work. "Look behind the door," yelled a goblin running towards the door in horror. I saw many bone hands growing on the wall behind the door, holding the door tightly. Comer sat on the ground limply, and now he no longer had the courage to raise his wand. "It's over. It's over," Comer murmured. Comer hates himself now why he agreed to this rebellion. Why didn't he listen to Elder Andy? Why didn't he imagine the news from the Daily Prophet? Yes, Comer regrets it now. But there is no regret medicine in the world. Comer watched in horror as he was swallowed by the black mist, becoming one of the screaming souls. As the black mist filled the platform, the goblins who hadn't had time to enter the synagogue kept falling down. Nico watched this scene and said to Ian with some heart, "Ian, your magic is truly the most evil magic I've ever seen. My black magic can't do this. If I knew your magic at that time, I would have made the Philosopher's Stone long ago. But what I have to praise is that your black magic creature called Yao is a weapon of war." Hearing what Nico said, Ian shrugged and said, "I was also forced out of this magic." Nico smiled, and then continued to look at Ian's undead army with bright eyes. Is this a strong guarantee for the wizard's future? Nicole is really looking forward to the day when magic will shine again. Berg's black mist had enveloped the entire underground platform, but it did not rush into the mithril gate. The goblins in the synagogue looked at the scene outside the synagogue in horror. Obviously, the gate was blocked by them and couldn't be closed. They didn't know why those black magic creatures didn't rush in to kill them, and the weird black season didn't rush in either. Ian waved his hand, signaling Berg to take back the black mist of death. The soul fire in Berg's eyes danced again, and the black mist began to gather towards it. Seeing this, the goblins breathed a sigh of relief. But the goblins don't know what Ian and Nico are thinking. Who will be the material for the undead experiment after killing them? If the undead made by goblins can't make goblin silver, Ian and Nico are at a loss. In the end, the black mist of death was taken back by Berg, and at the same time, Berg's soul fire grew stronger. On the underground platform, only a pile of white bones and silverware made by goblins remained. Berg saluted Ian and said, "Master, Berg has completed the task." At the same time, Berg thanks the master for the soul. Ian nodded and said, "That's what you deserve. You are still a newborn, so stabilize your soul extinction." Berg lowered his head when he heard Ian's words. "Follow the teachings of the master." Then Ian pulled out his wand and waved it. The goblin bones and goblin silverware on the ground flew up and threw them back to the space ring in Ian's hand. Nico laughed and said, "Ian, this time we made big money. There is a big treasure house waiting for us behind the door." Ian smiled and lost Berg and Nico towards the goblins' meeting. Sla and Dimo were already terrified at this time. They watched the goblins being slaughtered outside the auditorium. At first, the two were extremely disdainful when they saw only two wizards in black robes. It is impossible for their goblin army to lose to a wizard who dare not show 190 on both sides. There are wizards here saying that the Ministry of Magic has been watching them for a long time, which makes Sla and Demo very angry. But what happened next completely shattered Sla and Demo's worldview. Wizards can control hordes of dark magic creatures. That's not what wizarding newspapers are bragging about. And one of the wizards is a descendant of Grindelwald. Sla and Demo were wrong. The goblins were wrong. Ian Grindelwald was not a target for the Ministry of Magic, but a real legendary wizard. The bait that the wizards put down on purpose is just waiting for them goblins to rebel. Damn it. Some traitor must have leaked the goblin meeting. Sla and Timo watched as Ian and Nico got closer, and they felt their pressure growing. The body also trembled uncontrollably. Demo sat in the position of the Great Elder. He had never felt such a fear of being in a high position. Sela was also terrified, but decided to muster up the courage to ask for mercy. Us. Berg glanced at Sla and threw out a black magic. Sla was hit by magic in an instant, and under the screams of the goblins, Sla's soul was directly pulled out. Berg grabbed Sla's soul and put it in his mouth. "The master didn't let you speak, so you don't have the right to speak." Chapter 83. Dumbledore and Grindelwald at Hogwarts couldn't find Ian and Nicole, so they could only come to the Ministry of Magic in France through the portkey. Dumbledore later asked Perenelle, but the result was that Nicole was not at home either. So the two of Dumbledore came to the French Ministry of Magic first, because the matter was too urgent after all. As soon as Dumbledore and Grindelwald stepped into the French Ministry of Magic, Lucy, the president of the French branch of the International Federation of Wizards who had been waiting here, hurriedly took them outside Gringotts. Minister LaFontaine Dupont and Albin were all relieved to see Dumbledore approaching. Especially when Minister LaFontaine saw Grindelwald next to Dumbledore, he became even more surprised. That is the patriarch of the Rogier family. President Dumbledore. "Mr. Rogier, thank you, Merlin, for finally coming." Dumbledore and Grindelwald looked at the prepared scene and the flag atop Gringotts. Dumbledore said somewhat seriously, "Minister LaFontaine, I don't think this is the time for pleasantries. You can tell me and Jack the situation at the scene first. That's when we know what to do next." Minister LaFontaine nodded upon hearing Dumbledore's words, and hurriedly told Dumbledore and Grindelwald the matter. When Dumbledore and Grindelwald heard how many goblins were hiding below, they felt that things were getting tricky. This goblin rebellion looks like it needs to be wiped out in time. Otherwise, things will become more difficult later. But Ian is not there, so Grindelwald can only release the undead Ian gave him to catch the goblin. After all, no matter how many Aurors there are in the French Ministry of Magic, there are definitely not as many goblins underground at this time. While Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Minister LaFontaine were considering how to handle this matter, the goblins in Gringotts are even more anxious now. A young goblin complained, "Damn it, haven't there been any news from the underground elders? We have been supporting for almost half an hour. If the elders' goblin army doesn't come up to support us, we won't be able to hold on." At this time, another goblin suddenly discovered two big figures among the wizards outside. Taking a closer look, the goblin exclaimed, "Damn it, that's Dumbledore. The one next to him should be the patriarch of the Rogier family. Close the door." A goblin heard what the goblin said, and ran to close the gate of Gringotts. And another goblin said angrily, "What are you afraid of? The elders say Dumbledore is old. If he dares to come in, we will kill him." When the young goblins heard what the goblin said, they cursed. "Now is not the time to talk about that. Damn it, the elders still can't get in touch." Gradually, the uneasiness in his heart became more and more intense. Just when he was about to go underground to have a look, the door of the underground treasury passage was opened. The young goblins turned around in surprise. Their support had finally arrived. But when he turned around, he was horrified to find that the only goblin who came was the original Great Elder Andy. And there are two wizards in front of Andy. a little wizard with red eyes and silver hair, and an old man with white hair. Auntie followed the two of them like a servant. The goblins in the halls of Gringotts watched dumbfounded. What about the goblin army? Also, where are Demo, Slaw, and Comer? The young goblin jumped up, intending to confront Aunt. But before he could speak, he was struck by a spell. It was Auntie who cast a curse on him, and the goblin was bound into a rice dumpling by the chains that appeared suddenly. After casting the spell, Auntie respectfully said to Ian and Nico, "Master, these goblins will be handed over to the Ministry of Magic, and they will serve as witnesses. This way things won't affect you masters." Ian nodded. Sway was very satisfied with Auntie's way of not causing him any trouble. When the fairies saw what Auntie did, the surrounding fairies were instantly dumbfounded. The goblins who reacted yelled in horror. Auntie betrayed. "Kill him now. Please release the spell and fly to the three of Ian." Nicole, who had been prepared for a long time, pulled out his wand and blocked the spells of the goblins. "Quick, keep casting spells. There are only 3 of them." Just as Nico was about to cast a spell to capture the goblins, Ian got a little impatient with the goblins, so he waved his hand, and many black thorns sprang out from the ground. More than a dozen goblins were tied up in an instant. The goblins found in despair that they could not shake off the thorns, which were still absorbing their strength. Annie watched this scene and became more and more cautious about Ian's strength. Nico looked at the goblins who were tied up and said, "Ian, let me clean the memories of these goblins first. These goblins are going to testify in the wizard's court. Let them know that the elder goblin called your master, and there may be some unnecessary troubles in the future." Ian hummed, then looked at Auntie and said, "I want to arrange some saints to come in after the people of Gringotts have it." Although Auntie was unwilling, he could only nod respectfully. "The master's arrangement. Auntie will take care of it. Ian's getting some people around just to take some of the pressure off him. After all, Ian killed too many goblins just now." Under Gringotts, Ian and Nico also captured many live goblins, all of which were rebellious goblins. Ian wanted to find a goblin to open the door to the treasure house, and Auntie, who seemed to be the most gorgeously dressed and least malicious, became Ian's choice. After all, Slaw and others who betrayed him all died in the hands of Ian, and Auntie felt that he had got revenge. After forcing Aunt to open the treasure house, Aunt begged Ian for his life and swore loyalty to the Grindelwald family. Ian thought about it, and it is not yet known whether the high-level undead made of fairies can make fairy silverware. And Ian expects the goblins to develop more powerful magic items. With this in mind, Ian accepted Auntie's allegiance. Then Auntie and the surviving goblins signed a magic contract with Ian, and Ian asked the goblin to provide him with silverware and magic materials on a regular basis. Although goblins are born greedy, the fear of death has overcome the greedy hearts of goblins. What's more, if Ian dies, death is not the end. Auntie saw with his own eyes that Demo was made into a soul lamp by Ian. Now Demo's soul lamp is still in his waist pocket. Thinking of this, Auntie couldn't help shivering. At this time, Auntie seemed to think of something again, and said, "Master, too many high-ranking goblins on the European side have died today, and I'm afraid it will cause some turmoil. Those Gringotts goblins in New York are not with us. They left us because of the First Wizarding War, and now I'm afraid they'll get involved." Hearing Auntie's words, Ian thought for a while and said, "You, a great elder, don't have your own army?" Auntie said with some embarrassment, "Master, when the rebellion broke out today, many of them were killed by Demo, so—" "Hello, Wong Wong." Ian understood Auntie's meaning. Black mist poured out of his body, and Berg appeared in front of Ian. Auntie looked at the executioner who had just slaughtered the goblin below, and took 2 steps back in fright, and almost fell to the ground without standing still. Frightened Auntie only heard Ian say, "I left Berg with you, and he shouldn't cause you any trouble. I suppose you don't mind?" Auntie's face was pale. He didn't want to agree at all, but it was impossible for him not to agree. Auntie bit the bullet and said, "No, no problem." "Very good." Ian turned to Berg and said, "You stay here from now on to watch over the goblins, and those who refuse to surrender will be turned into undead." Berg bowed first when he heard Ian's words, then turned his head and stared at Auntie. "Yes, man." Annie felt that Berg was completely expecting their goblins to continue to resist. He wants more kills. The cold sweat had completely wet Auntie's clothes. At this moment, he found out in despair. In Gringotts with Berg left behind, the goblins have been completely reduced to the vassals of the Grindelwald family. Chapter 84. Minister LaFontaine has already discussed with Dumbledore at this time, and then Dumbledore and Grindelwald will first enter the goblin in the Gringotts uniform hall. Then Minister LaFontaine and the Aurors entered, ready to suppress the goblin army underground. President Lucy is responsible for contacting the surrounding Ministry of Magic to send orders to support. Just when Dumbledore and the others were about to implement the plan, Dumbledore and Grindelwald sensed the wave of spellcasting coming from Gringotts. Looking at the closed door of Gringotts, Dumbledore frowned and asked Minister Lafontaine, "Minister Lafontaine, do you still have men in an ambush at Gringotts?" Hearing Dumbledore's words, Lafontaine shook his head doubtfully and said, "President Dumbledore, our men have been driven back by the goblins. The only ones in Gringotts are goblins now." Dumbledore was even more confused when he heard Minister Lafontaine's explanation. Couldn't it be the goblins who started the civil strife first? If only Ian was here at this time, it would be very easy. Grindelwald patted Dumbledore's shoulder and said, "With you and me in Goblins Rebellion 647, there won't be any surprises. And I know some of Ian's magic." After finishing speaking, Grindelwald took out the bone wand from the space ring. Lafontaine and others watched with their mouths wide open. "Look at the super long spine bone handle and the blade of an axe at the front end. You tell me it's a wand?" Grindelwald ignored the strange gazes around him and tapped the ground with his wand. Soul detection. Then Grindelwald perceived that in the Hall of Grinch, besides more than a dozen goblins, there were also 2 human souls. The souls of those 2 humans are extremely powerful. Even Grindelwald has only felt it in legendary wizards like Ian and Dumbledore. At this time, Grindelwald thought of the 2 people who were missing today, and his complexion became a little weird. The legendary wizard is not a Huxia cabbage, and it happens to be 2 people. That's just Ian and Nico. Dumbledore saw the change in Grindelwald's expression, thinking that something had happened. He asked Grindelwald, "Jack, is something going on in Gringotts?" Grindelwald shook his head and said with a strange expression, "Dumbledore and Minister Lafontaine, tell President Lucy to stop looking for help. Things should have been resolved." When Dumbledore and Minister Lafontaine heard Grindelwald's words, they looked at Grindelwald in disbelief. Minister Lafontaine looked suspiciously at Grindelwald. "Mr. Rogier, we haven't started to implement the plan. How could the matter be resolved?" But what Lafontaine was thinking about was the old man of the Rogier family. Wasn't he crazy? Grindelwald ignored Minister Lafontaine's words and looked at Dumbledore with a meaningful smile. Dumbledore felt that Grindelwald was laughing at him at this moment, but he didn't have time to speak. I only heard Grindelwald go on to say, "Come on, Dumbledore, Minister Lafontaine. The answer you want is in Gringotts." After finishing speaking, Grindelwald walked towards Gringotts. He wanted to ask that boy Ian. Such an exciting thing unexpectedly did not bring him along. And that damn Nicole Mailer. Doing such a big thing with Ian on the first day at Hogwarts. Dumbledore looked at Grindelwald's back, as if thinking of something. Dumbledore's face was full of black lines, but he still managed to smile, and said to Minister Lafontaine, "Minister Lafontaine, I think we can trust Jack. Let's go and see together." Minister Lafontaine heard Dumbledore say the same, and quickly mentioned, "Is there really a turning point?" At this time, Fedge should go with Dumbledore. Dumbledore will save me if there is any danger. And it's a great addition to your resume. Thinking of this, Minister Lafontaine nodded and said solemnly, "This is what the Minister of Magic should do. I can't let my men take risks first." Minister Lafontaine spoke loudly on purpose, obviously for the audience. Then Lafontaine raised his foot with difficulty and followed Grindelwald. Grindelwald glanced at Lafontaine disdainfully. These people from the Ministry of Magic still disgusted him so much. But now he can't have a fit. After all, he's playing Jack Rogier now. Dumbledore patted Grindelwald on the shoulder and walked towards Gringotts side by side. Minister Lafontaine in the back feels very nervous every step of the way. Soon the 3 of Dumbledore came to the gate of Gringotts. Grindelwald looked at Minister Lafontaine playfully and said, "Dumbledore, Minister Lafontaine, all you need now is to open the door, and this goblin business is over." Minister Lafontaine swallowed when he heard Grindelwald's words. If what Grindelwald said is true, then his position as Minister of Magic will be completely preserved. And as the first one to open the door of Gringotts, his reputation in the Ministry of Magic will increase a lot. But if it is not the situation that Grindelwald said, then the attack from behind the door may put his life in danger. Between prestige and danger, Minister Lafontaine chose not to take risks. Minister Lafontaine looked up, sweating profusely at Dumbledore. "President Dumbledore, Mr. Rogier, it's better for you to open the door." Dumbledore shook his head and pushed open the Gringotts door. The moment Dumbledore and Lafontaine saw inside Gringotts, Dumbledore's face darkened instantly. His guess came true. Minister Lafontaine stretched his neck, looking at the scene in Gringotts in disbelief. Minister LaFontaine only saw 2 wizards in Gringotts, and they were both famous wizards. The living fossil of French magic, Nicole Mel, descendants of Grindelwald, Ian Grindelwald. Those goblins who blocked their Ministry of Magic aurors were tied together by some kind of black plant. Next to Ian Grindelwald and Nicole Mailer is a goblin that even the Minister of Magic has never seen. Minister LaFontaine feels like a dream at this moment. Just as Mr. Rogier said, they opened the door and the Goblin Rebellion was resolved. So it was Ian Grindelwald and Nicole Mailer who settled this. Ian looked at the 2 old men outside the door and said with a smile, "You guys are so slow. I've been waiting for you for a long time." Chapter 85. When Dumbledore heard Ian's words, the black lines on his head suddenly deepened. Taking a deep breath, Dumbledore asked Ian, "Ian, when did you guys come?" Ian replied solemnly, "Just arrived." Dumbledore didn't believe Ian at all. Before Dumbledore continued to ask, Grindelwald said, "Ian, have you dealt with the Goblin Army dash?" Dumbledore also looked at Ian seriously after hearing Grindelwald's question. Ian spread his hands and said, "Those bugs have been resolved, and the goblins will no longer rebel." Ian then glanced at Auntie. "I'm right, isn't it?" Seeing Ian questioning the little old goblin, Dumbledore and Grindelwald looked at Auntie aside for a moment. Seeing Dumbledore and another powerful wizard looking at him at the same time, Auntie couldn't help feeling more stressed. Thinking that the executioner Berg had already entered the underground vault at this time, Auntie felt that if he said a word wrong, he would really not be able to survive. Auntie wiped the sweat from his forehead and said cautiously, "Yes, my honor, Mr. Dumbledore and Mr. Wizard. This rebellion was initiated by another group of goblins who have imprisoned us. If Mr. Grindelwald and Mr. Mailer hadn't arrived in time, I think those hateful traitors might have succeeded." Dumbledore and Grindelwald did not let down their vigilance after hearing Ant's words. Dumbledore said to Ant, "The goblins' rebellion has serious consequences. I think, Mr. Ant, you should be able to produce some more convincing evidence." Ant nodded hastily when he heard Dumbledore's words. Auntie pointed to the goblin who was stunned by Nico in the corner and tied together with black thorns, and said, "I am the great elder of the goblins, because they attacked me by surprise, so they did not stop the rebellion in time. 17. They belong to that traitor demo. They started the Goblin Rebellion." Dumbledore followed Auntie's pointer and nodded. "When the time comes, it will naturally prove Auntie's statement in the International Wizarding Tribunal." Minister LaFontaine came back to his senses at this moment and stammered to Nicole and asked, "Nick, Mr. Nicole Mailer, is the thing over?" Nicole nodded to Minister LaFontaine and said, "This time it was Ian who took care of the Goblin Rebellion. I think it's over. You can ask Annie the rest of the questions." Hearing Nicole's affirmation, Minister LaFontaine immediately fell into ecstasy. His position as Minister of Magic is preserved. But at this time he didn't want to ask Andy. The goblin could ask any time. Now the main thing is to get Ian Grindelwald. As long as Ian can admit that this matter is in cooperation with the French Ministry of Magic, then his status in the international magic world will rise. No matter how powerful Ian is, he is just a little wizard. Isn't it easy to handle him? Minister LaFontaine turned to look at Ian and said, "Mr. Grindelwald, the French Ministry of Magic thanks you for your help. I hope that Mr. Grindelwald can go to the Ministry of Magic to record this cooperation with the Ministry of Magic." Dumbledore and Grindelwald frowned, and Nicole was also a little annoyed. Hearing Minister LaFontaine's words, Ian looked at Minister LaFontaine indifferently and said, "Maggot, I have no obligation to play those boring games with you. The Goblin Rebellion has subsided now, and I'm going back to Hogwarts too. Finally, if you continue to have thoughts that you shouldn't have, I'll kill you." Minister LaFontaine couldn't believe his ears when he heard Ian's words. Just when Minister LaFontaine was about to continue speaking, Linda's spell of heaven had hit Minister LaFontaine. Minister LaFontaine was instantly sent flying, hitting the wall behind him fiercely. A mouthful of blood spurted from Minister LaFontaine's mouth. Minister LaFontaine forced his head up and looked at Dumbledore in disbelief. He couldn't believe that Grindelwald would shoot him. Minister LaFontaine looked at Grindelwald in horror and turned to ask Dumbledore for help. Dang. Before Minister LaFontaine could finish speaking, Dumbledore interrupted him and said coldly, "LaFontaine Dupont, I advise you not to think of us. If Jack and Ian want to kill you, I don't think I can stop them." "Ask for flowers, Jack just gave you a warning." "A warning?" Minister LaFontaine clearly senses that he is seriously injured. Then Nico said the same. "LaFontaine, if you don't want to die, put your mind away. The spell just now was not cast by Jack. It was you who were attacked by those goblins. Understand?" Minister LaFontaine thought Nicole spoke for him, but what he said made him feel like he had fallen into an ice cave. Minister Lafontaine looked at the four people in front of him in fear. Even if he told others that the patriarch of the Rogier family attacked him, and that Dumbledore and Nicole Mailer threatened him, no one would believe it. Has the wizarding world changed? Ian no longer paid attention to Minister Lafontaine's psychological activities and said to Grindelwald, "Old man, shall we go back to Hogwarts now?" Grindelwald heard Ian's words and said angrily, "You have had enough fun. We two old men were tossed like this in the middle of the night. Especially when you come out to play with this old B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Ian said helplessly. No way. Time is urgent, and you have seen it. If it hadn't come in time this time, the Goblin Rebellion would have succeeded. Both Dumbledore and Grindelwald turned liver-colored. Are you here to stop the Goblin Rebellion? You and Nico had a premeditated plan. Otherwise, how could you have arrived early? It just so happened to hit this time of Goblin Rebellion. Just when Grindelwald wanted to continue speaking, Ian used magic voice transmission to Grindelwald's ear. Help me stop Dumbledore. Don't let him continue to trouble me. You will get 10% of the first batch of good things made from the goblins' silverware this time. Grindelwald was stunned and immediately echoed. At least 20%. No, too many. 15%. Make a deal. Immediately, both Ian and Grindelwald showed satisfied smiles. Dumbledore on the side watched the two rubbing their sore temples. They must have been discussing behind his back just now what was going on. Forget it. As long as it's not a war against the magic world, let them go. Chapter 86. Dumbledore, with a headache, then walked out of the Gringotts Gate, letting the waiting Aurors and Ministry of Magic staff in to clean up the mess. As for Minister LaFontaine, who was seriously injured and still in fear, under Dumbledore's explanation, it was determined that he was hit in the head by a goblin spell. Minister LaFontaine didn't want to hold back this tone. But thinking of Dumbledore's threat, Minister LaFontaine didn't dare to jump out and die. In the end, things are under the proof of Dumbledore and Nicole Mailer. Ian Grindelwald is the hero of this Goblin Rebellion. Later, Gringotts sent out very shocking news. In order to thank Ian Grindelwald for killing the rebel goblin in this rebellion and rescued the goblin's elder. The Grindelwald family is the only wizarding family that Gringotts cooperates with. Stone 780, roaring like a ghost. Yesterday, the goblin rebelled again, but this rebellion was strangled in the cradle before it even started. Ian Grindelwald, the descendant of the Grindelwald family, once again created a miracle that shocked the wizarding world. He and Nico Meller, two legendary wizards, saved the French wizarding world. Gringotts confirms cooperation with the Grindelwald family. I don't know if this means that Grindelwald's conspiracy will reappear again. The Daily Prophet. During the First Wizarding War, Gellert Grindelwald plotted to destroy Paris, but Paris was saved by Grindelwald yesterday. Now it seems that the Grindelwald family has become the heroes of the wizarding world. The French Ministry of Magic should kneel down and thank the British the wizards saved them again. The incompetence of the French Ministry of Magic caused the Minister of Magic LaFontaine to become the only wizard who was seriously injured in this rebellion. Gringotts officially cooperates with the Grindelwald family. This will be the most correct choice for the goblins. Rita Skeeter reports for you, the Quibbler. The Ministry of Magic conspired to control Ian Grindelwald, and now the Grindelwald family has prepared many conspiracies that are covering the wizarding world, and Gringotts will be their first step. When the pureblood families saw the news, they felt that the sky was falling. Lucius Malfoy's fear of Dumbledore and Ian is kicked up a notch yet again. He knows that Dumbledore is no longer restraining himself. Last time Ian Grindelwald showed great strength in Norway again. Since that night, Nerita Skeeter has been cleaning Dumbledore and the Grindelwalds. And according to their pure-blood internal news, the wizards of the Daily Prophet have many new faces. Now the people of the Daily Prophet are likely to be controlled by Dumbledore and Ian's people too. Gringotts has lined up behind the Grindelwald family, and the lifeline of their pure-blood family is once again stuck. Lucius feels that the pureblood family may not have a place in the future if they don't stand in line now. But he can't be the first to stand up. The first to stand up is the most risky. And he would definitely be considered a traitor by other pureblood families. Sitting opposite Lucius, Narcissa's face was also pale, and she was most worried about her son Draco. Narcissa raised her head to look at her husband Lucius, and opened her mouth. Lucius had guessed what Narcissa was going to say, and said to Narcissa weakly, "Narcissa, don't worry about Draco. Hogwarts is the safest place now. And Ian Grindelwald is there. Draco still has a chance." Narcissa heard what Lucius said, but still couldn't let go. Lucius continued, "I've written to Draco to make sure he wins over Ian Grindelwald. Draco's choice will not involve the interests of the pureblood family, which means that he is a child. That way we'll have the right opportunity to stand in line. Our family can be safe. Draco at Hogwarts gets excited after reading the newspaper. His most admired Professor Grindelwald has done a shocking thing again. And just now he received a letter from his father, in which he fully supports him in making friends with Professor Grindelwald. Implicitly said that money is given to money, and people are given to people. Now Draco felt like his life was going to take off. The loudest cheer goes to Ravenclaw's little wizard, because Ian belongs to Ravenclaw. And the little ones at the Gryffindor table gathered around to discuss Ian's affairs. George and Fred put Ronald in the middle and said with a smile, "Look, Ian is a nice guy. He also stopped the rebellion of the goblins." Ronald looked enviously at Ian standing with Dumbledore and others in the photo. I thought how good it would be for him. Harry looked at Ian with wild eyes. He couldn't wait to learn Ian's magic. Sooner or later, he will do this kind of thing too. Hermione looked at Ian's photo helplessly, feeling very happy in her heart, but still feeling a little disappointed. Yesterday, I obviously said to do magic research with Nicole Mailer, but in the end, I saved the French magic world at night and stopped the Goblin Rebellion. Hermione's determination to become stronger became more and more profound, and one day the person standing by Ian's side would be her. "Ian, I'll change." Hermione clenched her little fist. And Dumbledore hadn't had time to rest for long, and now he started running around the world in meetings again. But this time he brought Grindelwald, saying that the principal is busy with assistants and cannot rest. Ian also strongly supports Dumbledore's approach, because Grindelwald promised to prevent him from making trouble for him this time. Only by staying by Dumbledore's side can Grindelwald stop Dumbledore at any time. After seeing off Dumbledore and Grindelwald last night, Ian and Nico returned to the Hogwarts farm. There is a whole space ring of magic material waiting for them. After Ian explained that Moth Rogier remembered arranging someone to go to Gringotts to take over, 1.4 went directly into the laboratory with Nico. Moss outside the laboratory heard Ian's words, excitedly took out the parchment and quill and wrote the letter on the spot. Their Mr. helped the Saints take down Gringotts. And Ian and Nico, as the most fanatical magic researchers, can't wait for a moment now. "Nico, are you ready?" Ian took out the space ring containing the spoils of this time and said to Nico. Nico nodded excitedly and said, "Get it out, Ian. Let's count the numbers." Moss, who was writing a letter outside the door, looked at his husband and another legendary wizard like two children who got their favorite toys. Sensing their enthusiasm for magic, Moss couldn't help sighing. Perhaps no one loves magic more than Mr. Chapter 87. After counting by Ian and Nico, they harvested more than 20,000 pieces of goblin silver this time. Later, fairies will continue to provide them with magic materials and silverware. Nico looked at Ian and said excitedly, "Ian, this harvest is enough for us to study." Ian also nodded happily. At this time, Ian thought that Nico had caught many live goblins. So Ian said, "Nico, catch a few goblins. Let's start the first experiment. I can try to see if the goblin can make magical silverware after being refined into a high-level undead." Nicole heard Ian's words and couldn't wait to grab a goblin from the bag of the untraceable stretching curse. The moment the goblin saw Ian and Nico, it was frightened and struggled wildly. But his limbs were all tied up, and his mouth was also gagged, so he could only make the sound of woo-woo-woo. Ian signaled Nico to put the goblin on the undead production table, which is a must-use prop for making advanced undead. The undead who are usually revived by magic are generally used as cannon fodder. Nico can use the levitation spell to put the goblin on the undead 25 crafting table. Then Ian picked up his wand, ignored the goblin's struggle, and started making the first high-level goblin undead. The black magic circle lights up on the production stage, and the struggling fairy in Heiyuan throws it away. Ian used his magic wand to control the black mist to transform the goblin little by little. The black mist slowly eroded the goblin's body and magic power along the magic power circuit in the goblin's body. The goblin also struggled desperately from the beginning, slowly turned into convulsions, and finally completely lost its life. Not long after, the light of the magic circle gradually went out, and the corpse of a goblin slowly got up in the black mist. The wrinkled skin on the goblin's body has dried up, and the eyes are replaced by orange soul fire. Ian looked at the newborn high-level goblin undead and said to Nico, "Such high-level undead retain the knowledge they had during their lifetime. But unlike liches, they don't have the ability to speak. Now we can try to get him to make silverware." Nico nodded when he heard Ian's words and said, "If it can be made, wait for your saints to grow stronger. Then we can reduce the number of goblins a little more. In this way, the the goblin can be better controlled. We just need to keep some good goblin artisans and managers. Ian agrees with Nicole's statement. The less the number of strong and wide, the less skimmer management. But now it is still necessary to know whether the high-level goblin undead can make silverware. Ian took out a piece of mithril from the space ring and ordered to the goblin undead to craft goblin silver. The goblin undead knelt down and took the mithril from Ian's hand and began to look for the forging platform. Ian slapped his head. He forgot to take out the forging table he snatched from the goblin. Then Ian took out a few goblin forging tables from the space ring in the corner under Nicole's half-smile expression. The goblin undead walked to the forging table and began to forge silverware as Ian ordered. Ian pretended not to see Nicole's expression and said, "I think we have to make a few more high-level goblin undead so that we can know the accuracy of the result." Nico put away his face looking at the joke. He totally agreed with Ian's words. Then Nico took out 10 more goblins. The first thing the goblins saw when they were taken out was Ian and Nico. In an instant, they began to struggle crazily. During the struggle, they saw that the fairy in the corner was in a freeze state. They thought someone had betrayed again. Just as the goblins looked at the traitor carefully, something happened that made their fear peak. The goblins found that the skin on the goblin was dry. Moreover, that traitor is the same as the undead who slaughtered them. There was fire in the hollow eyes, only it was orange. And there was a magic platform in front of them, and the black breath on it made them shudder. Many goblins still have filth on them. Ian frowned at the goblins and summoned Cossin out. Nico looked at Cosnane with bright eyes. This was the second lich he had ever seen. "Cosnane, go make them high-level undead, the kind that retain knowledge." Ian pointed at the goblins who were tied up and gave Cosnane an order. Cosnane turned his head to look at the goblins and laughed strangely. Cosnane obeys. "My master." The goblins saw the nightmare in their hearts appear again. It was this kind of clansman who killed thousands of them at that time. Coupled with Ian's words, these goblins who had just been taken out were frightened and went crazy. Cosnane walked towards the goblins with a strange smile and said in the terrified eyes of the goblins, "Bugs, welcome to the master's servants." Cosnane magically placed the struggling goblins on the undead crafting table. Cosnane controlled the black mist that gradually covered the desperate goblins. After a while, 10 high-level undead elves slowly got up, picked up the mithril, and walked towards the forging platform. Afterwards, while Ian and Nico were waiting, the goblin undead finally made some silverware. But Ian and Nico are frowning and looking at the silverware in front of them. Obviously, they are not satisfied. Nico had just used magic to detect the silverware made by the goblin undead and said to Ian, "Ian, the silverware is magical. But the black 963 magic erosion in it is too much and too serious." Ian nodded, feeling the dark magic on the silver too. Then Ian once again had a high elf undead forge a pair of silverware. Ian locked his magic power on this goblin undead this time, and he discovered the problem. When the goblin undead forges silverware, it will flow its own magic power to the silverware. And the goblin undead is full of black magic power, which leads to silverware directly becoming a black magic item. Ian sighed. "Hey, it looks like it failed." Nico shook his head with a smile and said, "Ian, this is not a failure. And as I said, magic has limits. Let's think about it differently. Your undead are not afraid of the erosion of black magic. What if these silverware were equipped on your undead army?" Hearing Nico's words, Ian's eyes lit up. That's right. Isn't the equipment of his undead army upgraded now? Ian pondered for a while and said, "Nico, I think we still need to keep some goblins. First transform some goblins into undead, and hand over the other goblins to Mosi and the others. Make them ours." Nico nodded with a smile and said, "I think so." Chapter 88. Ian handed over some of the captive goblins to Moss, and asked Moss and the others to select obedient goblins and train them as their own people. And the other part of the malicious goblins were handed over to Cosnane by Ian, who would transform them into undead. Next, Ian, who got the goblin silverware, is going to prepare a Christmas present for Flitwick and McGonagall. Although Ian doesn't understand why wizards celebrate Christmas, let's do as the Romans do. And when Ian saw the level of Flitwick and McGonagall that day, Ian had this idea. Now that he has the goblin silver, Ian can try making gargoyles and armored ghosts. Nico is also very interested in the 2 kinds of undead that Ian mentioned. That's a big part of why he and Ian went to Gringotts in France. Nicole heard from Ian that making a gargoyle requires magical metal as the heart core. In this world, Nico thinks there is nothing more suitable than goblin silverware. And the armor ghost needs a full set of armor with magic as a container for the soul. These two kinds of undead are used to guard the treasure house or place. Now that Gringotts Europe belongs to the Grindelwald family, Ian thinks it is necessary to upgrade the security of Gringotts. Nickel looked at a round goblin silverware in Ian's hand and asked, Ian, can this be the heart core of a gargoyle? Ian nodded and said, the heart core of the gargoyle needs a very compatible magic metal to carry magic power and a lot of souls. All that's left is to find a bunch of clay and make it the way you like it. Then draw the flowing lines of the magic power, and then put the gargoyle's heart in it. Hearing Ian's explanation, Nico's interest rose again and said, I remember Hogwarts had some magic stones. I remember it was an alchemy doll made by combining transfiguration and spells. Is there anything different about you, gargoyle? Looking at Nico's curious look, Ian explained, the essence of a gargoyle is undead. That is to say, as long as the core is not destroyed, it is immortal. After the clay is broken, it will automatically repair itself over time, and there is no need to eat and drink. Don't think about its emotions either. Perfect servant. Gargoyle is also one of the products of the combination of undead magic and alchemy. Because the undead body of the gargoyle has the blessing of alchemy. It's not like the skeletons can carry weapons and wands with external attachments. So this kind of undead cannot be recycled into the undead space. One only then did Nico know why Ian wanted to create this kind of undead. Nico suddenly thought of something and asked Ian suspiciously, Ian, then you don't have stock in that world? Ian's face darkened suddenly, and he said, of course I have. When I was thrown over, I put my gargoyle and armor ghost in my treasure house. It's definitely not available now. Looking at the black-faced Ian, Nicole burst out laughing. Ian glanced at Nico a little speechlessly and said, let's get started. It's been too long. Ian, let me laugh a little longer. In the evening, Ian went back to the lounge. As usual, today must be the night when the professors and Hermione came to celebrate him. It's just that today there are two more people, Camailer and Perenelle. Ian, I really didn't expect you to do another big thing in such a short time. Hagrid patted Ian on the back with his wine glass and said with a smile. Caught off guard, Ian was almost spit out the wine in his mouth by Hagrid's force. Seeing Ian's appearance, Hermione quickly took a piece of paper and handed it to Ian. Ian took the tissue and swallowed the wine. Ian looked at Hagrid helplessly and said, I don't want big things, Hagrid. Hearing what Ian said, Flitwick smiled and said, Ian, you have already left a lot of records in the newly published Hogwarts, A School History. I dare to assure Merlin, if you go out again, Hogwarts, A School History will become the fastest updated book in wizarding history. McGonagall also looked at Ian with a smile and said, I think Flitwick was right. And every time you go out, Professor Dumbledore has to deal with the aftermath for days. Hearing this, the professors laughed out loud. The only one who wasn't smiling was Snape, who was staring distressfully at the food on the table. Those are the potion ingredients for the fire dragon. Hermione pulled Ian gently and said, Ian, can you tell me about your experience this time? What does a Gringotts underground tangle look like? Is what the newspaper says true? Looking at the warm scene in the room, Nico and Perenelle felt extremely at ease in their hearts. Perenelle said to Nico with a smile, Nico, I believe you now. Ian's magic is scary though, but he always had someone who loved him. Nico looked at his wife who was finally relieved, but he also said with a smile, I believe Ian will make the right choice. He won't go the same way as I did when I was younger. At this time, Yao and Wei raised their glasses and said loudly, Let's raise a glass to Ian. And welcome again to Mr. and Mrs. Mailer. Nico and Perenelle also raised their glasses with a smile. Respect Ian. At this time, Dumbledore and Grindelwald, who were organizing a meeting in the Wisengamot, did not have this kind of treatment. Originally, the two of them hadn't rested for a few days, but now they were overwhelmed by the Goblin Rebellion. Dumbledore and Grindelwald had a headache looking at the representatives of wizards from various countries who were arguing below. Master Dumbledore, I think goblin laws should be enacted again. If Mr. Grindelwald hadn't stopped the Goblins' rebellion in time this time, the consequences would have been disastrous. This was a suggestion from the Minister of Magic of a small country. They didn't have so many Aurors in their Ministry of Magic, let alone legendary wizards like Dumbledore. They couldn't afford it if the goblins rebelled again. I think you should discuss the descendants of Grindelwald first. This descendant of Grindelwald was present for the major events of the past 2 days. It's hard for me not to suspect that this is Grindelwald's conspiracy. Obviously, this is a statement from the Grindelwald conspiracy theory faction. When the Norwegian Minister of Magic Andy Brack heard what the man said, he immediately drew out his wand and pointed at it. Andy snapped, If you doubt the words of our Norwegian hero, I don't mind putting a curse on you. The man also drew his wand and stood up, bellowing, "Come on, Brack. Don't think I'm afraid of you." Dumbledore looked at the wizards below who were about to fight and rubbed his forehead. Grindelwald looked at Dumbledore with a face full of jokes, but he had already remembered those conspiratorial people just now, and there will be plenty of time to settle accounts in the future. Dumbledore sighed, stood up, put his wand against his cheek, and said loudly, "The goblins under the Veritaserum just now proved that the Goblin Rebellion was started by some goblins. The goblins headed by the great Elder Anti-Goblin were imprisoned to cause this rebellion. The Wizengamot is fair and just, and the culprit Dimo and other goblins have already been punished. I think we shouldn't embarrass the goblins anymore. This incident is over." Ian and Nico took the power of finance and the freedom of the goblins this time. How could Dumbledore harm the interests of Ian and Hogwarts to punish the goblins? But someone still refused to accept it and said, "Master Dumbledore, the goblins are proof of the rebellion, but we haven't seen a single goblin corpse. No one knows what's going on under Gringotts, France." Dumbledore heard the man's words and said with serious eyes, "Ian Grindelwald and Nicole Mailer cast Demer fire under the siege of goblins. I suppose that's understandable, isn't it, Mr. Rouse of France?" Jowlees, Laws went on to say, "Then I think it is necessary to subpoena or arrest Mr. Grindelwald and Mr. Mailer, so we can get to the truth." He clearly remembered that Minister Lafontaine, who was seriously injured in bed, asked him to embarrass Dumbledore and others. It's best to ask for some compensation from the French Ministry of Magic, and he will give Routh a promotion when he returns. Dumbledore's eyes turned cold instantly, and he asked, "Oh, then you plan to catch them yourself? Let's not talk about Nicole Mailer. You mean to come to my Hogwarts to catch people?" Rouse originally wanted to say that the Wizengamot organized the wizard to arrest him, but his body suddenly couldn't move. Someone put a curse on him. Beads of sweat began to flow from Rouse's forehead, and Andy and others looked at Rouse as a dead man. Without pointing out that someone put a curse on Rouse, Dumbledore went on to say, "Since Mr. Laws has nothing more to say, the matter will be settled in this way." Then Dumbledore turned and left the meeting with Grindelwald. Grindelwald winked at Andy and others before leaving, and Andy and others knew what to do. On the way back to rest, Dumbledore sighed. When is the day of this meeting ahead? Chapter 89. Since Draco knew that Professor Grindelwald was back, he was so excited. He decides to make friends with Ian. Draco Malfoy is a pro at making friends. It's just that Pote doesn't know the goods. Down to playing with poor Weasleys. It's just that Draco hasn't found any trace of Ian these days. It's finally their first grade's defense against the dark arts class today. Draco vowed to have a good relationship with Ian at this time. It was only during defense against the dark arts class that Draco noticed something was wrong with Pot. Pot in defense against the dark arts class is so serious, and not even the Weasley poor boy deserted it. Draco suddenly felt a sense of urgency, as if the Pot duo were putting pressure on him. So Draco stopped paying special attention to Harry and the others, and began to listen to the lecture seriously. After Ian announced his dismissal, Draco stayed. He was afraid that Gregory Goyle and Vincent Crabbe, two simple-minded people, would spoil his good work, so he drove them away first. But what Draco didn't expect was that in addition to Granger, the Pote duo actually stayed. "Pot, what are you doing in the defense against the dark arts classroom?" Draco asked Harry disdainfully. As for Ronald, 310 was directly ignored by him. Harry was a little annoyed, but he knew it wasn't time to lose his temper in front of Professor Grindelwald. "Malfoy, I don't want to argue with you now." Harry's words made Draco even more disdainful, and continued, "Pote, I think you'd better take your red-haired servant back earlier. After all, you are wasting everyone's time here." Ronald couldn't help but explode, and Harry blushed. But at this moment, Hermione looked at Draco like a lion and said, "Mr. Malfoy, if you're only here to tease Potter and Weasley, I think it's you who should go back now." Hermione knew that Ian had very little time. Now both Harry and Ronald often came to ask Ian about defense against the dark arts. Ian can only spend less time teaching her, and now Draco is wasting her time, which the little witch cannot tolerate. And Draco immediately shut up when he heard what Hermione said. Even if he wanted to say something again, he didn't dare to say it. His dad wrote him a letter warning him not to mess with anyone around Ian. "Don't, Jay, say those curse words, otherwise Lucius will break his leg first." Just when Draco was frightened by Hermione and a little overwhelmed. At this point Ian spoke. "Okay, Mr. Malfoy, if you have anything to say, please speak quickly." Hearing Ian's words, Draco relaxed a little. Draco wanted to ask Ian proudly as usual, but when he thought that this was a wizard his father would value. And Ian's strength is still very strong, not those little wizards of Slytherin. Thinking of this, Draco immediately swallowed back what he was about to say. I saw Draco asked Ian a little awkwardly. Professor Grindelwald, can we be friends? Harry and Ronald stared dumbfounded at Draco. That annoying Malfoy actually had a good time to talk? Hermione looked at Draco with a strange look in her eyes. You should have said no to this kind of thing. Go ahead and mock Harry and Ronald for wasting everyone's time. Instead of answering Draco's question, Ian asked Draco, Mr. Malfoy, I would like to ask, what is a friend to you? When Draco heard Ian's question, he wanted to blurt out something, but he didn't know what to say when the words came to his mouth. He is the eldest son of a pureblood family, and the only friends around him are Gregory Gower and Vincent Crabbe. Because of the relationship of the Malfoy family, the two are more like his subordinates than pure friends. Draco Malfoy suddenly fell into a daze. He really doesn't seem to have any real friends. Sensing Draco's emotions, Ian shook his head and said, Mr. Malfoy, I think you can try to find some real friends first, instead of the friendship obtained in the complicated environment of your pureblood family. Also, a friend is not based on blood, but a person's true feelings for you. When Draco heard Ian's words, he felt like something was touched in his heart. Harry and Ronald agreed with Ian's words very much, and looked at Draco with a little more pitiful eyes. Ian Laco says, Mr. Malfoy, maybe you need to start by changing what you call others when it comes to making friends. And wizards are either pure blood or the best, Malfoy. Remember what I said. Draco heard Ian's words, recalled Ian's first class, and murmured, The strength of the wizard is paramount. Ian nodded and continued, It seems you still remember Mr. Malfoy. Draco fell silent. Ian turned to look at Harry and Ronald and asked, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, what are you doing today? Harry and Ronald heard Ian start asking them. Harry quickly replied, Professor, I want to know the habits of the imp and the spells against it. Last time. Having said that, Harry glanced at Draco, but did not continue. Ronald on the side also nodded hastily. These days they have been cramming up on the knowledge of the defense against the dark arts class. But some spells are not in the textbook, and Ian's explanation is definitely more professional than the textbook. The silent Draco saw the situation. Pot and the red-haired boy actually sneaked away. No wonder the two of them had to stay after the first few classes. At this moment, Draco suddenly remembered that Ian said that if you want to learn his magic, you must have excellent grades. Draco was shocked. He must not learn Ian's magic later than Harry. Draco wants to prove that he is definitely better than Harry. So Draco quickly said to Ian, Professor, I have a question too. After finishing speaking, he glared at Harry and Ronald. Absolutely won't let you sneak away. Hermione became even more anxious seeing this scene. This little wizard is getting more and more. Ian will definitely spend less time teaching her. Ian sensed Hermione's emotion and said with a smile, It's okay. Your knowledge has already far surpassed that of a little wizard in the first grade. The rest is just a lot of practice. Learning too fast is not a good thing. Hermione was relieved to hear Ian's words. She is the best. And Harry, Ronald, and Draco heard that Hermione had already surpassed the little wizard of the first year. And they didn't even understand much of the knowledge of the first grade. Hermione beat them by countless blocks on this one. So the three of them began to doubt their lives. Chapter 90. After the last after-school session, Harry and Draco had already begun to roll up. Harry and Draco and Ronald would stay after each get out of class to ask Ian questions. The little wizards of Gryffindor and Slytherin often saw the three studying hard in the library. Immediately surprised, these three people have changed their gender? And when asking Ian questions, Harry and Draco also secretly competed. Anyone who knows the answer to the other party's question will definitely be laughed at after the tutoring. Of course, McGonagall and Snape were the happiest. Harry and Ronald are finally getting the hang of it. McGonagall is very relieved. But it's a pity if only Harry and Ronald were so interested in her transfiguration class. McGonagall is considering whether to learn from Ian and use it to motivate students. Snape saw Draco, the child of an old friend, finally start to work hard, strong. As long as Slytherin can overwhelm Gryffindor. Their Slytherin House Cup honors are unbroken. And Ian didn't pay much attention to these issues except in class. Because Dumbledore and Grindelwald are back. Dumbledore looked at Ian, who was doing magic experiments with Nico, and said helplessly, Ian, you have really suffered us two old men this time. Ian looked at Dumbledore and Grindelwald, who had just entered the laboratory, and said with a smile, This is what you promised me, and welcome back. Dumbledore then smiled and said, Thank you, Ian. Grindelwald, next to Dumbledore, couldn't wait any longer, stepped forward and grabbed Ian's sleeve and said, Ian, this time I stopped Dumbledore and the Wisengamot from giving you another order of Merlin. Shouldn't you give me what you promised me? Hearing Grindelwald's words, Dumbledore's face darkened immediately. Dumbledore had originally planned to award Ian another Order of Merlin, first class. This will save Ian a little more trouble. After all, it was Ian who did it, and it was always Dumbledore who picked up the mess. But this time he was stopped by Grindelwald. The reason why Grindelwald worked so hard is waiting for him here. Ian knocked off Grindelwald's hand and threw a space ring to Grindelwald. Here are 3 gargoyles, which are recorded in the book Undead Types of the Mainland I gave you. The rest you research on your own. It's a good thing. Grindelwald said with some dissatisfaction. Only 3. You are so mean. Old man, do you know how much energy a lich has to spend to make one? Then why don't you do it yourself? I still have to research new projects. Dumbledore simply ignores Grindelwald's deal. With Ian, Dumbledore came to Nico Mailer and asked, Nico, are you going to get the goblin's silverware this time? Nico nodded with a smile and said, it was intended to be stolen at first, but then you also found out. Ian and I have a fight. Dumbledore looked at Nickel speechlessly. You didn't steal it. You already turned Gringotts into your own property. You don't know the impact of Gringotts being taken down by you this time. Nickel heard Dumbledore's complaints and said indifferently, this is what you Ian elders should do. As for me, just study magic with Ian. After all, I, an old man over 600 years old, can't stand the toss. Hearing Nickel's words, Dumbledore's face darkened even more. Nico didn't pay attention to Dumbledore's face and asked Dumbledore seriously, Albus, is there anything unexpected about this meeting with the Wisengamot and the International Union of Wizards? Dumbledore shook his head when he heard Nickel's question. Only one wizard from the French Ministry of Magic accidentally fell into the water and was dragged away by Grindelwald. Other things have been put down by me and Grindelwald. Ian and Hogwarts won't matter. Speaking of this, Dumbledore suddenly remembered the gargoyle that Ian had just mentioned. Dumbledore then asked Nickel, Nico, did you and Ian go to Gringotts just to get the silverware for that gargoyle? Nico nodded and said, that's right. There are also armor ghosts, 2 very special alchemy ghosts. I thought that goblin silver might be a good material. Ask for flowers 00. I am very pleased that Ian succeeded. Hearing Nickel's explanation, Dumbledore felt that he was clearing the way for these 2 magic lunatics. Dumbledore sighed and said, then how are you going to use the alchemy undead you made this time? At this point, Ian had asked Grindelwald to study it himself. Ian heard Dumbledore's question as soon as he walked over, so he said, the gargoyle is mainly kept in Gringotts, and it will be our property after that. I have to say that Gringotts' security is really weak. The safety of Gringotts is still very important in the future. As for the armor ghost, I'm going to keep it as a guard at Hogwarts. Armor ghosts don't scare little wizards. They're no different than normal armor decorations when they're not active. That way I don't think anyone can sneak into Hogwarts. The undead's memory and sensitivity to the soul are not comparable to humans. What do you think, Dumbledore? After listening to Ian's words, Dumbledore felt that Ian's way of thinking was completely different from that of normal wizards. Weak security at Gringotts? That's just for you. It was rated as the safest place except Hogwarts. And now put these high-level undead in Hogwarts. This has completely become the Devil's Castle. It wouldn't be a surprise if anyone dared to sneak into Hogwarts and be hacked into Dumbledore. Tired, Dumbledore decided to let Ian do it himself. And these things won't be in the Daily Prophet, so it won't bother him. Dumbledore said wearily, it's up to you, Ian, just don't hurt the little wizards. Also, Ian, I want to ask you to do something for me. Ian was a little puzzled. There shouldn't be anything to deal with at this time. But Ian still nodded. There was no reason to refuse Dumbledore's request this time. Go ahead, Dumbledore. Dumbledore heard that Ian didn't refuse, so he winked at Ian and said, Halloween is coming soon. I think how about you decorate this Halloween? Chapter 91. Ian recalled the Halloween at Hogwarts, and something happened more or less every Halloween. Like Harry's curse, once a year, timed episodes. But this year Voldemort is gone, and he is still working as a beater in the last level of the restricted area on the 4th floor. Quirrell has also gone ahead of schedule, and the troll has also been caught in the farm. Ian doesn't think there should be any problems at Hogwarts this year. Now Dumbledore asks Ian to decorate the Halloween scene, and Ian thinks it can be arranged according to the underground maze where the Necromancer hides treasure. After all, in the Necromancer's underground labyrinth, every day is Halloween as the time draws closer to Halloween. Many little wizards are looking forward to the arrival of Halloween. After all, Hogwarts will be very interesting on this day. Mischief candies, things that are usually not allowed to be used, will be ignored by the professors on this September 63 day. This was Harry's first Halloween, and they wouldn't allow Harry to participate in any activities while at Uncle Vernon's house. So Harry was very excited. He and Ronald and Neville had been discussing every day how Halloween at Hogwarts was going to be. This is also Hermione's first time spending Halloween in the wizarding world, and Ian secretly told her that it will be very exciting. And you can see a lot of undead, which makes Hermione look forward to it. But no matter how much Hermione asked Ian just didn't tell her about the Halloween arrangements. Flitwick and McGonagall learned that Dumbledore has given Ian the Halloween decorations. They also quietly asked Ian how Ian planned to arrange it. But I never got any useful information from Ian. Ian has already made the armor ghost, and now it is waiting for Halloween to be placed in Hogwarts. Just the day before Halloween, Grindelwald was temporarily captured by Ian. Grindelwald, who was still wearing a nightgown, held the space ring in his hand and asked Ian, how do you say we're going to set up Hogwarts? Let's get this done and go back to sleep. Also, can you change the way you wake people up? It's not good to disturb the sleep of the elderly at night. Ian rolled his eyes at Grindelwald and said, you are now in the middle-aged body, so don't complain. Only at this point, the little wizards on the night tour have gone back to sleep. Armor ghosts need you to arrange where Hogwarts needs to be guarded. I can arrange other things. After hearing what Ian said, Grindelwald started to act, but he kept complaining. Because no matter who is sleeping soundly, suddenly being woken up by a zombie's head will not feel good. Ian also started his preparations. Halloween cannot be without pumpkin heads. Ian asked Hagrid to get a lot of pumpkins during the day. The pumpkin is hollowed out by magic, and 2 eyes and a mouth are carved out. Ian then summoned the skeletons and asked the skeletons to put pumpkins on their heads, and a pumpkin-headed skeleton was formed. Immediately, Ian summoned many undead, dead bats, wraiths, zombies, and so on that fit the Halloween atmosphere. Ian ordered the undead to start wandering the corridors, but no one was allowed to harm Hogwarts. Then Ian came to the auditorium and began to arrange the surrounding environment. When the little wizards wake up the next day, today is their long-awaited million. As long as today's class is over, then the evening is their carnival time. But this year's Halloween is bound to be different. When the little wizards of Gryffindor just pushed away the portrait of the fat lady, they saw a zombie in a robe outside the lounge. This made the little wizards scream. This scene was also repeated at the entrances of 3 different lounges. The moment she saw the zombies, Hermione immediately knew what Ian meant when he said that he could see a lot of undead today. That said, many of Ian's undead are roaming Hogwarts today. Hermione shivered when she thought of Ian's wicked smile. Not long after, the little wizards of Gryffindor burst into cheers. They love thrills. What a great day for Halloween this year. Draco was the first Slytherin student to leave the common room today. When he walked out of the lounge, the first thing he saw was a skeleton wearing armor in the corridor. It made him pale with fright, but then Draco guessed it was Ian's undead. And it's Halloween. There should be a lot of undead at Hogwarts. This made Draco curious. How many kinds of undead can he get today? This made Draco admire Ian's magic even more. George, look at that skeleton. Fred, this is so cool. Look, that ghost-like ghost is covered in blood. Harry and Ronald saw too many undead along the way, more than they could imagine. Ronald swallowed, looked at Harry and said, Harry, how many of these dark creatures do you think Professor Grindelwald has? Harry's eyes beside Ronald were full of fire. These dark magic creatures all look so powerful. Harry shook his head when he heard Ronald's words and said, Ronald, I don't know either. But I will learn these magics someday. After speaking, Harry glanced at the magic armor beside him and asked Ronald, Ronald, did you notice that the new armor in school is totally different? Ronald pursed his lips and said, Of course I found out. Harry, the extra armors that came out today are so beautiful. There are gems on it. What they didn't know was that Ian had bound the Hogwarts contract magic to the armor last night. If they are not recognized by Hogwarts Castle, they will be attacked by armor ghosts if they are found. Just as Harry and Ronald were on their way to the auditorium, the puppet of Voldemort's remnant soul in the restricted area on the 4th floor finally accumulated enough mana to use a 1.3 mana. Damn Dumbledore. Damn Grindelwald. I'm going to make you pay. Voldemort's remnant soul puppet growled ferociously. At this time, he can only move his mouth, or when the little wizard reaches the level, he can only test the little wizard according to the rules set by Dumbledore. He is completely regarded as a whetstone for little wizards. Now I have finally accumulated enough magic power to awaken the nearest Horcrux. This damn body restricts my actions, but it cannot restrict the magic that can be used through the soul. Wait for my revenge. Dumbledore. Grindelwald. Voldemort's remnant casts magic through his soul. At the same time, in a secret room full of sundries in Hogwarts, A black mist began to flow from a silver-white crown inlaid with blue gemstones. Chapter 92. When Harry and Ronald came to the auditorium, they were stunned by the decoration of the auditorium. Although it is still daytime, the auditorium has been stained gray. On the wall hang some emaciated bats upside down. Skeletons with pumpkin heads roamed the hall. From time to time, some ghosts with grim expressions floated past the dining table. The ghosts of Hogwarts were also watching these ghosts and undead curiously in the auditorium at this time. But when ghosts and undead look at these Hogwarts ghosts, they suddenly felt their ghost bodies start to freeze. Especially the purple yin in those eyes made them feel uncomfortable. But the ghosts also know that it is a dark magic creature taught in defense against the dark arts. So the ghosts didn't disperse in a herd, but still held back and continued to watch the fun. Looking at these ghosts in the professor's seat, Ian sighed in his heart. Sure enough, once the habit of watching the excitement dies, you can't change it even if you become a ghost. On the professor's table, Dumbledore and Grindelwald still looked at Ian unhappily. Ian's behavior of throwing zombie heads on their bed at night is really bad. Even though this is the way Ian communicates and explained it to Dumbledore and Grindelwald, they don't listen at all, because that zombie head can communicate in real time, too, as a group. It is the new alchemy undead that Nico and Ian combined with the principle of the double-sided mirror to research and create. Ian wanted to contact Grindelwald through this new undead, but he didn't expect to scare the two of them. McGonagall and Flitwick looked at the undead very curiously at this time. I can't imagine, Ian. You have so many kinds of undead. This is the first time in years that I feel like real Halloween ghosts are coming. McGonagall looked at Ian and exclaimed. Flitwick also said excitedly, Ian, you have too many categories of undead magic variants. I can feel a different magical breath on each type of undead. Hearing what Flitwick and McGonagall said, Ian smiled and said, It's just some low-level undead. If you are interested in growing undead, I can give you some. McGonagall is waiting for Ian's words. Sybil Trelawney has been restless lately. She actually predicted that she would be killed by dark creatures before Christmas. McGonagall decided to give her a little color look. Just toss Sybil Trelawney some undead in the break room while she's drinking at night. Thinking of this, McGonagall couldn't help showing a smile, and said to Ian, Thank you. Ian, I thought it would be okay for me to bring a few skeletons. No problem at all. Ian had already sensed McGonagall's need to vent his anger, but Ian thought it might be a good prank. Flitwick was also not polite, and asked Ian for a wraith. Flitwick wanted to study the difference between wraiths and ghosts. Not long after, Hermione and her roommate also came to the auditorium. Along the way, they saw all kinds of undead. This made them look forward to tonight's banquet even more. It's already very exciting during the day. It's definitely not bad at night. As soon as she entered the auditorium, Hermione saw Ian at the teacher's seat today, said hello to her roommate, and ran up to find Ian. Good morning, Ian. Good morning, Hermione. Hermione ran to Ian's side and asked expectantly, Ian, will there be new undead at night? The little witch is also looking forward to seeing the new undead. Ian nodded with a smile and said, There must be. There are some high-level undead at night. Hermione's eyes grew brighter. What she is looking forward to most is to learn Ian's undead magic when she is strong enough. She is also very happy to see many powerful undead in advance tonight. Ian then smiled at Hermione and said, Let's go eat first. See you at the banquet tonight after today's class is over. Hearing Ian's words, Hermione nodded. See you tonight. Ian. Grindelwald looked at this scene and said to Ian angrily, Why didn't you show Hermione that zombie head? Ian glanced at Grindelwald and said, That alchemy undead is not suitable for showing to little wizards. I just didn't expect you and Dumbledore to be afraid of such things. Grindelwald and Dumbledore looked at Ian speechlessly. Except for you necromancers, try to wake up with a zombie head flying on the bed in the middle of the night. Any normal wizard can't accept it. Just when Hogwarts began to prepare for the Halloween banquet, in the room of requirement, the black mist released by the silver sapphire crown is gradually forming a human shape. A hoarse voice came from the black mist. Hurry up. A trace of remnant soul can be revived from this Horcrux tonight. The remnant soul of Voldemort only needs to control the Horcrux outside the room of requirement, and let the little wizard pick up his Horcrux. No little wizard can resist Voldemort. This way he can escape from Hogwarts and start his revenge plan. Wait, Dumbledore. Grindelwald. Also Harry Potter. In the afternoon class, Ronald was still complained by Hermione, but this time Ronald didn't dare to talk about Hermione behind his back. What if Hermione finds out and tells Professor Grindelwald not to teach him magic anymore? And many professors are partial to Hermione. Ronald is afraid that his life will be difficult. The professors taught Hermione a lot too. So he and Harry had to learn from Hermione for many homework assignments. The current Ronald didn't dare to offend Hermione. Soon, the Halloween party that little wizards are most looking forward to is coming. There are still undead wandering in the auditorium at night, and the candles in the sky are burning with weak flames. The pumpkin lanterns floating in the air in the auditorium became the main lighting light. The dead bats that hung upside down on the wall during the day began to fly in the air at this time. From time to time, a dark green flame will burn on the dead bat. What excited the little wizards the most was that they saw a real headless horseman. The knight was wearing black armor and held a knight lance in his right hand, holding his head in his left hand. De Nuo Zhao, the nightmare horse, also in battle armor, wandered around the auditorium with a knight on its back. The little wizards who came to the auditorium cheered involuntarily. Professor Grindelwald. This is the coolest Halloween they've ever had. Ian is very happy in his heart. Since he came to Hogwarts, he has met a lot. Dumbledore, Grindelwald, Hermione, Nickel, Hagrid, the professors, etc. Huge. No one here can resist Ian's undead magic. No one yelled at him. Even everyone adored him, care about him. This is Ian's first festival here. Before he knew it, Hogwarts had become his home. Dumbledore looked at the excited little wizards from the headmaster's seat, and then at Ian, who was very happy. Dumbledore smiled at Ian and said, "Ian, your coming to Hogwarts is the best decision I've ever made." Ian nodded and responded with a smile. "It is also my most correct choice." Chapter 93. Just when the little wizards in the auditorium started to carnival, the crown in the room of requirement began to vibrate. In front of Ravenclaw's crown, a solid soul crown formed of black mist took it up. Voldemort is very happy now. As long as this Horcrux escapes, then he can start his revenge plan. It's Halloween today. Just go out and wait for the little wizard to pick up Ravenclaw's crown. Dumbledore and Hogwarts won't notice this. Voldemort's remnant soul murmured. Thinking of this, Voldemort's remnant spirit took the crown and walked towards the door of the room of requirement. The physical soul Voldemort in this form couldn't last long. Voldemort's remnant soul desperately needed the little wizard's vitality to keep him awake. Voldemort's remnant soul took the crown to the door of the room of requirement and slowly pushed the door open. Even such a simple action consumes a lot of magic power on Voldemort's remnant soul. Feeling weaker than ever, Voldemort gritted his teeth and said, "Damn it, it's all Dumbledore and Grindelwald." The moment Voldemort's remnant soul pushed open the door, there was a faint green light inside the armor in the corridor outside. At the same time, Voldemort's remnant soul felt as if his Horcrux was being targeted by something. To be on the safe side, Voldemort's remnant 017 soul used magic to detect if there was anyone around the gate. After confirming that no one was there, Voldemort's remnant breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems that I am too sensitive. Everyone in Hogwarts should be in the auditorium at this time. Impossible to appear here." Then Voldemort's remnant returned to Ravenclaw's diadem. Immediately afterwards, Voldemort's remnant soul controlled Ravenclaw's crown and flew slowly to the center of the corridor, and then fell to the ground. That way you can wait for the students to take the bait. Even so, he always had a bad feeling about the remnant of Voldemort in the crowned Horcrux. Even though I just used magic detection to confirm that there is no one around, the feeling of being stared at has not disappeared at all. And this feeling is getting stronger and stronger. That gaze felt familiar to Voldemort. It's like a predator looking into the eyes of its prey. But this time he is the prey. And Voldemort's remnant soul firmly believes that as long as he is inside the Horcrux, no one can find him. But even so, Voldemort's remnant became more and more irritable. Just when Voldemort's remnant soul wanted to retreat temporarily and look for another chance, Voldemort finally heard footsteps at the end of the corridor. There are students coming. Harry and Ronald were going back to the dorm to get their prank items. Ronald actually forgot to bring it when he came to the auditorium in the afternoon. Harry reminded Ronald many times, but Ronald still forgot. Now the two of them could only hurry back to Gryffindor's lounge to get it. Ronald said to Harry a little ashamedly, "Sorry, Harry." Harry shook his head, but still comforted. "It's okay, Ronald. We can just go get it now." Ronald opened his mouth and was about to say something, but Ronald suddenly noticed something. Ronald said nervously to Harry, "Harry, have you noticed that the positions of these new armors in the hallway have changed?" Hearing Ronald's words, Harry also began to focus on the surrounding armor. Harry realized it was exactly what Ronald said. These new armor placements in the corridors really make a difference. Harry felt as if the armor was gathering in the corridor ahead. Harry also said nervously, "Ronald, isn't Hogwarts armor magical? Perhaps the new armor is also bewitched." Maybe they're just out to move around. I don't think we need to be too nervous. Ronald nodded quickly when he heard Harry's words. The two speeded up and prepared to pass through this corridor. Just when Harry and Ronald were just rounding the corner, Ronald found a crown on the ground. Ronald's eyes lit up immediately. He saw the huge sapphire in the diadem. Harry, look! Ronald excitedly, CGDH, pointed to the position of the crown. Harry followed Ronald's finger and saw Ravenclaw's diadem. Harry felt a little strange. Who would leave such a valuable thing in the corridor? And Voldemort inside the diadem saw Harry and Ronald. He felt that he was really lucky to be home today. Harry Potter, I met you today. Then let you be the first tragedy of my revenge. Voldemort's remnant soul concealed his excitement. He wanted to kill Ronald the moment Harry and Ronald approached the crown and seize Harry's body. Make Dumbledore and Grindelwald feel the pain. Harry and Ronald are getting close to the crown. Harry, you said that if the crown is not wanted. Harry heard Ronald's words and looked at Ronald speechlessly. His friend is crazy about money. Ronald, something so valuable must belong to someone else. Maybe others are looking for it very anxiously now. Ronald still felt very disappointed. He felt that he really liked that crown. Just when the two of them walked in front of the crown on the ground suddenly shook. Thick black mist gushes out from the crown. Voldemort's remnant soul condensed and appeared in front of the two with a black mist. Harry and Ronald were instantly terrified. The remnant of Voldemort looked at Harry and Ronald in ecstasy. Today his revenge is finally going to complete the first step. The remnant of Voldemort looked at the two cruelly and said hoarsely, Harry Potter, Dumbledore mourns you. Voldemort's remnant soul hadn't uttered the word ? Before he felt a huge force hitting his back. Voldemort's voice instantly turned into a scream. Ah! Voldemort's remnant soul was sent flying and hit the wall hard. Harry and Ronald looked at the black ghost that was blown out, and they were still in the state of venting. Because at the position of the black ghost just now, there is a green ghost in silver armor standing right now. The green ghost holds the same silver mace in his hand and burns orange flames under the helmet of the armor. Harry saw the orange flames in the ghost's eyes and immediately thought of Ian's ghost. And the black ghost just now made the two of them feel the coldness of death. That black noseless ghost really wanted to kill them. Now they're saved by this green armored ghost. Ronald swallowed. It was this set of armor that he saw in the corner just now. So Ronald asked Harry, Harry, is this Professor Grindelwald's dark magic creature? Harry nodded and said, it should be Ronald. We seem to be saved by it. As soon as Harry finished speaking, the sound of armored footsteps came from both sides of the corridor. Chapter 94. On both sides of the corridor, the sound of the silver boots colliding with the ground became louder and louder. The corridor was also gradually illuminated by green light. Harry and Ronald saw the same undead in the armor just now surrounded the corridor. The remnant soul of Voldemort who was blown away is only now recovering. He was beaten so badly that his remnant soul was unstable. The magic covered on that attack is completely aimed at the soul. The remnant of Voldemort gritted his teeth and looked at Harry and Ronald. His great Dark Lord was actually slapped by two brats. Immediately, Voldemort's remnant soul looked at the armor ghost that knocked him flying, and the anger in his eyes almost gushed out. Voldemort's remnant still didn't realize the seriousness of the problem. Looking at the armored ghosts surrounding him, Voldemort's remnant soul said disdainfully, dark creatures. Can't imagine Dumbledore getting into dark magic too. Using dark magic creatures to protect the little wizard. But at this moment Voldemort's remnant soul had no time to think about it. Now he urgently needs a carrier to maintain the soul that was almost broken up just now. Harry and Ronald are his goals. Voldemort's remnant soul used the remaining magic power in the Horcrux to transform into the two men in the middle of the black. He couldn't believe that the dark magic creature could save both Harry and Ronald in time. After all, the heavier the black magic creature, the slower it will be. But it's a pity that what he encountered was Ian's alchemy undead. Harry and Ronald's hair stood on end without knowing it. Seeing the cloud of black mist rushing towards them, they knew they couldn't escape today. But just when Harry and Ronald were desperate, I saw the armored ghost who had just knocked Voldemort into the air at an extremely fast speed before Harry and Ronald. The silver mace in his hand was covered with green magic light, and he swung it again towards the black mist that Voldemort turned into. Crack! The remnant of Voldemort was knocked out again. Among them, the crown of Ravenclaw at the core was even cracked. Voldemort's remnant soul forgot to scream. He fell to the ground in disbelief, barely maintaining his soul and body. Now Voldemort's remnant soul is completely angry. Even if this insult cost the Horcrux damage, he would take revenge. He's going to kill that weird dark magic creature and those two boys. But before Voldemort's remnant came into being, he saw the scenes in front of and behind the corridor. Now he's surrounded by the same weird dark magic creatures as he was just now. If only Voldemort's remnant had a body. It is estimated that cold sweat has already soaked the whole body. Now Voldemort understood that the feeling of being ed just now was real. I didn't shoot him directly. I just wanted to surround him so that he wouldn't run away. Voldemort's remnant soul hadn't spoken yet. The armor ghosts have already taken out their weapons, and Voldemort's remnant soul rushed over. Voldemort's remnant soul was just about to hide in the Horcrux when it was grabbed by the nearest armored ghost. Under Voldemort's shocked and puzzled eyes, he threw Voldemort's remnant soul to the ground, raised the big knife in his hand, and chopped it down fiercely. Terrible screams sounded in the corridor again. The remnant of Voldemort felt his soul being torn apart, and felt very aggrieved in his heart. I am the Dark Lord, the most terrifying dark wizard in modern British history. Self-proclaimed one of the people who know the best about the dark arts. As a result, he was beaten badly by black magic creatures twice in a row. And it's all at Hogwarts. Harry and Ronald looked at the scene in front of them, feeling very incredible. Harry thought he would die here today, and that person in the black mist seems to know him. This made Harry very frightened. Someone wanted to kill him. But then he saw the armor resurrected to protect him and Ronald. And that cloud of black mist is being beaten violently by these resurrected armors. Harry and Ronald looked at each other, so the two of them got away with it. Ronald was still in palpitations at this moment. He tremblingly asked Harry, Harry, do we need to go to the professor? Harry was also quite frightened, but he still reluctantly said, Ronald, we need to find professors. Tell Professor Dumbledore about it. We would also like to thank Professor Grindelwald. If it weren't for his undead, we might be dead now. Just as Harry finished speaking, Dumbledore's voice came from behind the two of them. Harry, we're actually here. Harry and Ronald looked back in surprise. I saw Dumbledore and Ian, and even Professor Rozier came. Dumbledore nodded to Harry and Ronald, signaling that it was all right. Ian took out 2 piles of cockroaches from the space ring and handed them to Harry and Ronald, saying, Ask for flowers. Eat it, it will be fine. The expressions of Harry and Ronald froze instantly, looking at the pile of cockroaches struggling in Ian's hands. Who dares to eat this kind of thing? Ian felt the emotions of the two and shook his head. It seems that these 2 boys don't understand delicious food. Ian didn't care about the rejection of the 2, but looked at Harry with complicated eyes. Ian didn't sense the curse on Harry. But why does Halloween Trouble take the initiative to find Harry? Then, Ian handed Harry and Ronald to Grindelwald. Dumbledore and Ian came to the encirclement of the armor ghost. The armor ghost made way for the 2 of them. Dumbledore and Ian only saw a cloud of black mist and a crumbling crown on the ground. And Voldemort's remnant soul couldn't move now. It can't even maintain the stability of the soul. The crown as a Horcrux is also full of cracks. It was beaten so badly, Dumbledore said with some sighs. Ian shook his head and said, It's his own bad luck. The weapons of these armored ghosts are engraved with magic that strikes the soul. And Nico also engraved a lot of destructive black magic. That thing can't hold up. Dumbledore's mouth twitched when he heard Ian's explanation. Ian, who was in the auditorium just now, felt that part of his armor ghost was activated. Ian just told Dumbledore to be with Grindelwald, and he came to see the situation. Ian also ordered the armor ghost on the way, don't kill him. Take a breath, and that's it. But the feedback from the armored ghosts was weird, saying that an interloper is not a whole person. Ian was curious about who dared to break into Hogwarts. Now I went to the scene to see if someone had broken in, but Voldemort had sneaked out. But Dumbledore's crystal ball showed that Voldemort's remnant puppet was still in the restricted area on the 4th floor. Now after feeling that the remnant soul on the ground is Voldemort's breath, what Ian and Dumbledore were most curious about was how Voldemort's remnant did it. Dumbledore and Ian looked at each other after the 2 saw Ravenclaw's diadem. Ian said helplessly, It seems that we still underestimated some of Voldemort's abilities. Chapter 95. Hearing Ian's words, Dumbledore nodded. Then Dumbledore cast the levitation charm with his wand, moved Ravenclaw's crown in front of him and Ian. Dumbledore's eyes were serious. He sighed and said, Ian, this is the missing Ravenclaw's crown. Do you see a way to fix it? Ian was not afraid of the curse of the black magic, and took the crown directly with his hands. Ian sensed the situation of the crown with magic power, and it didn't take long to say to Dumbledore, It's useless. Voldemort made this diadem into a Horcrux. The original magical ability is gone. It's just a black magic item now. When Dumbledore heard Ian's words, he said regretfully, "What a pity, Tom. This is destroying Hogwarts property." Ian nodded, lamenting that Voldemort is a prodigal son. Ian began to examine the broken spirit of Voldemort on the ground. At this time, Harley 403 and Ronald gradually calmed down under the comfort of Grindelwald. Harry raised his head to Grindelwald and asked, "Professor Rogier, do you know who the person who attacked us today is?" "He seems to know me, and even called my famous officials." Grindelwald looked up at Dumbledore. Dumbledore nodded to Grindelwald, indicating that he could tell Harry. Grindelwald looked into Harry's eyes, pretending to be serious and telling Harry, "He's Voldemort." Harry and Ronald suddenly exclaimed, "Voldemort!" Ronald's feet trembled with fear, and he almost sat down on the ground. Grindelwald watched the performance of the two and pointed to the remnant soul of Voldemort on the ground. Then Grindelwald continued, "Look at the black mist on the ground. That's Voldemort's remnant soul, now also broken by Ian's undead." Harry and Ronald heard Grindelwald's words. The fear in the eyes slowly faded away, and the light radiated. That's right. Even if it was Voldemort, it was smashed to pieces by Professor Grindelwald's undead. The admiration for Ian in Harry's and Ronald's eyes just got hotter. If they had Ian's power, they wouldn't be afraid of Voldemort. Grindelwald saw Harry and Ronald already understood what he meant. "Harry, Ronald, Voldemort is not scary. Those who are afraid of him are those without strength and courage. Harry, Voldemort is your enemy. One day you will face him in person. I hope you're ready when you face Voldemort." When Harry heard Grindelwald's words, he felt his heart was deeply touched. By the time Harry wanted to speak, Grindelwald had already stood up and walked towards Ian. Harry silently swears in his heart. The next time he faces Voldemort, he must fight back bravely. Never wait to die like today again. Ian had almost finished examining the magic traces of Voldemort's remnant by this time. Ian looked up and said, "We were careless. It's a magic that the soul uses. It can wake up the sleeping soul fragments of Horcruxes. It seems that Voldemort is not as useless as he thought." Dumbledore and Grindelwald nodded, and Grindelwald asked Ian, "Ian, if this is the case, will there be any problems with your puppet?" After saying that, Grindelwald glanced at Harry. Ian thought for a while, took out a black crystal ball from the space ring, and said, "Just add an insurance to that puppet. Take control of his soul this time. Dumbledore, you enchanted him to cut a piece of his soul. Then put this soul fragment into this crystal ball. The method of use is the same as your crystal ball that controls the puppet. It's just that Voldemort's remnant soul will be scrapped early, probably during summer vacation." After hearing Ian's words, Dumbledore and Grindelwald were relieved. Dumbledore laughed and said, "Enough. I just want to train the little wizard." Then Ian started to clean up the remnants of Voldemort on the ground. Harry and Ronald didn't hear the three of them talking. Only at the end Harry and Ronald saw the scene they will never forget. In the shocked and disbelieving eyes of Harry and Ronald, Ian fed the collected Voldemort's remnant soul to the armor ghost beside him. Just after Voldemort's remnant soul in the crown was devoured by the undead, Ravenclaw's crown shattered instantly. At the same time, the remnant of Voldemort imprisoned in the restricted area on the 4th floor was fantasizing about his own revenge. But a sudden pain of the soul swept over him. Then the memory of the shattered Horcrux was transferred to this remnant soul. The screaming Voldemort knew that the Horcrux was broken. Then his life insurance will be reduced by 1. And what was broken was the Horcrux that he had accumulated for so long and awakened by magic power. It ended up being fed to dark magic creatures as rations. And next, that hypocrite Dumbledore has to control his remnant soul. He has absolutely no hope of escaping. Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Harry Potter. I'm going to kill you. You're all damned. Before Voldemort could finish cursing, the pain in his soul could not be endured by a remnant soul like him who doesn't even have a qualified body. Voldemort passed out directly from the pain in his soul. In the end, Dumbledore had to go to the restricted area on the 4th floor to deal with Voldemort's affairs. Harry and Ronald followed Ian and Grindelwald back to the auditorium. Continue to enjoy the Halloween banquet, but the hearts of the two cannot be calm for a long time. The remnant of Voldemort, who almost killed them, was just food for the undead in Ian's eyes. Those new armors at Hogwarts are actually the undead of Professor Grindelwald. Harry and Ronald wondered how much more they didn't know about Professor Grindelwald. On the other side, Hermione saw Ian return to the auditorium. She also hurried up to ask Ian what happened, because Dumbledore and Grindelwald and Ian just left. "It's not a big deal, Ian. They can't all three leave the auditorium. Ian looked at the worried little witch, smiled and said, "It's okay. A rat got out. Dumbledore off to deal with rats." Hermione was relieved after hearing Ian's words, although she didn't know what rat Ian was talking about. But she believes Ian will tell her when the time comes. Today Hermione was going to ask Ian to introduce these undead to her. Hearing the request from 0.3 to Hermione, Ian happily introduced the undead. In that world, except for necromancers, no one is willing to understand the black magic creatures of the undead. Hermione looked at Ian, who was getting happier as he talked. Hermione couldn't help looking at Ian and laughing. At this moment, Fred and George shouted, "Ian, can you show us the skeletons dancing? It's sure to be fun." The little wizards were also attracted by Fred and George's words. Ian heard Fred and George's request, and now he is very happy. So I decided to give them that. Ian waved his hand, and dozens of skeletons crawled up from the ground of the hall. The skeletons danced to the cheers of the little wizards. Watching this scene, McGonagall and Flitwick smiled and raised their glasses to Ian. "Happy holidays." "Ian, happy holidays." Minerva, Phileas. Chapter 96. After Halloween, the little wizard's attention is still on Ian's undead magic. More and more young wizards want to learn Ian's magic. But now not even a 7th grader gets Ian's approval. There is only one reason for the rejection of the little wizards. You are too weak. Learning black magic will erode your soul. But no one was unconvinced by Ian's words. Because a senior wizard was not convinced. Ian said he was weak. A skeleton mage summoned by Ian was chased all afternoon. Although there was no injury, there must be a psychological shadow. That little wizard still has a stress response when he sees a skeleton. Harry and Ronald knew they were right to listen to Ian. There's no need to deceive them with Ian's great strength. Just when Harry and Ronald want to learn Ian's magic as soon as possible and study hard. Harry and Ronald receive a letter from Hagrid. "Harry, I really can't believe it. Hagrid has a dragon egg, and it's about to be born." Ronald and Harry were heading to Hagrid's cottage. That 29 letter Hagrid invited Harry and Ronald to watch Noble's shell-breaking ceremony. Harry got a headache from being quarreled by Ronald along the way, but he's also very curious about dragons himself. Harry rode Ian's bone dragon once, so now Harry is very much looking forward to dragons. But Harry still has some worries, because the wizarding world does not allow raising dragons privately. It didn't take long for Harry and Ronald to arrive at Hagrid's cabin. When Harry and Ronald pushed open the door of Hagrid's cabin, they found that Ian and Hermione were there too. Ronald exclaimed, "Professor Grindelwald and Granger." Hermione heard Ronald's exclamation and said angrily, "What's a Granger? Does it upset you to see me?" Hearing Hermione's words, Ronald quickly shook his head. Ian smiled at Harry and Ronald. Then Ian tugged at Hermione's sleeve and said, "All right, Hermione, aren't you curious about the hatching of dragons?" After hearing Ian's words, Hermione ignored Ronald. Harry and Ronald breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that Hagrid also invited Professor Grindelwald and Hermione today. Hagrid came out from the kitchen at this time, and in Hagrid's hand, there was a red scaled egg. Hagrid looked very happy to see Harry and Ronald. "Hey, Harry, Ronald, you are here." Harry and Ronald also responded to Hagrid. "Yes, Hagrid. Good to see you." Hagrid laughed loudly and put the dragon egg in his hand on the table. Hagrid asked Ian, "Ian, can Noble really hatch today?" Ian looked at Hagrid and nodded, saying, "Nascandy wyvern eggs get warm the day before they hatch. As long as you didn't feel wrong yesterday, it will hatch today." Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Ronald was a little puzzled when he heard Ian's words. As a loyal fire dragon fan, he has never heard of this kind of dragon. "Professor, Hagrid, what is a Nascandy wyvern? I haven't seen any records of this kind of dragon." Harry also looked at Hagrid suspiciously, waiting for Hagrid's answer. Hearing Ronald's question, Hagrid slapped his forehead with his hand and said, "Harry, Ronald, didn't I tell you that Ian gave me this dragon egg? This is a species unique to Ian's place, called the Nascandy wyvern." Harry and Ronald were speechless at Hagrid's words. What is a scent dragon egg? Ronald and his brother Charlie both dreamed of a dragon egg. Now it was actually given by Professor Grindelwald. At this moment, Hermione looked at Hagrid's dragon egg with some concern and said, "Hagrid, dragons grow fast. Is there any problem if it is discovered?" Before Hagrid could answer Hermione, Ian said directly, "Nascandy dragons are only 3 meters long, and they don't breathe fire. Hagrid would be fine as a watchdog." Hermione was relieved to hear Ian's explanation. Hagrid smiled and nodded at Hermione. But Harry and Ronald don't think so. They are now very envious of Hagrid. Just when Harry and Ronald were about to continue talking, the door to Hagrid's Hunter's Lodge was pushed open again. Everyone looked towards the door, and it was Dumbledore and Grindelwald who had arrived. Seeing that it was Dumbledore, Hagrid looked guilty and blocked the dragon eggs on the table. Harry and Ronald also became nervous. They were caught on the spot. Dumbledore saw Hagrid's actions and said with some amusement, "Hagrid, relax. That's a gift from Ian for you. Ian told me that long ago. I won't let you take it back." What flying dragon egg?" Hagrid continued excitedly. "It's the Nascandy Wyvern." "Professor." Dumbledore nodded with a smile and said, "Yes, that's the name. We two old men just wanted to see this life we've never seen." Then Dumbledore looked at Harry and Ronald and said, "Harry, Ronald, you guys relax too. It's just a party today, isn't it?" After hearing Dumbledore's words, Harry and Ronald relaxed. Grindelwald sat down directly next to Ian, very unhappy after entering the door. Ian and Hermione saw that Grindelwald looked ugly, and Ian asked, "Old man, what's wrong with you?" Grindelwald said angrily, "You better ask Dumbledore." Seeing that Grindelwald didn't want to talk, Dumbledore winked at Ian and Hermione. "Probably just a little misunderstanding." Grindelwald snorted coldly. At this moment, Hagrid let out an exclamation of excitement. "Look, Noble's out of his shell." All eyes were fixed on the dragon egg 520 on the table. I saw that the red eggshell was pushed open, and a little red and purple dragon stuck out its head from the eggshell. Harry and Ronald's eyes lit up immediately. Hagrid was moved to tears. "It's Norbert. Look how alive he is." Hermione also looked at the little dragon very excitedly, nervously tugging at Ian's wizard robes. Dumbledore and Grindelwald looked at the dragon very curiously. But the first thing the two old men thought of was the dragon meat barbecue made by Ian. "I just don't know if this kind of dragon will be delicious." It wasn't until the baby Nascandy dragon came out of the eggshell that the little wizard and Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief. Ian smiled and looked at Hagrid, who couldn't wait to hold Xiaolong in his arms, and said, "Congratulations, Hagrid." Hagrid said to Ian very excitedly, "Thank you, and you are well. Look, Norbert is looking at you." Ian shrugged slightly when he heard Hagrid's words. "You're welcome, Hagrid. We're friends." "Yes, friend. Ian, you are my best friend." Dumbledore looked at Ian at this moment and said to Ian with some expectation, "Ian, I think it's time to start raising your odd animals. This little dragon is the best proof. But the Saints I don't think are very professional. I have a candidate here. I think he can definitely do the job with that." Dumbledore winked at Ian. Chapter 97. Ian suddenly thought of someone when he heard Dumbledore's words. Newt Scamander. No wonder Grindelwald looked so ugly. Old opponent. Then Grindelwald said, "Ian, I think the Saints will be fine. You see, Moth and the others are very competent. Your dark creature farm is well managed by them." Harry and Ronald were listening in a daze at the side. What is a dark creature farm? What is a saint? And Professor Grindelwald and Fantastic Beasts? What the two associate with is that Ian is very rich, and there are amazing animals. Hagrid was very excited to hear what Dumbledore and Grindelwald had to say. He holds Noble in his arms and feeds a baby dragon with a bottle. "Ian, are there any new fantastic beasts? I think I can help you feed it too." Hearing Hagrid's words, Ian remembered the case of Hagrid raising snails in the future. "I couldn't help but shudder." Ian said, "Hagrid, I don't think this is the time to talk about this. Now you need to take care of Noble first. It thinks you're a mother now, after all." Hagrid was disappointed to hear Ian's words. But later I heard Ian say that Noble regarded him as his mother. This makes Hagrid happy again. "Oh, yes, Ian, I should take care of Noble now." Ian was relieved to see that Hagrid had been successfully distracted. Then Ian said to Dumbledore and Grindelwald, "I don't think this is the time to talk about that. I still have a lot of magic research to do." After speaking, Ian quietly glanced at Harry and Ronald, winks at Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Ian doesn't want a few Gryffindor wizards on his farm, especially their very strong curiosity. I don't know how much trouble it will cause Ian. Dumbledore and Grindelwald understood what Ian meant. Dumbledore said with a smile, "Ian, let's talk later." Grindelwald glanced at Dumbledore with some displeasure. "I still reserve my opinion." Harry and Ronald heard Ian and their conversation and felt that these people seemed to be hiding something from them deliberately. But it was impossible for the two of them to ask. Harry and Ronald believed that they would not tell themselves. "I can only inquire secretly when Hagrid is alone." Then Ian and the others left time for Hagrid and Norbert. Hagrid had Norbert in his eyes now. Hagrid urged them to leave after stuffing them with a large pile of rock cakes. Harry and Ronald could only go back to the castle. Dumbledore and the others came to Ian's lounge. Ian threw himself on the sofa, looked at Dumbledore, and said, "The man you're talking about is Newt Scamander?" Hermione on the side exclaimed, Newt Scamander. Ian, are you talking about the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them? Ian nodded at Hermione, then looked at Dumbledore. Dumbledore laughed and said, Yes, that's him. I don't think there's a more professional zoologist in the wizarding world. Grindelwald snorted coldly when he heard what Dumbledore said. And he was your favorite student 50 years ago. Hermione's eyes lit up as she listened to the gossip of these legendary wizards. Ian rubbed his forehead and said, Old man, so many years have passed since your grievances at that time. You still can't let it go? Dumbledore nodded, agreeing with Ian's words very much. That was decades ago, Gale. You should listen to Ian and stop thinking about it. Look, it's not time to join us. Grindelwald wanted to get up and leave when he heard what the two said. But Grindelwald thought again that the midnight snack tonight was the Norwegian Ridgeback. So Grindelwald barely controlled his emotions and turned his head sullenly. Ian looked at Grindelwald with a helpless smile and gave Hermione a wink to comfort Grindelwald. After all, the old man now treats Hermione like his own granddaughter. Hermione's words worked a lot better than Ian's. Then Ian said to Dumbledore, I think it's better to build another farm in the Forbidden Forest, specially used to breed creatures in my world. If Newt Scamander is coming, he shouldn't be too busy alone. Arrange some wizard saints to help him. This way the farm will be established much faster. Dumbledore heard Ian's words, smiled and said, Of course. I don't think Newt would say no. He loves Fantastic Beasts more than anyone. Of course. I think Newt will be a little unhappy when you need alchemy materials. Grindelwald heard Dumbledore's words and said, No one of you is reassuring except Hermione. Albus, if Scamander stops, you are responsible for convincing him. After all, that's the person you're looking for. Dumbledore still smiled and said, Of course, for the greater good. Newt Artemis Fido Scamander, a war hero of the First Wizarding War. At the same time, his achievements are also famous. He single-handedly ran the werewolf registry and pushed for the prohibition of feeding for experimental purposes order. Newt is also the world's most renowned expert on magical beasts. But Newt has always been restless recently. He just returned to his secluded Dorset County from New York to study thunderbirds, and he heard a lot of big news. Gellert Grindelwald is dead. Descendants of Grindelwald, a legendary wizard who is only 11 years old. Ian Grindelwald enters Hogwarts. Heroes of the Battle of Norway. Never before seen dark magic creatures. Suppressor of the French Goblin Rebellion. The Grindelwalds team up with Gringotts. Newt is now wondering if he has been cursed. He's only been in New York for a few months, but it feels like decades. Newt's grandson, Rolf Scamander, will be attending Hogwarts next year, which has him very worried. Newt figured he should talk to Dumbledore. Okay. Tina is also very worried about the current Hogwarts. After all, they had a lot of trouble with Grindelwald during the war. Tina picked up the clipped news from the Daily Prophet and put them in front of Newt one by one. Newt, I think you should take another look at the news. It's all about the Grindelwald family. Newt looked at his wife's worried look and comforted him. Tina, don't worry. It's been decades since the war. I'll ask Dumbledore tomorrow, and I think there should be no problem. Dumbledore won't put Hogwarts in danger after all. Tina is clearly not relieved, but at this time, an owl flew into the room with a letter and interrupted Tina, throwing a letter onto the table in front of Newt. Newt's pupils contracted, and there were 4 animals on the envelope with a big H in the middle. People who know their recluse, letters from Hogwarts. This is a letter from Dumbledore. Chapter 98. The owl stops on Newt's table after delivering the letter. Selfishly, he picked up the nuts on the table. Newt and Tina looked at the letter on the table with some doubts in their hearts. The two were still talking about Hogwarts and Grindelwald's descendants just now. Now owls come to deliver their messages. Did Dumbledore know something again? Newt picked up the letter on the table. He now has a very bad feeling. This premonition arose when Dumbledore captured him during the First War. Tina also sits next to Newt. Newt, open it and have a look. Dumbledore should give us the answer. Hearing his wife's words, Newt suppressed the uneasiness in his heart and slowly opened the letter. In the process of reading the letter, Newt's face showed shock, excitement, doubt, and finally resignation like helplessness. Tina looked at Newt with so many expressions on his face. She guessed that the letter might contain a lot of information. Seeing that Newt was silent after reading the letter, Tina asked worriedly, Newt, what's in the letter? Newt handed the letter to Tina with a wry smile and said, Tina, we may be going to Hogwarts soon. The future of wizards has appeared. Not long after, Newt and Tina came to the headmaster's office at Hogwarts by Flue 183. In the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, Newt and Tina sat across the park from Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore, I think you'd better explain the Grindelwald thing. Tina was furious after reading the letter. Gellert Grindelwald's death was faked. Dumbledore and Grindelwald fooled everyone, and a dangerous dark wizard from the other world. This made Tina completely unable to accept this fact. They suffered so much in the Wizarding Wars, and finally defeated Grindelwald with difficulty. Now you have to stand on the united front with Grindelwald. Dumbledore looked at the angry Tina and said, Tina, please calm down first. Dumbledore, what do you want me to do to calm down? Dumbledore looked at Newt helplessly and said, Newt, please, I'll explain it to you. Please believe me. I have not betrayed the Wizarding world. Newt nodded at Dumbledore's words and began to set up Tina. Under Newt's comfort, Tina's anger was extinguished a lot. She still looked at Dumbledore very angrily. Now she just waited for Dumbledore's explanation. Dumbledore dispelled his own polymorph. Looking at young Dumbledore, Newt and Tina almost jumped up. Newt looked at Dumbledore in horror and anger. Who are you? What kind of magic did you use? Newt thinks either Dumbledore has been reassigned, or he's using black magic to restore life. Looking at the Newt couple in front of him, Dumbledore didn't explain first. Instead, he drew out the Elder Wand and summoned the Phoenix Patronus. Under the surprised eyes of Newt and Tina, he said, I'm still me. And Newt, you can feel through the Patronus. I'm not corrupted by black magic. Seeing this, Newt and Tina breathed a sigh of relief, but still looking seriously at Dumbledore. Dumbledore sighed and said, The thing is, on that day in Nurmengard, under Dumbledore's detailed explanation, Newt and Tina fully understood what happened. Newt and Tina looked at Dumbledore with complicated eyes. They knew that Dumbledore was right. Ian's presence is an opportunity for the Wizarding world and wizards. Tina was still a little worried and asked Dumbledore, Dumbledore, Ian, will Grindelwald really lead the wizard back to glory as you hope? Instead of going to the second kind of prophecy you see? Before Dumbledore could reply, a voice came from behind Newt and Tina. Of course. We all trust Ian. Looking back, Newt and Tina exclaimed, Nicole Mailer. Nicole greeted the Newt couple with a smile. Long time no see, Newt and Tina. I didn't expect that you are all very old now. Newt and Tina looked at Nico with some embarrassment. When it comes to age, the one who is the least qualified to complain is you, Nicole Mailer, right? Dumbledore laughed and said, Newt, Tina, Hogwarts is Ian's home. His family and friends here. He's not going down a dark path. Newt and Tina looked at Nico and nodded too, agreeing with Dumbledore's words. After a moment of silence, Newt took a deep breath and said with determination, Dumbledore, Mailer, whether it's for the Wizarding world or my own children and grandchildren, I have no reason to reject you. But I have one condition. Dumbledore knew that Newt had been persuaded here. So Dumbledore asked with a smile, Newt, go ahead. Newt's eyes glowed fierily. The magical animals in that world are to be nurtured by me. I want first-hand information on those magical animals. Dumbledore guessed Newt's request, smiled, and waved the Elder Wand. Dozens of books flew off the shelves and lined up in front of Newt. These books are the material the saints are learning from. It's also a collection that Ian brought out. They're already preparing to breed these creatures. For biological embryos, I think you can go and talk to Ian. By the way, Hagrid has a wyvern that Ian gave him. I think you can go and see it then. Hagrid should be delighted to see you, the Fantastic Beasts expert. Newt was even more excited when he heard Dumbledore's words. Newt suppressed his inner excitement and said, So, when can I meet Ian Grindelwald? And Gellert Grindelwald? Dumbledore heard Newt's question and said with a smile, I think you'll see them tonight. There will be a welcome banquet tonight in Ian's lounge. By the way, Ian likes Fantastic Beasts too. Newt looked even happier. Who welcomes a genius to the ranks of Fantastic Beasts lovers more than he does? What is Ian Grindelwald's favorite Fantastic Beast? Newt decided to find something to talk to Ian about. Dumbledore thought for a while and said, It should be a fire dragon. Ian can't miss Dundon at midnight. Chapter 99. Newt naturally couldn't sit still and wait until night. He came first to Hagrid's Hunter's Lodge. Hagrid was so excited when he saw Newt. And when Newt saw Norbert in Hagrid's arms, it was Newt's turn to get excited. The two hit it off and started discussing Fantastic Beasts. But when Newt finds out that Hagrid is a master at breeding new kinds of magical animals, he almost gets his nose crooked. His prohibition on feeding for experimental purposes is to prohibit wizards from creating new, untamable magical animals. But Newt also found Hagrid to be a gentle and upright man. After thinking about it, Newt just let him go. Anyway, he heard from Dumbledore that there are muggle-like farms in the Forbidden Forest. In this way, there will be no major accidents under his supervision. Now Newt feels that Hogwarts needs him very much in the future. Otherwise, there will definitely be a lot of problems with the new magical animals, those saints, and the master trainer in front of us. Then, while Newt and Tina waited, the night finally came. Dumbledore and Hagrid took the two to the defense against the dark arts professor's lounge. As soon as they walked in, Newt and Tina were dazzled by the jewels in the lounge. Newt asked Dumbledore somewhat autistically, "Is Hogwarts so rich now? I wasn't treated so well when I was teaching." Dumbledore laughed and said, "Of course not. These are Ian's personal property. The one with the silver hair sitting on the couch is Ian." Newt looked at everyone on the sofa, the professors at Hogwarts, Nicole and Perenelle, a little shaggy-haired witch, looked at his own Grindelwald with disdain, and Dumbledore just now says Ian Grindelfa. Everyone in the lounge also saw the Newts. Ian looked at the Newt couple with a smile and said, "Welcome, Mr. and Mrs. Scamander." Newt looked at the letter Ian with some embarrassment and said, "Thanks." When Ian saw Newt like this, it seemed that the legendary autistic person was talking about him. Tina looks at Ian warily. "Hi, Ian Grindelwald. I'm Tina Scamander. This is my husband, Newt Scamander." Ian sensed Tina's emotions and said helplessly, "There's no need to be so vigilant, Mrs. Scamander. I think things from the past don't come back." Hearing what Ian said, McGonagall came to Ian and said to Tina, "Tina, long time no see. How are you and Newt doing?" Tina looked at McGonagall, an old friend, smiled and said, "Minerva, long time no see. We're fine, but there's been too much love recently." After finishing speaking, Tina glanced at Ian and Grindelwald. McGonagall knew what Tina was worried about, saying, "Tina, I don't think you need to worry. We all trust Ian. Maybe we can sit down and talk first." After speaking, McGonagall pulled Tina to sit down beside Sprout and Perenelle. Dumbledore and Hagrid took Newt to a seat beside Ian. Newt looked at Ian, sensing the magical aura on Ian, and frowned. He has been in contact with magical animals all year round, and his perception of magic is much stronger than ordinary wizards. Newt felt that Ian's magical presence made his heart jump for no reason. Nico saw Newt's reaction and patted him on the shoulder. "Newt, take it easy. Ian is trustworthy, just as Dumbledore and I trust you." Dumbledore at the side flashed the unbreakable vow in his hand. Newt took a deep breath, looked at Ian, and said seriously, "Hello, Mr. Grindelwald. I wonder what you think of the wizarding world." Ian heard Newt's question, shrugged, and said, "Mr. Scamander, I don't care what happens to the wizarding world. I just need to protect my friends." Hearing Ian's answer, Newt keenly felt that Ian was sincere. Newt breathed a sigh of relief. "Thanks, Ian. I'll call you that anyway. You can just call me Newt. After all, there is another Grindelwald here." Grindelwald heard what Newt said and said coldly, "Ian is from my Grindelwald family too. Scamander, you should pay attention." Newt ignored Grindelwald and pulled out a copy that Dumbledore gave him during the day from his pocket. Newt looked at Ian and asked with a little shyness, "Ian, can I ask you some questions?" Newt has a lot of questions for Ian. "Oh, ask for flowers." 0 Whether it is the Nascandi dragon scene during the day, or the new magical animals recorded in these books, or Ian's dark magic creatures. Newt can't wait to find out. Before Ian could speak, Dumbledore saw the book in Newt's hand and said with a smile, "Newt, I don't think this is the time to talk about fantastic beasts. We should enjoy the banquet first." Ian nodded immediately after Dumbledore finished speaking. After all, there will be plenty of time to study those magical animals in the future. Most importantly, now Ian is hungry. Newt bowed his head in great disappointment. He wanted to know more about fantastic beasts than the banquet. Ian pulled out Ian's heart and waved it. The dishes that had just been prepared in the kitchen floated to the sofa in the hall. Newt and Tina are amazed to see the beautiful dishes that have just flown onto the table. Tina asked Ian curiously, "Mr. Grindelwald, are you making these dishes?" Ian looked at Tina and nodded. At this moment, Hermione happily said to Tina, "Mrs. Scamander, the millet made by Ian is very delicious." Seeing Hermione talking to Tina, Grindelwald said sourly, "Hermione, some people don't know how to taste." After speaking, Grindelwald served Hermione's favorite dish in front of her. Newt and Tina watched Grindelwald's actions, and they were both completely stunned now. That Gellert Grindelwald takes care of little wizards. McGonagall looked at Tina's appearance and whispered something in Tina's ear. After listening, Tina's eyes wandered between Hermione and Ian. Hermione felt Tina's gaze and blushed, but Tina and Newt slowly relaxed their vigilance at this moment. Ian Grindelwald said the same as Dumbledore. Here is his family and friends. Grindelwald's changes were also unexpected to Newt and Tina. Now, in the eyes of the two, This place is more like a family dinner. Newt rubbed his neck, putting aside the idea of asking Ian about his magical animals. Listen to Dumbledore now and enjoy the feast first. But when Newt looked carefully at the dishes in front of him, his expression froze. The braised tenderloin in front of me is dragon meat. Grindelwald. After all, let the Dark Lord harm fantastic beasts. Chapter 100. After Newt came to Hogwarts, the Forbidden Forest suddenly became lively. The next day, Newt and Tina brought their pets along. There are 3 cats called Hobby, Millie, and Mauler. Then Ian and Dumbledore took Newt to visit the Dark Creature Farm. Newt's jaw nearly dropped when he first saw Ian's Dark Creature Farm. You said this thing can quickly breed dark creatures? Newt said in shock, pointing at the big meaty ball. Ian nodded and said, yes, but only dark creatures can be bred. After all, now I can only use dark creatures to accumulate soul and flesh. When Newt heard Ian's words, he felt that his view of magic was about to shatter. Then Newt saw the big meat ball split open, and the dark creatures such as ghosts scattered 177 all over the place. Then they were skillfully assigned to their respective positions by the saints. This made Newt start to have a different sense of Ian's undead magic. But when Newt approached the undead guard on the farm, Newt, who has been in contact with magical animals for many years, feels that the breath of the undead makes him very uncomfortable. Ian sensed Newt's emotions and said, Newt, the undead are biological transformations, and they all belong to black magic. Their breath is so uncomfortable for people who are sensitive to life perception. Newt nodded reluctantly and said, I see, Ian. I think I'll get used to it in the future. There is nothing you can do if you are not used to it. Newt does not want to see the prophecy of the destruction of the world come true. Next, Newt and Tina set up a magical animal farm in a cave next to the Dark Creature Farm. Dumbledore, Newt, and Nickel, 3 legendary wizards, jointly cast the magic of stretching without trace, making the space in the cave amazingly large. And there are also Nico's alchemy products to simulate the living environment that magical animals need. Newt looked at the huge cave in front of him and couldn't help but think of his suitcase. But here is much, much bigger than his suitcase. And the environmental simulation is beyond his suitcase. After the farm was built, Newt couldn't wait to find Ian. Newt was very excited to find Ian and asked, Ian, can I have a biological embryo? Fantastic Beast Farm has been established. Ian nodded and handed a few interspatial rings to Newt. These space rings are full of biological embryos that I store. It's enough to use magic to release their frozen state. But it must be cultivated in time. After all, the embryo just now is very fragile. Newt was so excited after receiving the embryos. He devoted his life to the study of magical animals. There are so many new fantastic beasts now, which makes Newt very happy. But Newt is still very cautious. The sudden appearance of every creature has a great possibility of breaking the food chain of creatures. Now all Newt had to do was figure out the habits of each new creature before starting to reproduce. Those Ian's books that Dumbledore gave him are now treasured by Newt. Ian looked at the excited Newt, smiled, and said, For plants that need to match the environment of the new magical animals, you can find Pomona. Most of my seeds were given to her. Newt nodded excitedly at Ian's words. Now you don't have to worry about the new fantastic beasts food chain. Newt couldn't wait to get back to his farm. He's already very much looking forward to seeing the new fantastic beasts grow up. And after Nicole Mailer and Gregorovic knew that Newt had begun to breed new magical animals. The two often come to Newt's farm when they have nothing to do. And Newt usually defends Nico and Grigovich like thieves. He was afraid that Nico and Gregorovic would sneak away his cuties for research, especially now that none of these magical animals have bred populations. He doesn't want new magical creatures to become extinct because of Nico and Gregorovic's research. After Newt's Fantastic Beasts farm is almost on track, Ian can start his magic research and leisure life again. And that's when things are falling into place on Ian's side. Harry has been getting really nervous lately. It's almost Quidditch season at Hogwarts. Because Gryffindor has no secrets. The news of Harry's participation as a Seeker still got out. Some say he can definitely win. Some people bet that Harry will definitely have a big fall. In order to learn more about Quidditch, so he went to the library to borrow the book, Tracing the Origin of Quidditch. But it wasn't long before they were confiscated by Snape. Snape's reasoning was, books from the library cannot be taken to school. But Snape just stared at Harry resentfully. What Quidditch? Did you not inherit Lily's potion talent at all? If you have time to read these books, you might as well read the potions book. Just when Harry was worrying about how to get the book back, Flitwick approached Ian. Flitwick came to Ian's side and asked quietly, Ian, do you want to play Quidditch? Ian looked at Flitwick in surprise when he heard Flitwick's words. Flitwick stroked his beard and said with a smile, Ian, you're a Ravenclaw after all. You also have the right to compete in Quidditch. Ian said helplessly, Phileas, do you want me to ride a bone dragon to play Quidditch? Hogwarts brooms can't hold my magic at all. And you know that my physical strength is not something a little wizard can bear. You don't want to kill someone at a Quidditch match, do you? Hearing Ian's words, Flitwick looked at Ian with some embarrassment. He did forget that Ian's powers cannot be seen as ordinary little wizards. 0.3 After all, Ian's destructive power when he wields a scythe is no joke. Thinking of this, Levi was a little disappointed. Alas, it looks like the Quidditch Cup is doomed for Ravenclaw. Even if our new seeker, Cho Chang, is a genius. Looking at the somewhat disappointed Flitwick, Ian said with a smile, Phileas, I have some new toys here. Do you want them? New toy? But Flitwick's mind was on the Quidditch Cup now. Ian, I think we'll talk about that later. Now I'm going to talk to Roger Davies about Quidditch tactics. Ian spread his hands and said, Phileas, the new toy is the new Quidditch thing. I guess there's no rule that players can't bring their own broom. Duh.
If you're enjoying the story so far and want to hear the next parts, don't forget to like the video. It really helps the channel grow. And if you'd like me to continue the series, drop a comment below letting me know. Your feedback and support keep these audiobooks going strong. Thanks for listening, and I'll see you in the next one.